going to go live right now. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to The Shenanigans Continue. We are up to, you might have noticed when we were on our break, we are now sitting at $22,884. We are only $116 shy of 23K. We are now 92% funded, 227 backers. We have about 5 hours and about 20 minutes or so to go. So now is the time, folks, to jump on board and get part of this big, hot project. We have raised thousands of dollars today. This has been an incredible push, and we can see the finish line, but we need to get there because there's also a stretch goal, which is at 27,000. We actually kit out the entire Honest Thief, which is a iconic tavern within the city of Corel, and so you can then use that. It will have NPCs, it will have an interior map, it will have some adventure hooks as a part of it. So we've got goals up the line. The first goal, of course, is to fund. That's the most important thing. The second thing is the stretch goal, but I'm just letting you know, it's, we have plenty of things to go beyond this, so let's keep pushing to get that funding. Next up for us, game switch wise, is 23,000, and that's only $116 away. But now, as you see, I have moved into the player list. I will be playing Lizzie Hagner and moving to the esteemed game master position, as the esteemed person is. It is the amazing Brandon O'Brien. So Brandon, take it away.
Hi everybody. I am still so excited about doing this thing that part of me is still utterly baffled by the fact that this is the very first time that we're running Brindlewood Bay. So if things don't happen or don't happen the way that they're supposed to, I hope Jason Cordova is not here to judge me. But as previously mentioned, we are going to now shift to Brindlewood Bay. Which is, of course, a Powered by the Apocalypse game about old ladies solving mysteries. That was designed by Jason Cordova, the Kickstarter for which wrapped up a couple of months ago. So I brought it in here kind of as a generative energy that, hey, we can bring some of that success over here. And also because pure chaos of being detective grannies. The first thing that I wanted to go over as I lead all of these wonderful people into character creation, obviously, is that as per the flavor of Brindlewood Bay, leaning on touchstones such as Murder, She Wrote, the characters in this game are supposed to be all femme, like all old ladies. But me personally, I am open to the idea that while some mechanics can only be engaged with through a feminine lens, I'm perfectly open, seeing as we have already established things about these characters, to give you the option about whether or not now your character identifies as femme or identifies as masc, but still has to engage with these things through a feminine lens, through whichever means you wish, because the questions that those mechanics will ask of you are pretty open-ended, that I think that will be more or less fine, and a particularly interesting opportunity to ask very interesting questions about the game as a whole. So I am down either way. If anyone has any particular preference between the player playing Johnny Garlic and the player who's playing alright, yeah, Lizzie is the only femme character that we got into this event with. So yes, John, Flails, Carlos, if you have any particular ideas, one way or the other, please let me know. I am down either way. But as we get into that, here are some of the brief notes about character creation for Brindlewood Bay. You already all have your names, and I will ask you about your style because your visual style is also in the character sheet. I will get to that as we introduce you all, because we have to start with a cozy moment very quickly into the session anyway. I will also ask you about your cozy activity. In fact, I should ask each of you right now, because we're kind of touching touchstones of the characters that you've already created so far, and precisely because no two Mavens can have the same cozy activity. I hesitate. I was about to say I feel Johnny Garlic's would either be cooking or baking, obviously because chef. So I think that would you can have a preference either way. I think I'm not gonna force cooking if you like baking instead, because I think that would also work. Unless being on fire can be a cozy activity, which I highly doubt is the case.
Well, I have this whole character I've been coming up with over the break, so if it's okay, I'd rather do neither cooking nor baking. Yo quiero ser la Avon lady. I want to be basically Juanita Ajo instead of Johnny Garlic, and yo soy tu Avon lady. So I throw Avon parties.
Okay, I like that. I will let that happen. That's wildly hilarious. We're gonna. I look forward to leaning into some pyramid scheme shenanigans
Yeah!
at some point.
Rica!
Let's see how much chaos you can force in a half an hour.
Oh my god.
Lizzie. Seeing as when Pyra and Jade made this character, Lizzie was already an old lady. You actually kind of run the gamut of choice here, personally. Although I think personally I'm leaning towards nothing that is on the sheet right now. So if there's something that immediately comes to mind in terms of putting something like making up your own, I am open to that as well. Or if you can make a case for any of these, like I don't think unless there's an idea that you had as the player, I'm not gonna force anything here.
2 notes. Number 1, we just went over 23,000, so we're now at 23,084.
Yeah.
So that means that it'll be up to Brandon in terms of when we do the switch. We're not going to do it instantaneously. It's a minimum of a half hour, but if Brandon wants to do it at like 7:15,
I only have 15 minutes.
No, you don't. Because we'll do a half hour, so you can go to 7:15. So that'll give you a half hour to do it. But it means that Carlos will be for part of it, and then Johnny will be taking over, which will be for the Avon lady, which is going to be great. Can we just all agree that will be great?
I can't wait to come in this. Yeah.
I am happy to play till 7:15.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah, I can go to 7:15.
Okay, if you can go to 7:15, that's fine. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second thing is my freaking manual closed. So I pulled it up again now. What moves am I looking at that I'm deciding among?
The cozy activity on the character sheet.
On the character sheet. That's why I was like, why am I not able to see anything? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, I was taking
context,
antiques and fish furniture. Just to let you know.
I got one.
Okay.
I got one. Oh God. Okay. Model making. And I'm talking about like little ships, little cars, little and my specialty though is my model make little carriages, like horse-drawn carriages. I'm super good at.
Oh, lovely.
Like
little handsome cab.
Yeah.
That's actually really nice. That's actually easy. When you said that immediately, I was like, I'm into the idea of a granny in this game who makes like gunpla model kits.
Well, I mean, that's true. Could it be a model maker that's just kind of like, what's this? Nothing. It's a sword cane or something like that. Exactly. It's a doom weapon. It's up to you. I also tweeted out a picture of Angela Lansbury, so I think I'm ready to go for this. No, I would say model making would be my cozy activity if you're cool with that.
Oh yeah, that works for me. Okay. Definitely. Flails. What do you think works best as Ickethish's cozy activity based on the things that you know so far about Ickethish in like the last 45 minutes?
Well, given the original kind of druidic history of Ickethish, I was thinking that where do you go now?
Gardening.
That's it. Yeah, it's gardening. Of course, it's gardening. What else could it be? Well, it could be birding because of the Tabaxi heritage as well, but different kind of birding. No, we'll go with gardening. Gardening for sure.
Yeah, definitely that works for me. And last but not least, of course, Roland. What do you have in mind for your cozy activity?
Okay, so because I'm playing this literally as we crossed over from one game to the other, and as I had said, Roland just kind of went, all kill Owl on this. So first of all, now the personality is going to change a little bit. So first of all, it's now Rolene with an E at the end. But that is their last name because I am now Maxine Rolene.
Maxine Rolene.
Yes.
Nice.
And as for style, I've chosen Dorothy Zaborak. I did not know Dorothy's last name was Zaborak from the Golden Girls, but that is who this person is. Given the roguish activity, antiques and furniture is lots of chicanery there, so that makes perfect sense. And for my Maven move, which I got to choose at the beginning, I've chosen Jonathan Hart. So my vitality is +1 and my presence is +1.
Yes, we're gonna get to Maven moves. We're gonna get to Maven moves in a bit,
Okay.
Because that's gonna be particularly juicy. So I'm gonna ask you about that again very soon. But yes,
Yep.
So your cozy activity is
Antiques and furniture.
Antiques and furniture. Okay, cool.
Because I can do lots of illegal things with that. I mean, not that I ever would, of course. Let's be real about that.
Noted. Right, and of course, as well, on your character sheets, there are ability scores as well. At the beginning of the game, you get to add 1 to any of the scores that are presently available in your abilities, notwithstanding any additional scores that you would get from Maven Moves. So, not counting the Maven Move additional abilities that you've already gotten, I will ask you again, but I'm going to go down in order again. Lizzie. What would you like to add that 1 ability score to, just so I know?
I think the ability score would be added to be consistent-ish with Lizzie's before would be composure, right? I would assume would be the way to go. Just always very, you know. I've seen things, you know. In my 90-plus years, I have seen many things in my 90-plus years and many models that I've made. So, yeah. I would say my composure would be 2 then, right? If I'm reading that properly. Brandon is quieter than everyone else. I don't think he's quite a bit quieter. Maybe a little. I'm not sure about that, Caro. I'm not getting him as being less. Is anyone else having trouble hearing Brandon? I thought I was okay.
I hear him just fine.
Just fine.
What about people in chat though?
Into my mic.
Maybe we're just too loud. Just gonna...
Okay. Cool. Johnny Garlic. What are you adding your 1?
Espera un momento. Juanita Ajo. Juanita.
Yes. Juanita.
Oh, yeah, I gotta change
yes.
that name.
Atención. Juanita is she's all about presence. She occupies a room. She is a cynosure. She takes possession of any space that she enters.
So presence goes from 0 to 1.
That's right. To a million.
Can you spell the Juanita? Can you spell that last name for me, please?
It's AJO. It's the word for garlic in Spanish.
Ajo, yeah, that's what I figured.
This is gonna be brilliant. Yes, please change it. Thank you so very much, so I don't forget. Next, Ikathish. What are you adding your 1 to in terms of abilities?
I'm thinking reason, so I go from a 1 to a 2 on the reason. The contemplation in the garden just gets the good old brain going.
Huh.
Aha. And right, and again, before we get into Maven Moves, Maxine Rolene, you are adding your 1 base
to vitality.
To vitality. So vitality goes from 0 to 1.
Yep. I take good care of myself as I walk with my walker around the nursing home grounds. Absolutely.
Guy gets barely missed by owls twice and just decides I need to have
That's something
strength.
for you. Yep, exactly.
Got a couple dumbbells tied to that walker.
That's right. That's right.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Little ankle weights, the whole 9 yards.
The walker is actually just a series of weights that have been welded together, like to form the walker. Like, just like, get out of the way! Get out of my way! I'm solving a mystery.
I will ram.
Look at these gains, you know.
Right. Sun's out, guns out, ladies.
Oh my god!
We have nothing to worry about with the old ones. They're going to be like, no, I don't care if they weren't meant to.
We're the old ones!
We're the older ones. We're the actual old ones.
Right, okay. So, next, very quickly, in character creation, now that I've actually found it in the rulebook, because session 1 actually starts on page 35. But yes, next are Maven Moves. in the game Brindlewood Bay, there are specific moves that every that every murder maven gets in their arsenal called Maven Moves, which gives them special abilities that they get to use in the attempt to gain information about the mysteries that are taking place in this sleepy town where they live. They're all named after the protagonists from classic 80s and 90s television. So I'm very excited to not only learn who half of these people are, but see how these Maven moves might fit into some of these archetypes. So I am leaning towards giving you more or less your run of what you think most fits your character, but I do have exactly just a couple of ideas in particular, which is I do think that Juanita Aho is either going to have the Maven move.
So I had some ideas too.
Oh, you had an idea? Let me hear your idea first, because I'm sure we're going to be on the same page.
Is it 1 or 2?
You got 1.
Okay. Well, it's either Frank Columbo or Sonny Crockett. So either people don't take her seriously because she's garish and loud, or she owns a particularly stylish outfit that make people say, wow. Maybe Sonny Crockett.
Yeah, I was leaning towards Sonny Crockett.
Yeah. When you use the outfit to get an advantage die roll, leave it unmarked.
Okay, noted.
Sonny Crockett.
Let's just remember that somewhere.
I've got it written down. I can't wait to give this to Johnny. Oh my god.
This is gonna be wild. Lizzie, since I forgot that you were right beneath me and totally skipped you. Lizzie, do you already have an idea about what Maven Move works best for you?
As I have completely there we go. I really desperately wish that I could do B.A. Baracus, but actually I found one that's better. And this actually fits because of a discussion that I have had with Brandon O'Brien in the past. Mm-hmm. I think the one that works for me is Michael Knight, because I talked about how I'm a model, right? You have I make models. You have and I was a model in my older, but no. You have a trusty mode of transportation, an oversized sedan, a motorbike, or an old truck, or a modified carriage that actually has an one of those newfangled internal combustion engines. And it has gotten me out of more than one sticky situation. And its name clearly is Kitty. So my carriage, Kitty, is added to my cozy little place. And when I use it to get an advantage on a die roll, it says leave it unmarked. So I have Kitty, the internal combustion engine carriage that I do models of.
Nice.
I actually kind of wanted you to have horses, to be honest. I just like,
Yeah, but the thing is,
I love the idea. I love the idea that it just does have horses, and you can't talk to the horses, and no one ever
that's fine.
How or why.
But the horses go dun 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 dun.
Well, the funny thing is, you actually think they do talk to you. So there you go.
Yes,
oh, Lord.
That's true. Okay,
yes,
good.
Michael.
I'm fine to have that. Talking horses.
This is wild. Next. Ikafish, do you have an idea of what Maven Move do you already have in mind?
Well, I just realized about 1 minute ago, 30 seconds ago, that I did not see the Maven Moves link pop up in the chat there. So this is my first time looking. Oh, sorry about that. This is my first time looking at it. So if you have anything in mind, I will probably take that suggestion. If not, I will do a quick read and find something.
Okay, so for Ikafish, I think I know the exact thing that works for Ikafish in particular, and I'm leaning specifically on a character note that Trendane hadn't mentioned aloud until the D&D game was done. So I think the thing that works for Ikafish the most is Thomas Magnum. You are a secret personal friend of Robin Masterson, the mysterious author of the Gold Crown Mysteries novels.
Spoiler, he's actually Higgins. Sorry, I spoiled it. Sorry, just want to be clear.
You have access to Robin's resources whenever you are outside Brindlewood Bay, her homes, her vehicles, and even her checking account. And once per
Sweet.
session, you can open up an additional use of the Gold Crown Mysteries
Ooh.
move, which is particularly useful in this instance. So I wanted to make sure that somebody had it, and I thought that it would fit the most for Ikithish. So I'm glad that you didn't have something in mind, so I can throw that at you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Maxine, do you have something in? You had something in
So
mind already.
I
Can you remind me
did,
what it is?
But now I'm thinking of changing my mind.
Oh no!
Well, see what you think, and I can go either way. I was going to take the Jonathan Hart because of the presence thing, which gave +1 to presence, but after the whole branch in the river thing, now I'm looking towards Angus MacGyver.
You're going to turn the branch into an aircraft carrier, right?
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Exactly. just just a paraglider. That's all.
Okay.
Nothing huge.
Yeah, no,
nothing
right.
huge.
No, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay, I mean, MacGyver is a very good one to always have in the back pocket.
yeah, I
so
thought that was kind of useful. So yeah, you're good with that?
I am good with that as well. Okay, cool.
Perfect. Yes. All right. Good to go. And I'll take out the presence, which goes away. That's fine. There we go.
Okay. So, so all of that is done right now. There are some other things that should be happening here, but since we have a very brief one-shot, I'm gonna let you all get opportunities to establish those things in play because I trust you and like you all very much. So of course, that means that the very first thing that we're going to open with is a cozy vignette. Each player narrates a short vignette showing their Maven enjoying their life in Brindlewood Bay. These scenes should be light and breezy or warm and cozy. They should show the Maven enjoying their hobbies, helping with a community project, or working around their home. So I'm going to open by establishing this thing. All of you, very late at night, have been having very fitful sleep. For some strange, unbelievable reason, while all of you do not know that you've been sharing this experience with everybody else, you've been having weird dreams lately of like fighting giants that don't look like giants, and then suddenly being transformed as if through weird curse magic into rabbits and having this strange animal experience. And that dream feels like it's lasted for 6 hours now at this point. But you wake from those dreams surprisingly better rested than normal. You have no idea what it means. Typically, you've never had those kind of weird dreams before. The couple of you who probably drink recreationally is probably like, that's a hell of a hangover. I'm glad that's done. But now it's an early Saturday morning in the very sleepy New England town of Brindlewood Bay. And you are all now about to start your Saturdays. What are you up to? And I'll start with Lizzie.
Oh, I mean, I'm out in the garage. I have, so, you know, most people, they either keep things in the garage or they keep a car in the garage. I have I have built a stable to keep my horses next to my garage. And then I have the carriage in the garage and just sort of like on one end of it. And then the rest of the garage is occupied with a massive space, which is like a huge, basically like a bunch of plywood boards set up that I had my son help me with, and like up there to kind of like all the way around. And on these flat plywood boards, I have basically a miniature version of Brindlewood Bay. Mostly so that I can make tons and tons of the model like cars and things like that, and the carriages around the town, because Brindlewood Bay is well known for all of its carriages, horseless carriages, well known by me for that. Probably nobody else, but for me. And so I have a bunch of like horseless carriage models, and I'm just working on all of them. And occasionally I look up and I hear my horses occasionally whinnying slightly from the stable. They've already been fed, of course, and brushed. I do that every morning. And now I'm just back and I'm just, modeling away. I'm probably whistling, something like that, and humming to myself as the breeze just kind of blows in from the outside as I'm doing my little model work.
Mm-hmm. Just for my own like world building context, does that mean that you have in an accurate, realistic model of every vehicle in Brindlewood Bay and where they are the last time you saw them?
I have a accurate representation of every vehicle, but it is all converted into horseless carriages. Like they're all carriages, but they all have internal combustion engines like mine. So, because that's that's what I'm best at. Some of these people do the newfangled thing with the with the rubber tires. I mean, like, come on. Like, the real way to do this is that. So, yes, I do. I have the placement of every car, every vehicle, but they're all carriages in my vision.
Cool. Noted. Juanita, what are you up to this Saturday morning?
Yeah, it's Saturday morning, so like 10 o'clock or so?
Yeah, just like 9:30, 10.
Yeah.
The sun is up, people are about, stores are open. If you wanted to knock on people's doors and to do certain things.
Oh, no. Juanita doesn't knock on doors. The people come to Juanita. All those stores that are open, they're abandoned right now because I am throwing my bi-monthly Avon party right now. So Juanita is letting people in. Of course, we're being very safe for COVID, so it's in the backyard. I'm a recent transplant to Brindlewood Bay, having come from Miami Beach, and that's where I used to work and play, but now I've retired to Brindlewood Bay and quickly made a lot of friends here by selling Avon products. We are selling, I'm showing off the newest Avon product that we had that's meant to be COVID friendly, and it's basically an extendable 6-foot-long stick that allows you to apply makeup to people at a safe distance. So it's basically a poorly modified selfie stick, but Avon's selling it anyway. And I'm
for $49.95.
$149.95. Come on, this is Avon. So I'm basically demonstrating it right now to riotous applause, and we're day drinking. We are margaritaing it down. We're having a great morning together.
Nice.
Hey, Juanita, can I ask before you go on? Juanita, is it like when you say to riotous applause, is this something only Juanita hears, or is it actually the case that everyone really is into it? I want to know, it's a real question. Like,
people love this because
okay.
I am, an excellent raconteur and center of attention.
Awesome.
So,
Okay.
half the times people are just buying products so they can keep coming to these parties.
Awesome. Also, we're at 23,124, 230 backers. So that means we are now $376 away from a second switch. So we're going to be going with this. We already have a switch coming up to another system, and we have another switch up after that, after a half hour, if we get to that other one. Sorry, on you go, Brent.
Okay, noted. Greg, you're going to have to remind me when that happens.
No problem. All you have to worry about now is when you want to close this down. It'll be partially based on Carlos, I know. So, on you go.
Cool. Because I do want to get into some shenanigans before that happens. So, yes. Ikithish. What are you up to on Saturday morning?
Well, Ikithish is out in the garden tending her tulips, which she cares very much about. They come from home. The homeland, if you want to call it that, and she's just been going at it, but also her heart has been palpitating quite a bit lately. She's thinking back on her dream. She remembers just panicking. She remembers soft, silent wings or something grabbing her in a hug and just feeling scared, and she's not sure why. But focusing on the tulips and in the insects around the tulips, the honeybees and such, are helping her settle down just a little bit. And so she's just trying to get her zen back in the garden this morning.
Is that actually working, though?
Maybe. Every once in a while, that heart is skipping a beat, so it's up and down.
I would like you to just idly, for my own sake, roll with composure for me, please. What do you have in composure at the moment?
A 1.
Aha, so you will roll 2d6 plus 1 for me, please.
Okay, and a 9.
You're in the garden, just doing the things that you need to do to take care of yourself. You feel this whoosh, rush past the right side of your head, and you, out of the corner of your eye, you notice very idly a crow just kind of zoom past you and continue moving forward, and you want to be startled, but you more or less hold your own for the most part. Your heart is beating like 1,000 miles per hour, but no one else can see it if you were ever worried that anyone would. So you're mostly okay in that sense. And Maxine, what are you up to on Saturday morning?
So, assuming this is all right, Maxine owns an antique shop in town, and she lives above it in a small one-bedroom apartment. And the dreams have also been keeping her not up, but she's actually quite annoyed at them because she does not like feeling, helpless or terrified or scared in any way. And the whole sensation of being hunted, the whole sensation of trying to hide as something passes overhead is not sitting well with her. And she's sitting up in her apartment about to open the store for Saturday hours, which is a half day. And she knows that Juanita has her Avon sale, which she's not too thrilled about. She knows it's going to come to business, but she feels it's important to stay open at least a bit on Saturday. And so she's just kind of sitting, looking at the picture of her former partner, Charlene. Yes, Charlene Rolene, her late partner. And drinking a cup of coffee because she does not drink tea. And just basically prepping to go down and open the shop.
Okay.
Did she used to sell Maybelline?
No, that was already taken by Juanita. So
Yeah, okay. Well, so.
not much.
You also are like Avon lady.
Light makeup.
I was going to say Avon, not Maybelline. Totally.
That's right.
Oh Lord. So the early portions of your day continue as peacefully and as relaxed as this. And then all of you remember a thing that you kind of forgot because of your fitful sleep. That you all have a thing that you're supposed to be doing at around 1 p.m. Because you're all in the opening round of the Great Brindlewood Bay Bake Off. And that's being filmed at 1.
I'll have to get the shop early.
Yeah.
Just
I'm like
around...
ushering people out. Mira, vete, ya tengo que irme.
I realized this just in time for one of the wheels to fall off my mouth. Like, damn it. God, Can I
So,
yell?
like,
You know.
just around 12:45, each of you in your houses or your places of work suddenly discover production assistants or assistant directors pounding very viciously on your front doors going, hey, we're supposed to film.
They're coming. Hold your horses.
Un momentico.
Wait 1 second. You know, and
We have makeup there, you know. You
Coming.
just come with us.
This is
Like,
more of
you
a
do
favor
not
to
have
you than
makeup like
me.
this.
All right, Kitty, and I press a button, and the stable opens, and the 2 horses come trotting out. And on the front of, and I basically quickly hook them up to the carriage. I don't know if they have a car for me, but I'm going to ignore them if they do. And I get into the carriage.
They literally brought that Cadillac Escalade for you outside.
I don't take that. And I get into my carriage, and on the front, the blinders of the horses have these red lights that go. I'm like, all right, Kitty, let's go. And I
Brandon,
hit the horn. Bump, bop, 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 is the horn. Sorry. Here you go.
Brandon, I want to make sure to bring my 19th century silver serving tray to whatever the hell I'm going to bake. I'm going to serve it on that because, advertising. Very important.
Yes, nice, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a load of Avon products that I'm going to use as secret ingredients.
Oh God.
Well, the competition just went down a notch.
Does that sound like the bad idea I think it does? I'm very excited to see how that turns out.
There's rose water. There's stuff that's edible, I'm sure.
We're sure.
Ingredients?
Yes.
Some ingredients are edible.
For
They won't
different
kill you.
For different qualities of edible.
I
Edible
mean,
means that
this
you can
cream
put it
is
in
like
your mouth
40%
and chew.
avocado. Yeah.
All edible means is that you can put it in your mouth and chew. That's all it means.
These are food grade ingredients.
Yeah, Juanita doesn't make fine distinctions.
Obviously not.
So you all get to the space where they're recording today because they've decided they're going to use there is this wonderful quadrangle somewhere near the center of Brindlewood Bay. It's called the Brindlewood Bay Circus. It has like a wonderful fountain and it's very lush, well-kept gardens. And they've decided that it's a sunny enough day out, and it hasn't rained for some time, that we can film outside. So they set up like little tents for you all to get together and do what is the first round of the Bake Off. At which point, the two presenters, Sue Mellon and Timothy Bush, are hamming it up in front of the camera.
Of course.
Like, making terrible puns so bad that I can't even think of what they are, as they describe that the first round of the Bake Off is a very simple test of a pie. Make the pie that you want to make. We're not putting any restrictions on you. You don't have any specific limitations, no secret ingredients, no anything. Just you have 2 hours to prepare the best pie that you can.
Gonna hate to see what complicated it is.
It's the four of you who know each other very well. You've been members of the Murder Maven Society in Brindlewood Bay for some time now. You're all fans of the same mystery novels, so of course you gather on a regular basis to talk about how cool those books are. And because you're also some of the oldest residents of Brindlewood Bay by age, you also know a great deal of these other people who are also entrants of the Bake Off, either because you have met them or because one of the other older residents have gossiped about their goings on to you.
So wait, can I just ask, do we have a real legitimate rival? Like, is there anyone who can match the quality of my chocolate cream pie, for example? Is there anyone who is at that level? I don't mean among the 3 people here. I'm sure that, but I'm talking about, is anyone else in Brindlewood Bay like, the Gordon Ramsay of little old ladies and,
There is a housewife here named Cynthia Cook.
Of course.
Her name is Cook.
Her name is Cook. Of course her name is that. Why don't you call herself Betty Bake, for God's sake?
She's quite a bit younger than you all, of course.
Of course.
But her big thing is, anytime there's an opportunity to make something, she always has to turn it into a competition, even when it's not. When you're having simple bake sales, when you're having simple potlucks, she has to go out of her way to show off the fact that her husband buys all the best ingredients, that she's such a talented cook for her age, because she's been going to culinary school since she graduated from high school, and knows all of these cool tips and tricks, and could have been in a Michelin restaurant whenever she wanted, but decided she needed to settle down with this wonderful man, blah blah blah. It's the worst shtick ever. And while you know that you can often outperform her, it's also not worth the effort. Just let her continue sweating herself out for these things. Sure, fine. And there are some, there is a lovely 20-something couple who own a bakery in Brindlewood Bay, the boyfriend of which, Tim Davies, decided he was just going to enter for fun as an opportunity to hype up the bakery. He is out of his element. You know that he's very talented, but the fact that he's on camera is making him freak out. And because you got here so late, none of you, even though you like the kid, and he's kind of nice and sweet and very thoughtful, and it pains you to see this young whippersnapper freaking out all of a sudden, you don't have enough time, because you're gonna film right now, to go to him and try to calm him down in these circumstances. So he's sweating buckets directly into his mixing bowl. It's not going well for him. It's going so poorly for Tim. Why did I make the guy? He's not a named character in this mystery. I did not.
There's some deep baking trauma that we're getting an access into right now.
It's me. It's actually me.
It was fine. I was the guy.
It was the Great British Bake Off 2021.
So what happens next as the two presenters give you your starting time and you're now working together on your things? I will now ask you all one question in descending order of character and then ask you another question going back upward. Lizzie, the Jolly Good Baking Show is connected to one of your favorite memories. What is that memory?
Time that I spent with my grandson when I was teaching him how to make models, and when he was telling me about things like, like roofs, silly things like roofs to cars, and windows that close and things like that, like stuff that's really silly, but I love him anyway. And we used to watch the show together, and his favorite is what I'm making right now, which is this chocolate cream pie. He loved this, and so we would watch the show together. And I have not seen my grandson for a year or two. It's just he's busy and I'm busy, but I miss him.
What's your grandson's name?
My grandson's name is Fred.
Fred the grandson.
Fred the grandson.
Fred the grandson. Oh my god.
His name is not Fred the grandson. I mean,
It is now.
The grandson's his middle name.
yeah, right, exactly. Fred the grandson.
He allowed you to choose the middle name. So.
Yeah.
His name is not Dooku. We're not going back to the Star Wars name comments we made from this.
Dooku.
So, Dooku, I see.
Fred Fisto.
Salacious B. Crumb, we meet again, my grandson.
So, Fred doesn't live in Brindlewood Bay, at least not anymore. What does he do? What does he do now? And when was the last time you've spoken to Fred?
Fred is, well, I mean, he's older, he's in his 20s. Fred, you said he was outside, but yeah, so Fred actually does work for a company. I think it's a company that does something with cars or whatever he calls these things, and I think he does where he's told me about it a few times. I actually really, like listening to him about a whole bunch of things, but whenever he starts talking about the cars, I kind of, my eyes glaze over a little bit because it's just, this is silliness. But yeah, so he's like a vice president of Ford, I think they call it, maybe. But he does keep calling me and saying, because he's late 20s, but he's already a VP, so I know that's a big deal. And he keeps saying he's going to come to Brindlewood Bay sometime because he says, Grandma, I miss the chocolate cream pie, and I'm like, well, there's always one here waiting for you, and so someday maybe.
Nice. Juanita, the Jolly Good Baking Show is tied to one of your memories as well. What is that memory?
The Jolly Good baking competition is where I rekindled a connection with my mother through baking. We had spent most of our my youth and our adult life fighting. But a little bit later on, Mom started slowing down a little, didn't remember things quite as well as she could, and now is mostly homebound with me, with very little desire to do anything. And I've been extremely worried about her listlessness and really trying to make a connection before it's too late. But we've been watching the show together now for a few years. And the first time that she saw it, she instantly came alive with anger. And she was screaming at the television at how terrible they were at baking, how she could do so much better. So through the idea of yelling at the show and talking about how terrible everybody is, we have started to forge something resembling a connection.
Nice. Of course, that means obviously that the pie that you're making right now is specifically to stick it to the show.
Oh,
so
yeah.
What are you making?
So I'm sticking it to the show, but I'm also honoring my mother, and I want to promote Avon. So what I am making is so first of all, I'm making a flan, and I'm going to dare those judges to tell me a flan is not a pie. This is a beautiful, massive, jiggling flan, but it is specifically red ginseng and pomegranate flan that I'm making. So it's very lujo, very very done. But my secret ingredient is that I'm using the Face Shop Real Nature pomegranate face mask and the Face Shop Real Nature red ginseng face mask as the ingredients. They're all natural. They're, you know, you cover your face, they help your face, but they taste great in pie too.
Or flan, whichever.
Right.
Flan is pie. There's no difference.
Listen, pie bigot.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. I can only imagine. I can only imagine that there is an assistant director somewhere so far out of eyesight that Juanita cannot see or hear them retching behind the camera.
Oh, I'm talking right to the camera. Look, you can just make it like this, and I just start showing how you blend in the face
Lord.
mask and it dissolves into the flan. Oh yeah, that's delicioso. No te preocupes.
Two PAs are staring right at the camera viewfinder and then running away and holding the that's the horror. Ikefish, the Jolly Good Baking Show is connected to one of your favorite memories as well. What is that memory?
A few years ago, when I was a little younger, you know, I actually fell asleep watching the baking show, and it was another pie competition, and it must have informed my dream because I had one of the most vivid, interesting dreams that I've ever had, where it just started as a pie baking contest, but suddenly the pie began to grow and began to come alive and began to undulate and started attacking everyone. But
These are. It was a terrible time. I vaguely remember that too. I vaguely remember that also. I can't imagine why.
there were
I was in the village of Arvcon down that way. If you were down that side.
near Mega Pie Man Drive, actually, but it's a strange time. There were meteors, there was all sorts of explosions, but eventually it ended with this giant pie exploding and everyone coming together with the true pie of all pie. It was actually an argument between a pie faction and a cake faction. That's neither here nor there. But because of that, I've been inspired to create the pie cake, the Boston cream pie, the perfect mix of both. And it's not cake; it's a pie. For this if flan is a pie, Juanita.
I look over.
Flan
I'm like,
is a pie.
I look over. I'm like, is that a flan? Like at your Boston cream pie? Like,
It is a pie. It's Boston cream pie.
Totally for fun, Ikefish, I would like you to give me a roll with presents.
You betcha.
flan
what
is
is your
not pie.
presents?
It's flat 0.
Okay, cool. So you'll roll flat 2d6.
Okay. Oh, another 9.
9. Okay, cool. Right. you can't really notice, and I will actually ask either Juanita and or Lizzie to now give me rolls with reason.
Oh, reason.
In fact, no, not reason. Give me rolls with sensitivity. Actually, give me a roll with sensitivity.
Oh, great.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, both of you should have -1. In
Oh yeah,
sensitivity.
I was gonna say I suck at it, so I'll be glad to do it.
Spectacular.
We all do.
It comes with a certain matter of age. This is not a judgment.
Sorry, is this? Are we doing for 6-sided or what do we?
2d6.
2d6.
It's 2d6.
I just rolled a 10
-1.
though. I just had the most sensitive moment of my
10
life.
is nice. Yes.
Okay.
A 10 is nice.
So my roll.
It must be the pomegranate Avon products, or just bring your softer side out.
Right. Okay. It's not okay. All right. So and I didn't. Yeah, 9 minus 1, so it'll be 8.
Okay, cool.
It looks like the dice isn't updating though on the chat.
It is on my end.
Mm-hmm.
It
On
should
the,
be, but it will take very, very long.
Oh, you mean the? I know. what
On
you're talking
Twitch,
about.
it's the last roll is the one from the previous game where I
Yeah, I know why that's doing that. Give me a second.
OBS is weird like that.
Yeah, there we go.
So yes,
Yeah, I have like
Ickathish,
a
you don't
billion
immediately
windows open.
notice.
So sorry.
Ickathish, you don't immediately notice. I just wanted to know what was the quality of what you making this Boston cream pie will have on other people. You don't really notice. Lizzie, you kind of vaguely notice that people are kind of very deeply fixated on the Boston cream pie. Like people who are not the presenters or the judges will walk past the set where you all are recording, and kind of briefly stare at the Boston cream pie and then continue moving along. Juanita, you notice exactly how engaged people are in this Boston cream pie. People will like walk past you all as if they had their own business, and then suddenly just kind of turn almost trance-like to observe the Boston cream pie, and they have this look on their faces like they're experiencing war flashbacks for a bit, and then they'll just continue on their business like nothing has ever happened. And you're noticing that this is happening. You have no idea what that means. Meanwhile, Maxine, the Jolly Good Baking Show is connected to one of your favorite memories. What is that memory?
All right. Well, Maxine does know her way around the kitchen. There's no doubt about that. However, her late partner Charlene was the true cooking wizard, and she was amazing. And the Jolly Time Baking Show was a favorite of ours on Sunday, 6 p.m. On the dot. And afterwards, we typically Charlene would like to do the recipes along with it, and typically she would make them better. So Maxine is out here kind of not fighting for her honor, but want to make sure that she knows how to hold her own. And she's doing a triple layer pie. So that's her gig for the first round.
Triple layer pie.
Correct.
Okay. So, before another thing happens, this is the point where things get absolutely juicy.
Oh no.
I can't bury it.
Ah.
Oh my god.
see
You
what
make that pun on camera. Timothy Bush is like actively groaning. Sue Mellon is actually giving you a kind of golf clap. I like that one. That was nice.
I'm like these people who use puns. The hell with them. You know, it's just like
you all continue engaging very passionately in your baking processes. Cynthia Cook is moving as if she's like gliding. She's not walking or running by her kitchen utensils. It looks like she's moving on a dolly, like she's literally being glided across. And it's very annoying to you all, but at some point it's like, whatever, you do whatever you need to do.
I say to Ikashish, I'm like, hey, check out Martha Stewart over there.
You.
All of this is being caught on camera, so please, like, you can see it.
Okay, then I stare back
Lizzie,
at the camera. Martha Stewart, and you know where she ended up. Jail. Go right back to my...
The PA right behind that camera is like, this is gold. Yes, keep going. Tim Davies is still panicking. There's a point where he starts like fidgeting so intensely that a small plume of smoke starts emerging from the heel of his shoe. But he's mostly elegantly constructed what seems like a workable meringue somewhere over there. Things seem to be working out for everybody. And as everybody starts nearing the 2-hour mark, most people all of you are totally complete at this point. Tim is barely misses the final bell. Cynthia spent the last 10 minutes just kind of taking in the glory of the pie that the key lime pie that she just made. And now it is time for Jane Leaf, one of the judges, to now come and sample everybody's work. And this is where I'm doing what the mystery tells me to do. I'm gonna ask y'all to tell me what the result of the pie of the person above you is. So I'm gonna start. Maxine, what does the judge say about Ikathish's pie? Is it a triumph or rather disappointing?
I'm going to say they actually say it's rather disappointing because they are going to not be a Boston cream pie purist, and they're going to say this is actually a cake pie dessert combo, and we asked for specific pie.
Oh, the cake pie.
Yep.
Oh my god! So Jane Leaf is like, if it were any other round of the competition, I would give you points for this presentation, and I love the fact that you were trying to challenge the deep inner conflict of what is a pie, what is a cake, what ultimately makes pastry. But we didn't ask you to answer existential questions. We asked you to make a pie. So unfortunately, while this does taste and look good, I do think that this is rather disappointing. I'm very sorry. Moving on. Ikefish, what does Jane Leaf say about Juanita's red ginseng and pomegranate flan? Is it a triumph or is it rather disappointing?
Ironically, given the previous statement about existential pie questions, despite not having a crust and possibly not even being a pie, this flan is a triumph. Oh, this reminds me. Oh, my grandmother used to make a wonderful flan. Oh, this. Oh,
tu abuelita, sí.
Sí, la abuelita. Amo mi abuelita. I mean, sorry, I love my abuelita so much, and the flan she made. This brings me back to my childhood, and how could this not be a triumph? Juanita, you've done it again. Thank you so much for creating this for us.
Ay, gracias, mil gracias. Y si quiere comprar the Face Shop Real Nature Pomegranate Face Mask or the Face Shop Real Nature Red Ginseng, I have a party next Saturday. Call me.
Of note, Jane Leaf is the whitest, most British person anyone has ever met on Earth.
Well, she's got an abuelita, all right?
Pronounced exactly that way.
So she mentions her abuelita, and you can see a camera literally turned to two PAs who are not supposed to be on camera. They're not contestants of the show, as they just give the camera the office stare, and it just turns back to Jane Leaf.
Outstanding.
Like, I guess we're rolling on this. Well done, Juanita. Well done. Juanita, what does Jane Leaf say about Lizzie's chocolate cream pie? Is it a triumph or is it rather disappointing?
So after coming off that amazing high of having flavors she hasn't had since her abuelita had made her own pomegranate red ginseng pie, which is a flan, also for her, she comes and tastes the chocolate cream pie, and she says, simple, familiar, an absolute triumph. She leans forward and says, I've had 1 trillion of these chocolate cream pies, and many times they try to do too much or they do too little. You simply perfected it. I have never eaten a chocolate cream pie as good as this.
Well, I'm kind of taken aback. I'm like, well, thank you. For just for the record, I think that some flans can be pies. Just to be clear, I think
Gracias.
Yes, I think sometimes they can, and you may have done that, and I felt like incredibly guilty that I was annoyed about the flan pie thing before. So I'm just like, and also I think more people should take chances with flan and pies and make them together. But thank you. I'm very touched. And
Ikefish is very annoyed about this, by the way, since her pie is
right, exactly.
Just
so
like folding your
I'm like,
arms.
it's not like cake pie. That's bizarre hybrid something. But this, your flan is clearly pie, isn't it? Is that in Spanish? Can you tell me? Is it flanita? Is that painita?
Sir, yeah, flan is pie exactly in Spanish.
Is
They mean
that okay?
exactly the same thing.
I've always felt close to that culture.
Meanwhile, now there is like 2 minutes of just pure recording of Ikefish just folding, just having their arms folded and staring off into the corner angrily. Lizzie, what does Jane Leaf say about Maxine Rolleen's triple berry triple layer pie? Is it a triumph or is it rather disappointing?
I think she would say. I think she says that it is. So far, we've had 2 triumphs and 2 and 1.
No, 2 and 1 disappointing. Yep.
I think that she would say that it's. I think she's going to say that it is rather disappointing because it is mostly, and it's not Maxine's fault, but there's already been too much confusion over what actually constitutes a reasonable pie and what doesn't. And there is a confusion of flavors with these 3 berry pies that make it difficult. Which berry do we focus on? Why do we focus on that particular berry? Instead, it just feels like kind of a berry mess. And I would say that Jane Leaf kind of looks at it and says, this would have been fine if it was 3 separate pies. But as one pie put together, I have to say that it's very disappointing.
Oh.
And Lissy's like, ooh.
Well, to be fair, I used cranberries, choke cherries, and I don't know what else was the 3rd berry. So,
Oh yeah.
And death berries
That
from
pie
the
That pie is kind of going through it. There is a point at which you briefly are so upset that you regret you didn't just put belladonna in it.
But it passes. It passes. After a long moment, yes, it passes.
Meanwhile, Cynthia Cook obviously somehow gets to the next round by the skin of her teeth. You don't even really hear what the judge has to say about it. She just seems enwrapped by the experience of eating what looks to you from the other side of this set is just like an ordinary key lime pie. Meanwhile, Tim's meringue looks like it's falling apart, like it's like literally losing physical consistency.
Oh man.
And yet somehow still manages to get through to the next round.
Oh.
Well, he is a handsome young man, so
In fact,
I know how this works. This game works.
In fact, despite the disappointing results of 2 of you, because of the sheer number of people who are present in the opening round, you just so happen to still be able to slip through by the skin of your teeth, unfortunately. But you know that Jane Leaf is still very curious about whether in that next round you would be able to pull off something truly magnificent, because at this point, given the results of everybody that has gotten through to that second round, the likelihood of you being able to survive not being able to pull off an absolutely marvelous dish next time are so bad that if you do get that score again, you are definitely not making it to the round after that. While that's happening, the 2 presenters vamp for the camera a little more for like a half an hour, and then the PAs give everyone the cue to take a break, say that we're done recording for the evening. Then you kind of overhear 2 PAs kind of mumbling to each other very urgently behind one of the very bright, very hot stage lights that you don't know why they set it up in the middle of the day anyway, but they're posing behind this giant light fixture having what seems to be a very intense conversation about something.
So we're all friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, I kind of gather everybody together. It's like, mira, ¿qué está pasando ahí? What's going on there?
Let's go mosey over.
I just was about to go and see if I could hear when I was called over here. Like over there when I was called over here.
Oh, don't be grumpy just because your pie was terrible.
Have you tried my triple berry pie?
At least it was a pie.
Come on, there's strength in numbers.
Exactly.
There's strength in numbers. We all go together and it should be fine.
No. Well, I don't think we can just barge in on them and demand to know what's going on. We have to be subtle about this.
Okay, so I say into my watch, I'm just like, all right, Kitty, do you hear anything? Then I listen to my watch. You sure? All right. Kitty says that they've been trying to keep very quiet, like they're trying to whisper. Like they don't want to be heard.
And look at the other 2, and then
you
look
can
back
rely on that,
at Lizzie and just say, "Of course they do." edge closer to the other side. If there's a curtain or something blocking them, if they're behind something, try to get to the other side where I can hear them without being seen.
So this is the point at which I would ask any one of you, would you like to meddle?
Metal.
I mean, I think we
Yes.
all want to meddle.
I was gonna say,
Can this
would
be
we
a
not
group
want to
activity,
meddle?
Brandon? Yeah.
Definitely. So when you search for a clue, conduct research, or otherwise gather information, describe how you're doing so, and then roll with the appropriate ability. So I imagine that if you are either trying to eavesdrop, you would need to roll, I think, with sensitivity. But if you just want to go up to these two PAs and just ask them to their face, "Hi, what the hell is happening?" That would be rolling with presence.
He just
Yeah.
Kool-Aid man through the curtain. Hey, what are we talking about? Oh yeah.
Juanita pulls out some free products from Avon, just saunters up on 4-inch heels, and comes like, "Oh, hello! I don't think I've given you the free Avon gifts that I have for everybody today. Hi, what are you talking about?"
There we go.
So these two PAs they stop what they're doing and kind of look at you very peculiarly as they kind of slowly, gingerly take these Avon gift bags from you and go, it's nothing, I'm sure. And this is the point where I'll ask you to roll with your reason before to see how the rest of this conversation goes.
You had mentioned
so-
presence.
Right, yes, presence, yes.
Okay,
So
that's
give
one of
me
the-
2d6 plus your presence, and your presence is what again?
+1, because I added presence early in the game.
Aha, nice. So 2d6 plus 1.
It's a 9.
Aha. So, if I'm not mistaken, let's see the meddling move once again. On a 7 to 9, there is a complication, either with the clue itself or a complication you encounter while searching. People will tell you what the complication is.
That laugh is the most terrifying laugh in tabletop roleplay live play. I just want to say, anytime Brand's like, I'm like, oh god, here we go.
So, these two PAs look at you like very sternly, and then they just kind of shift each other, and one of them mumbles to the other within earshot because they're still looking right at you. I mean, she is one of those old ladies who meet in the library and literally read mystery novels for fun. Maybe maybe she and her friends have a knack for the thing. I don't know. But like we're talking
Juanita
about.
is sort of like recoiling a little, just sort of like, this does not describe her life like at all. Like, she does not read mysteries in the library like at all. She's a party girl.
I mean, you have to have another hobby at some point.
And it's just because you meet with the mystery, it's not your entire life either, obviously.
Yes. And then one of them just goes, "You know what? Whatever. One of our producers is missing.
Dun, dun.
Yeah. Alex Colfer, he was here when we started shooting. Gave us a note 2.5 hours ago. Disappeared when we started shooting, and now we can't find him.
That doesn't sound like much. He probably just went for a coffee break or something.
He usually does that here. Trust us when we say it's kind of hard to miss Mr. Colfer. He tends to be very boisterous, if you know what we mean.
Well,
He's
and
annoying.
then
He's annoying.
yeah,
That's what you mean.
I call everybody over
Is he
at this
annoying?
point. It's like, wait. So you're saying he's boisterous? I actually don't know what that means. What do you mean?
I mean, you met him when we when we had our audition episodes, he's the one who wouldn't stop shouting at everyone.
Behind Juanita, I just sort of gradually and secretly gesture towards her at the whole, like, what does boisterous mean? And I'm kind of like,
I just shake my head and then nod because yes, I saw that. But we love her anyways.
yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
And while you all gather to have this conversation, I would like Maxine to give me a roll with with sensitivity.
Oh God. Okay.
Everyone's
Wait,
like,
all of us are rolling sensitivity? Was that everybody?
No, just Maxine.
Oh, just
Okay. All right. Wish me luck. I'm gonna need it.
Oh,
outstanding. You anti-sensitivity. You actually
Zero.
Wow!
A zero.
you just decapitate her. They just like,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
like-
he's dead. When's the next round starting?
Maybe something happened. Maybe it didn't. You don't know. You didn't notice it at all.
No clue. Zero. I'm still stewing about her saying my pie was very disappointing. Wait till she tastes my death by chocolate cake.
It just kind of just
show her
like
Barry.
robs you of all of that.
Yeah,
focus,
I just not
unfortunately.
focusing. Exactly. Yeah.
Does anyone have any other specific questions, anything like that they would like to ask these two PAs in front of them?
Oh, I have a lot of questions. Where did you see him last? Does he often go off by himself? Where is he supposed to be right now? What sorts of food does he like so we can check the restaurants? What is his history with this place? I just keep barraging with like questions.
I think
like
at a
this.
certain point, I'm like, Juanita, and I ask, are you? Was he looking for a vacation, a break? Are we sure? Are you sure he wants to be bothered? Like, I mean, maybe he left because he wanted to get a rest, a break before we start looking at the restaurants and stalking him into his home and things. Maybe he wanted to get a break. Vacation.
Is Tim still here? Maybe he's off with Tim.
It could be. Has anyone seen them in the same
Handsome
room
boy?
together at the same time? Oh, wait, that's not what you meant. I didn't.
No, well, hey, that too. He is Tim. I don't know.
That's the mystery.
Or is he with that show-off Cassie Cook?
That's true. And Cassie Cook, well, maybe
She could be
that's
his
all.
mother. Disgusting.
The less said about her, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
No wonder she was gliding around. Maybe a new relationship or an affair of the heart, maybe. Yeah.
You say that, and suddenly you hear a scream emanating from like further east of the quadrangle, where the only things that you know are in the Brindlewood Bay Circus right now that would still be within earshot in the first place are the two presenters' trailers. The only members of production staff who have trailers for this entire show are located further east of the circus, so it could have come from that direction.
So I say to my watch, Kitty, let's roll. And I like take off down like as fast as I can go, like making my way.
Wait for me! I come in my 4-inch heels, just sort of like galloping along behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna saunter.
Yep, we'll bring up the rear. Moving briskly yet purposefully.
As
Power
you
walking.
get closer to those two trailers, you notice that Timothy Bush's trailer is open, and that Cynthia Cook is inside, standing. You can't see what is in front of her because of how she's standing from the door, but you know that she's looking at something, and she seems to be trembling with fear. If you want to get a sense of what's inside, you'd have to go inside.
Sure.
Yeah, we go up to. All right, Missy, what are you seeing?
We all kind of
Who's
like
the
peek
very-
our heads in.
What's all
like,
this then?
Stacked on one on top of the
Yes,
other.
exactly.
So it's not that one person is walking in, it's that all of you are just kind of leaning
Yeah.
head over head
Right.
over the door jam.
Right.
Yep, you got it.
And you see the person who you know to be Alex Colfa on the floor of Timothy Bush's trailer. He is lying on his side on the floor of the trailer. His hands are tied behind his back with what look to be like brand new beautifully plaited nylon cords. And his face is caked with flour and powdered sugar to the point where the only reason you can still recognize who this person is because you can recognize that they're wearing a production shirt. And it looks like it was all over their face, like stuff deep within their nostrils. Some of it probably even got into their eyes and their mouth. Looks like they may have been suffocated with this thing and died.
Made it
I
look
turn to
like a
Juanita. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Turn to Juanita and say, "Oh, someone cakes it on a little bit more than you."
I'm assuming that she's at the bottom, so I'm just gonna push her into the floor.
No, because what I was gonna say is just as Ikafish says that, Cynthia, almost as if she didn't notice that any of you were behind her, but leaning specifically into all of you, faints and starts falling to the floor. Any of you who would like to catch her before she hits the ground may do so. Fine.
Not here, no.
I'm not gonna let her knock her head. We'll need her for questioning later. Yeah.
So are you gonna catch her?
Yes, Maxine will.
With her weight walker.
Can't have my suspect go unconscious or get a concussion. No. Yeah.
Gotta catch her with your weight walker.
He's young,
I would like you to give me that roll. I'd like you to give me that roll with vitality.
Okay. Vitality. Aha. Besides, she's what, 23? She's a wisp of a thing. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay.
23-year-olds bounce. We all know this. That's the way it works. Right back up.
No, yeah, you're confusing months.
That's
and years.
23 months.
Yeah, exactly.
A genius, a savant.
I remember.
9.
You catch her just as you form your hands to catch her, they just kind of slip just by the nape of her neck, such that you provide enough friction that even though she continues to slip out of your grasp and collide with the floor, she does hit the ground much softer than she would have if you didn't interact.
Okay, well, I was out of position and it was very sudden and everything. And of course, I'm an old lady, so what the hell do you expect? Well, as good as I can get. All right.
And with the discovery of the body of Alex Colfa dead and bound in this trailer, we should now switch to our next system.
Yay. Oh man.
I am very excited that I got to do as much as I could with Brindlewood Bay. But first, our good friend Carlos Hernandez has been held hostage by me long enough. You said that you were going to be out here an hour ago.
I know.
Thank you for joining us. At some point, I would love very much to start and finish a session of Brindlewood Bay, and I'd like to do that with you in particular, because this was a lot of fun. Juanita always.
Oh my god.
That was the best.
Every iteration of Johnny Garlic that has taken place this evening is my favorite, and I'm very excited by this in particular. I'm very excited to see Iori Kusano discover that this is what has happened to Johnny
seriously.
Garlic. But yes, we should be switching systems. We should be letting our good friend go. At which point I should definitely ask, before we let you go, Carlos, is there anything that you'd like to let the lovely people in chat know, where they can find you, what you are up to next? And of course, last but not least, how are you feeling about the Kickstarter at this moment?
Yeah. So I'm going to be one of the featured writers at Gen Con. So if you're coming to Gen Con, please.
2 special guests above and below where I am on your column. Yep.
It'll be fun to, shake your hand in person, Brandon, for great GMing. This was so totally fun.
Yeah, it's great.
I was really kind of worried about jumping into systems I didn't know, but you picked Powered by the Apocalypse systems that were able to work. So, like, this was just amazing fun. I've never played Brindlewood Bay. I'm going to buy Brindlewood Bay, basically as soon as I get off this call, because it was so much fun. I am extremely excited about the Kickstarter. It's been an amazing day. Like, how much have you made so far? Like, didn't you start at like 18 something,
Yeah,
and now we're at 23?
I think we came into it. We started the stream over 20, but we started the day at about 18 something. So we've made over $5,000 so far today. So yeah, we're only $1,731. So
Yeah.
from funding.
Getting
So
there.
I have every belief that this is going to happen. I have upped my pledge. If you have pledged and can give a little bit more, that's one of the ways to keep things rolling. If you can broadcast this out, retweet things, that sort of thing. Definitely, let's just get it over the finish line so that people can breathe a sigh of relief. And then the gaming is just for bonus. And it'll be just for fun and trying to hit that last stretch goal before time runs out. So thank you so much for having me, friends. This was a ton of fun to play. Thank you for previous players too. Everybody was just a delight today, and I will catch you on the flip side.
Thank you so much, Carlos. I appreciate it. Thank Claire for me too, as well. Thank you.
Will do.
So we'll have you drop out of the Zoom call, and then I'm going to bring Johnny in. Thank you, Carlos.
I'll stick around for Blades since I'm reaching at my point, but I got a little extra time. And besides, I'm curious. I've never played Blades in the Dark before and I'd like to give it a shot.
Okay.
So I can stick to that one. Then the next switchover we do, I'll probably I'll have to duck out a bit.
That's totally fine. That we'll be able to switch in at that point. Johnny will be coming in here. Brandon is going to stay GMing, and so we're going to move. Hey, there he is. All right, so I'm going to, hold on, not both of you
Hello.
together. All right, let me move Brandon back up to the top here. Let me keep Fleos at Icathis. Let me check in also with Fleos. How you doing time-wise? You got another hour-ish?
I'm good for another hour and a bit,
Okay,
probably.
sounds good. All right, so now we're
Nice.
back in that spot, and that means, no, I got to change this because we said that the person who was changing was Johnny in Johnny's spot, because it'll just make things much, much easier.
Ooh, I got a promotion.
I mean, at this point now, we need to answer an even more unique theoretical question. Is Johnny Garlic still Johnny Garlic, or is Johnny Garlic now Juanita Aho?
Or does it just always change to some version of John and Garlic in whatever language, like, right?
Seeing Juanita in Blades of the Dark would be very interesting. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to keep playing Maxine Rolene. Absolutely.
I'm good either way. But before we go any further, let me just introduce this gentleman who's just below us in the column that's just jumped in, and that, of course, is Johnny Pittman. Johnny, good to see you. Thank you so much for jumping on board with this. You're going to see Johnny as well tomorrow for Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, and for our Session 0. But Johnny, it's good to see you. How you been? How's everything? And how are you feeling about? Now, you did this with me before with the Icarus thing a few years back. So, but not at this level of complexity. So, how are you feeling about the level of complexity and the amount of systems that we're dealing with? How are you feeling about the rest of the evening?
All I know is that Carlos left me with something that I am not even sure what I'm going to get myself into. So I'm just going to roll with it and go there.
Seems appropriate.
Hope your accent is strong, sir.
Look, it's impossible to follow up Carlos.
Yeah,
no, it's
Nobody
true.
can
Like
follow
how,
him.
right?
Big
You can only
boots,
hope to
big
contain him.
boots. Yep.
I'm just going to quickly turn the lights on below since it's getting darker in here, and then we'll continue with Blades in the Dark. Remember, chat, we have more Grayshade Kickstarter to go. We're not funded yet. We've made huge progress, and we're well within the finish line now, within sight of the finish line, but we're not over the finish line. So we are closing in right now on about just about exactly 4 hours to go. So now is the time to jump on board if you want to increase your pledge, if you want to let people know about it, spread the word about it. Remember, we have our new system switch now, but when we get to 23,500, so $231 from now, we will have another system switch, and it would happen presumably at 8:30, and we would switch from Blades a half hour from now. It would switch from Blades in the Dark to the next system. So now is the time to get on board and get the audiobook and get all of that other cool stuff if you've been enjoying this. This, by the way, is exactly what my love for the community community is. This is why I love this community so much. And all of these people that you've seen are all friends. They're all people that I think are really, really good people, wonderful people. And it's been a just absolute honor to be able to play with these folks. And I'm so honored that they're helping us as we move towards Grayshade funding. So now I'm going to turn on the light and Brandon can tell us what's happening next as Johnny's about to play Juanita Aho / Johnny Garlic, it says.
I'm muted. Aha. So first and foremost, the thing that we should now do is get rid of all of our Brindlewood base sheets and now make our characters.
Sorry.
I'm so disappointed first and foremost that I didn't get to cut the commercial. Next time.
Oh, but this is awesome, man. It's so good.
It was fun.
That was really fun.
Love to do a complete session or campaign or whatever. This was great. God, it's hilarious. All right. There we are.
Okay.
So, in terms of archetypes for the characters that presently exist, I think, God, for Blades in the Dark, it would be a very difficult one-to-one comparison moving from everything that we've already done to this point. But I do think that it would be fair to assume that Lizzie Hagner may potentially be what am I thinking of here? Either a hound or a spider, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think the hound, probably, although I will admit that I happen to like the hound in the Blades in Dark anyway. But I think probably the hound would be my guess. Because of the sort of calm demeanor and the I don't think Lizzie's been played so far as a mastermind type of character. So, yeah, I would say hound, I think.
I'm inclined to think that Johnny Garlic is a whisper, if only because there are no cooks in Blades in the Dark. But I think that's also open to a kind of interpretation as well. Again, there are not one-to-one things taking place here.
I don't know. The way Carlos was playing Juanita as, an Avon salesman, that almost feels to me like a spider. The way that they kind of like weave their way through everything and have a master plan about their sales success. So I'm good with whatever the group thinks, because
bludgeoning with Avon products is a mastermind quality, but like
I would also buy that, to be fair.
Sounds reasonable.
That works for me. Icafish, I think, feels like a lurk to me, but that's also up in the air. If you have a preference one way or the other.
I'm completely unfamiliar with the system, so I don't even know what my options are. So
I am very excited not only to be playing with all of you who have been on this channel on a regular basis, but to introduce you to Blades, because I am a very chaotic Blades DM.
Can confirm. I've seen it.
So yeah, I guess we lean into that then. And last but not least, are you still Maxine Roline?
Yeah. Yes, we're doing the change. Just absolutely. Maxine Roline.
I gotta switch that name then. All right.
Maxine Roline, I think, is a slide or a lurk.
Can you give me a kind of brief summary of what those classes are?
So a slide is a subtle manipulator and spy who has special abilities that lean into being able to gain and manipulate information.
I like
And
that.
the Lurk is Stealthy Infiltrator and Burglar. Has special abilities that lean into getting into places undetected, um, performing like feats of athletics, and otherwise being very bodily deft in that sense.
Right.
Either of which I think works, but again, not
Yeah.
there are no one-to-one comparisons at
Right.
this point.
But
We have traveled so laterally through systems
way
that we
far.
can't even.
However, knowing Mike and how he plays, probably I think I'm going to go with the Lurk on this one. I think that makes sense. So
Yeah,
yeah,
because he was definitely a rogue to begin with.
Getting back to the more roguish rogue class, but still, Maxine Rolene, you got it.
So what I will say, if only so I can make sure to give everybody else, if they would like to have one, another brief break while we go over some very brief character stuff. Just take 10 minutes while I go over some character stuff off screen very briefly, and everyone again can have a moment to make sure that their bones are in the right place before we continue with more Blades in the Dark.
Sure, we can do that. So we can take a break. When we get back from that, that means that unless we hit, well, I'm hoping we do by the time we get back, hit 23.5, then we might at that point switch up at like 8:45 or 9, and then Fleos would be out. And at that point, we would bring in, I think Valerie's coming back at 9 o'clock is who I think.
But I'd be stepping out too.
And you'd be stepping out too. Right, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, but anyway, that's fine. So 5 to 10 minute break. We will be right back, chat. Please, ! Grayshade Chaos. We've again, great progress, but we're not funded yet. So please, if you haven't done so already, please spread the word, let people know, and let's get these last pledges over the line, because we are at 23,269, so we're not quite there, but soon. We'll be right back.
What the hell is this?
All right, chat and everyone else, we are back. Thank you for your patience as we return to reveal the crew prepared for Blades in the Dark, which is, perfect for, right after you've baked a pie and you've had a nice cozy experience with a murder. What better to do than to enter a dark city, which reminds me of another dark city, like the city of Corel. And while we're on that subject, have you thought about pledging to the Grayshade Kickstarter, where you too can become part of this dark city? This, of course, is why we're here. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll be here. I'm channeling my inner Juanita right now.
Where's the Avon level? I'm missing the Avon.
I have to throw in a bunch of Spanish and say Avon every so often. Can you get a Grayshade, the Kickstarter? But in any case, this is what we are here for. As you can see, we got some more over the break. So we are now literally only $71 away from a system switch. We've already agreed that at 9 p.m. we will do that switch, assuming we get $71 in the next half hour. And I really hope we get a lot more than that. Because we are still 1,571 away from funding. Let me be clear. We went into today, this morning, needing about $7,000, and we have already made about 5,500 of it. We have had an incredible day. But we are going to, and I love to watch the little Kickstarter trend thing that's like this, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoop, sorry, my bad. That's what I meant to say was the trend. So we're doing really well, but we're not all the way there yet. So if you haven't done so already, please consider pledging. If you can up your pledge, please do that. No obligation to do so, just letting you know about it. And most important, please spread the word. We have got about 3.5 hours left. And so now is the time to let people know about this event if you haven't already. This has been an incredibly awesome event to be a part of as well. And I'm so grateful to all of my friends here who have made it possible for us to do this. So with that said, I'm going to hand things over to, again, Exclamation Point Grayshade Chaos. And now I'm going to hand things back over to Brandon. Brandon, please take it away, sir.
Hi, I'm still here. It's me, Brandon. As I said, I'm going to be here till the wheels fall off. So let's take some wheels off. So I'm going to begin our session of Blades in the Dark with Prologue. Because I like doing weird Prologue stuff, if you all know me and my Blades in the Dark games. You are all in chat presently looking at a screen. It may be a large film screen, it may be a small television screen. And on that screen, you see what looks like the figures of 4 old ladies leaning very awkwardly over a very young woman who has fainted, and a very young man who is covered in flour and powdered sugar. And then static starts to fill the screen. And that happens for a beat as you hear the almost overwhelming thrum of snow crash overwhelm your senses.
Nice.
And if you squint just vaguely into that scattered anthill of white and black pixels, you can see that there is still, in fact, an image behind that. And that image is the image of 4 figures in this monochrome-toned, film noir-esque visage, standing in the middle of a cobblestone street, leaning over the figure of a young woman who seems to have fainted, and the figure of a young man who seems to be lying on the ground dead with his hands tied behind his back and his face covered in some white powder of some sort. These 4 individuals who have witnessed this scene may or may not have just found themselves in a lot of trouble. Because this man is dead and no one knows how this man has died. Maybe this woman knows, but this woman is presently unconscious. And they are just here, having witnessed these 2 things in the middle of the street. Somewhere further along the site of this street in Duskwall, you can hear what sounds like the dynamo cranked sirens of bluecoats. Several blocks away from where these 4 people stand, and very slowly but very definitely coming closer to where you all are. You all may or may not have found yourself in the position of accidentally becoming fugitives. I would like each of you to tell me what you were doing before you came across this body. Starting, of course, with Lizzie.
And we were together in this before. We didn't all come together, right? We ran into the body sort of from 4 separate directions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think that what I was doing probably was I was retracing my steps because it was here on the same street that I missed the one and only shot that I've ever missed on something when I had to take it and hit it. And it is the one thing that I've always tried to sort of maintain and try to kind of work through in my head how I missed and what would have caused me to miss this shot. And it was such an easy shot comparatively, and what it is that caused this to happen. And so I've often come back to this same street to kind of try it out from different angles and imagine it in my mind. And so I was doing that same thing, and I had turned around and gone back to the end of the street to kind of like survey how I first entered the street that day when I came in and then missed the shot. And that's when I happened to see this body lying on the ground. And for a moment, I would say that the body in my imagination, in my memory actually, of the body that I saw on the ground when I did miss the shot that I shouldn't have missed. For a moment, I think that I'm just seeing that, and then I'm like, wait a minute, no, that actually is a body now, and that's when I go forward to see what's up with it.
All right. Johnny. By which I mean Johnny Garlic, not...
It doesn't matter though.
Still,
it all works.
It doesn't matter anymore, but still, I need to clarify.
It's true.
Johnny Garlic, what were you doing before you stumbled upon this body? What were you doing that brought you in the path of this body?
I think you're muted, Johnny.
All right, you're right. So I was waiting in the dark shadows of this alley, waiting for this person to actually come this direction, waiting for a moment to actually murder them myself. But something beat me to it, and I'm trying to figure out what. Like my pistol is pulled. It is in my hand, and I am trying to take in the situation, and Johnny doesn't know what happened. But it was very, very, very dramatic and very startling, and Johnny is just trying to puzzle it out.
Hey, noted. Ikafish, what were you doing that brought you in the path of this body?
It's a bit of a blur. Time, words. Last I recall, I had been trying to eat a piece of pie made to my deceased mother's recipe.
Chocolate and custard.
Yeah.
It's a lovely Dunwall experience.
No, it was let's get serious. It was a real pie. It was apple pie, but it was a Dutch apple pie. But it just was not. It was not the same, and I started to flash back to that moment. Sorry, Classic, my parents were murdered in this very street, and it appears to have brought me to out without thinking, and stumbled upon the body not 5 feet away from where they had been gunned down.
In the same position. Oh, sorry.
In the same position. It was all about the pie. So that's how I came here. They were famous and rich. They knew things.
Well, there might have been a doctor.
Yes.
Oh Lord. And Maxine Rolene, what were you doing that brought you in the path of this body?
Oh yeah, I was actually scouting for a future job. I was testing escape routes and looking for routes for the skullduggery I was about to endeavor on in a couple days, and unfortunately, have stumbled across something a little bit more pressing. This body sitting here. So this route may be kaput, but now I got to find out what the heck's going on. So that's how I got here.
Aha, noted. So, this puts us in a very interesting position because, first of all, since you're all playing with a crew sheet that I made and that you can find on the risingtides.itch.io, the Fugitives crew sheet for Blades in the Dark, I'm going to give you all 2 crew special abilities right now that I think will be particularly helpful. One is Smarter Than They Think, which means that knowing something relevant to an action counts as +1 quality, +1 tear, or turf whenever as necessary for that action. And Born to Run. Each PC, above all of the action dots that you've already put in your character sheets, can now add +1 action rating to Prowl, Finesse, or Tinker, up to a max rating of 3. So you get that 1 more dot that you can do.
And you said better than they think, right? Was that what the other one?
Smarter Than They Think.
Smarter. Okay, my thing is blocking me here. Okay. Yep. There we go.
As all of your other skills and the special abilities that are on your playbook sheets, I will discover as you deem them necessary to share with me. You are on your honor, because I'm gonna do terrible things to you anyway.
So much to look forward to.
Because the very next thing that happens, based on everything that you have already qualified for me, is that I would like Maxine Rolene and Johnny Garlic to please give me a roll of some kind. I'm going to let you qualify this for me, but because you have both stated that you were already in a state of alertness when you got here, before this person died, it must stand to reason that you did notice something of note at the point at which he died. I would like you to roll to see whether you did in fact notice that thing. I'm inclined to think that that would be a survey roll.
Which I happen to have a dot in. So do me a favor, Brandon.
Or rather, I will be a little bit more specific. It's a survey roll if the thing that you were noticing was your surroundings or his presence in those surroundings, and it could be a study roll if the thing instead that you were paying attention to was a close inspection of this person before he died.
All right. Well, I have one in survey.
Maxine first.
Yeah, I have one in survey. That's what I'm going to use. So what exactly am I rolling for this?
You will now, because we're not going to go into turning this roll 20 into Blades in the Dark. I will ask you to roll 1d6. But before you roll it, I would like to let you know that your position is risky.
Because yeah, we got the blue coats coming. Yeah.
I mean, the blue coats were in the area the whole time, but like you were also scoping out the place for other untoward circumstances.
This is true.
So not only is your information somewhat tampered by the fact that you didn't care about this guy before this point, but also by the fact that you are also acting within a level of not wanting to be discovered by other people being untoward in the first place.
This is true. Okay.
But your effect is standard, which means that there is no real limit on whether you will pull the thing off or not, so long as you pull the thing off.
All right. Am I looking for high or low?
You're looking for a 6.
Okay. Well, let's 1 in 6 chance. It's a 5.
Nice.
5 is good. you weren't really paying that much attention to this person because, again, you were just scoping out your surroundings.
Mhm.
But one of the things that you were aware of as a result of making sure that this person wasn't looking at you
Right.
is that you are very strongly aware of the fact that you couldn't tell anything else about him. It did look to you very idly like he was just a guy walking down the street before he fell. But you know, barring all of the other things that you knew about where his hands were, because you didn't notice that, you did notice that there was nothing on his face before he died, and now he's dead, and there's all this stuff on his face. You don't know what the stuff is, but it's stuff, and it wasn't there before, and now he's dead and covered in the stuff. That's weird, right?
Very. Sure it's not flour? I want to make sure it's not flour.
You can make sure whether or not it's flour. You'd have to directly interact with the thing. That would also be, I would say that is also a study, or is technically a tinker if you want to touch it.
If this person just died and something appeared afterwards, that makes me very suspicious. So I'm not going to touch it. Actually, I'll leave that for someone else.
Johnny, are you also going to roll a thing?
I am going to ask for a flashback.
What is the nature of this flashback first?
So as stated, the reason I was there was to kill this particular person. I would like to flash back and do exactly, actually, if I remember correctly, what Gray does in Grayshades, and study the situation as the character, as this NPC is like making its way through the world, tracking and looking and making sure, to figure out what their pattern is, where they're going to be, what's going to be the optimal place to murder this person. Yeah, exactly. So I am there to figure that out. And then once I do the flashback and I've got what information I need, I'm going to roll a study if you're going to allow it.
Okay. Right. Yeah, this makes sense. I keep forgetting that people know how powerful flashbacks are.
Yeah, I've run about 90 sessions of Blades.
I was just gonna say, this is what happens
we're
when
on par, buddy.
Another Blades GM gets involved.
So I do think that this is too stress. I do think that this is a too stress flashback, to be fair.
Fair enough. I'll take it.
Which is mostly a representation of how long you've been here, because this was your plan all along. And I will say, as a result, that you get like, this is the way that I'm going to justify it. What action are you rolling?
I'm going to be rolling a study, and I have 2 pips in study.
Right. God, just because it's the way that this would work IRL. I'm so mad that you did this, Johnny.
Sorry, buddy. I love messing with chaotic DMs.
You've done it. I'm actually, when I say I'm mad, I mean that I'm absolutely excited, because this is how this should work IRL. You get 1 extra die because because you've spent for the flashback in the first place.
Okay.
And I will give you another die because you have been here for a while. Narratively, it only stands to reason that if like, the flashback notwithstanding, if we're also establishing that you've been here for a while, you kind of deserve it. So you're rolling 4d6.
All right. Damn, here we go. I'll take the 5s.
Wow, 5s? The universe still didn't want to give you... Okay, cool. I'm not mad. No 6s actually makes me feel very pleased.
Just before you go on, what makes me pleased is that we just passed 23,581. So we are now, we have a system switch at the top of the hour, just like we said. And we are now less than 1,500 away, folks. 1,419, I believe, away from funding. So thank you, everybody. Let's keep pushing.
Got a
We're
tweet on
on our
that,
way.
Greg, going out.
I already had one that I just did like a minute or two ago. So, so we're on
Yes,
the way.
please.
Okay.
A reminder as well that this means that we fund Grayshade in 3 more system changes, and we
Yeah.
still have 3 hours to go.
All right.
That's
So
right.
please bring more chaos into our lives.
Yeah.
I'm only here till midnight. So yes, 5s you say. Because you were here for a while, and right, because I didn't qualify as well that your position is still, your position was risky, but your effect was standard. You were here well enough and knew enough about your own intentions for this man that you noticed a couple of things very clearly well on. One, he seemed to have been bound when he was walking here. You couldn't tell whether he was under duress when he arrived or not, but you knew that his hands were behind his back, and you knew that it wasn't in a natural position for someone to hold their hands behind their back. That gave you pause, but you were gonna kill him anyway, so you don't need to care about whether he's already comfortable or not. And you notice that whether or not it was the thing that killed him, there was a point at which, just before he fell and hit the ground, but at a point where he wasn't like perfectly standing still or walking, that makes you get the impression that something else may have happened at that point. But sometime at that point, you did notice that a bag of some kind of powder did fly toward him while he was walking towards this other woman who you had also noticed and didn't care that much about, because if you had successfully killed this person, she wouldn't know who you were or where you were anyway, and then she witnessed the entire scene and fainted regardless. But you don't know if the powder killed him because it seemed like he was falling before that point. But you don't know if that was him struggling to walk or something else hit him, or if he was trying to duck. You can't tell.
Hey, Brandon, if I wanted to check and see if there was anything else that could have happened at the same time, like assume that I don't think it's just about like, you know, although I know that this was, I wouldn't necessarily know this because you were talking to them, but I would still obviously see there was this powder and everything. Is there any way that I'm able to check and see what, if anything else might have impacted from a different direction, or if this is a fake? Like I can imagine an image, say someone comes, throws the bag of powder, but someone at the same time actually takes the shot, because I know something about that, takes the shot and actually gets rid of them, right? And so we're supposed to be like, oh, someone with this powder and blah, but it's actually simpler than that or more complicated than that. It's a bullet or something from somewhere else. Is there, what would I need to do? Like, is that a study roll? Like, what would I be doing to check that?
A study roll would be your ability to inspect the body to see if there is a fresh wound of some sort or some other trigger for some other recent trigger that might be evidence of the real culprit of his death, or survey to see if there is something that you're missing in the surroundings that would indicate that powder was not what actually did him in.
I see.
I would recommend personally the study because the dead body is right in front of you, and if somebody did do a thing and they were as skilled as to make it so difficult for you to presume without having to inspect so closely, chances are they're gone already anyway. This is something that you would already know because it's what you would do.
So 2 questions. 1, I have 2 in survey and 1 in study. I'm trying to think of like how to balance out those things based on what you just said. Like, is there so you think study is a more direct way to get to this? So I probably should aim for study.
Study would be the most useful source of information.
Okay, second question.
I have a devil's bargain.
Oh, I'll take the devil's bargain. Maybe, I mean, I'll listen to the devil's bargain. I won't take it necessarily. I'll listen to it in a minute.
Do it.
But I wanted to take it. Yeah, says the GM. I wanted to ask about gather info to locate a target, because I have scout. So I don't know whether this applies because you're supposed to be like, like there's no target at the moment because I'm just gathering information, so I guess that's not the same thing, but I just wanted to confirm.
It's not the same thing. He wasn't a target before he died, and now he's already dead.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well then, I will just.
Would you like to hear what the devil has for
Sure.
you?
I gave you one, sure.
All of you already know that the blue coats are nearby. I haven't established where they're coming or going, but I will make a clock to let you know that they're coming very closely. It will tick once for the roll, and it will tick once again if you do well. I'll make a 4 clock letting you know that the blue coats are on their way, and it will tick once if you accept the devil's bargain, and again if your roll does well.
So getting them closer to us if we do the clock.
Seemed like a very good idea, but it's up to you. I'm just saying.
We
got 8 minutes. It's fine, right? We'll be taken away just before the blue coats arrive, which is like
Do it.
I think I will take it. Normally I wouldn't in any kind of game that's not that, but I will do this. So
okay, so that would give you how many dots in study? 2 or 3?
So then that would give me I have 1 dot in study. So
right, that would give you an additional dot for 2 dots total for your roll.
Okay.
Your position is risky, and your effect is standard.
Okay, so since I don't have the benefit of the Blades in the Dark cheat, I'm sorry, help me out then.
Roll 2d roll 2d6.
Okay, so just 2d6 on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 4 and a 6, and I think a 6 is a success if I remember.
Wow. Okay, so the blue coats clock is now 2 of 4. Things that you notice inspecting this man's dead body. 1, you don't know what the powder is, but you do definitely know that it's not something normally cool or safe to consume. It seems to you like the ash of a destroyed devil.
Okay.
It gives off like you've never interacted with this stuff before. You know that there are some seedier parts of Duskwall where this is either a drug or poison or both. But you know that it has very strange physical effects that often do not really play with the rules of physics. And the way that you know that this may be demon ash is that on the skin of this dead man, you can see that underneath that powder, this person's skin is turning translucent and plasmid, as if his face is turning into jello very, very slowly. You also notice that, yes, indeed, he has been shot. Someone hit this guy square in the solar plexus with a hollow point round. 1 tap through and through. And you know from the quality of the wound how severe this bullet must be, but you can't find any casings. So either it was quite a long shot or some manner of other subterfuge has made that bullet and that casing either difficult to find or destroyed already.
2 questions.
That might be what the powder's for.
Right. I was just about to say that. 2 questions. First of all, do I know the angle? Like, was it a high angle? Is it the person was above shooting from a distance, or?
It was a high angle. You do get the impression, although you can never be sure, that given that you can't find a casing, if it was a matter of distance, then they shot at an almost like preternatural distance, maybe somewhere near 250 meters or more. A kind of godly shot.
It's a hell of a shot, yeah. Second question: when did the bag of ash? Do I get the sense that the ash came because I should be able to tell if the powder is on top of the bullet hole? Did the ash hit first, or did the bullet disrupt the ash, which would mean that the ash hit first and then the bullet?
the order of operations based on how the body looks, and based on like the vague like assumption that you would have to make about how the bag hit his face in the first place as he was walking, tells you that they were thrown around the same time. Well, that is to say that the bag would have had to have been thrown first in order to meet the pace of a sped bullet. Either that or the bag itself was not merely thrown, but shot out of the equivalent of a pipe cannon at a great distance.
Oh, so the bag could have been shot from a distance?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Mind blown. For some reason, I thought that was like an up close and personal thing, and then the bullet was the distance shot. Is it possible that the bullet and the bag came as part of the same shot? I
was just thinking that the bullet was holding the bag, and
well, I mean that's right. I mean that
Highly
seems
unlikely.
yeah, no, it can't be that, but
highly unlikely. The
I
quality
should
of
be
the
able to
bag that would
sorry.
hold that powder and be able to
no.
utterly dissolve upon contact is such that if it was attached to a sped bullet, the bullet would just tear the bag
Right.
in the barrel of whatever fired it and just either destroy the gun or destroy its shooter.
So last question should be based on how far the powder is spread. That also might tell me something about the distance, right? I mean, if it came from a long distance and it came at that velocity, it's got to be all over. And I thought you said that the powder was mostly localized to him, although I may be wrong.
Oh yeah, like there is a large caked pile on top of him, but you can see like a very faint streak. It's almost as if it were something more natural, it would have either made a very powerful cloud around his face or made like streaks of white lines past his body as it collided with him. But most of that is mostly mitigated by the fact that this is Demon Ash, and I guess it just does whatever the hell it wants to do, like eat someone's face because it wants to. So there is not much of that elsewhere. I will also give you for free that you can also tell that the trajectory of the shot was such that it was not only very high up, but that it came from behind you. And while you're also searching the body, you find one old gold coin in the breast pocket that is right above the bullet wound. It just kind of falls out as he hits the ground, and you're the first person to see it because you're the first person to come to the body.
Do I know anyone who's good enough to make this shot besides theoretically me?
Theoretically, any of the people around you. But the shot is a godlike shot. Someone would have to be guided by the spirits, be a demon themselves, or be capable of engineering their own gun with a barrel that is already 100 meters long or longer just to get that shot. It would actually not be worth it at a point.
Great. None of these are great options. Quick note to Fleos and John, by the way, there are devils and spirits and things like that in Blades. Like it's not these are not euphemisms. They're
Okay.
actually like, so.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm like, well, crap. That's bad.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't even know who this guy. Well, Johnny knows who this is, but I bet he's not telling. So, who this person is?
I mean, we know who Johnny is. Do we know? Is that enough that we could be like, hey, this one, like, because I do know, right? I would know what Johnny is, and I could turn and say. So then I would say, is this one of yours?
Brandon, out of character, real quick. How much
Yes.
does Johnny know?
About the circumstances of this man's death now that I have just qualified it?
No, how much does Johnny know about this man himself, the person that he has been tracking to sort of to get to this point where somebody else robs him of his his essentially his job. This was part of his score that he was working on that just fell out of his hands.
Oh yeah. The things that are ultimately noteworthy for you right now in terms of performing this hit is simply that his life or death is attached to another score that you were working with another crew where his power and influence had some capacity to interact with whether you'd be successful with that score. So you know that he's a big wig with a lot of money and power in like the wealthier districts of Duskwall. But you also know that you were hired to kill him by somebody else who had totally different motives. And that person paid you a deposit up front. So either way, you're gonna kill him because you just got paid. So you don't really need to know more about him than that one person asked you to kill him and already gave you money. And 3 other people were already hoping that this person would be out of the way so you could make more money on another job later.
One final question, and then I'll respond. Was it a middleman, or do I know who hired me?
A middleman.
Okay.
A young woman met you at the place where you typically just go to get drinks. Scouted you personally, didn't give the name of the person who hired them. Specified that they were looking for you personally because they know that you are good at your job. And that was how you were scouted. You know no information about... You don't even know the name of the woman who met you, although you have met her and therefore would be able to identify her at some point. But beyond that, you know nothing about the job other than that it paid very well. You got quite a bit of coin. You could retire on the amount of money that you would have gotten if you finished this job. But since you didn't, question mark, question mark, question mark.
So Johnny turns to Lizzie and says, well, so I was in the leaky bucket, Martin's place in that hellhole of a neighborhood, hired with too much money, but it was the kind of money that you could retire on. So yeah, it was mine. This was my job. This was my person.
But
I don't.
But you didn't
What?
do it.
Do you see any smoke coming out of the barrel of my gun? Do you see if I fired at it? And I hold it up to him, and I hold it towards him so that he can smell it.
And I kind of... Anyway, it doesn't make sense you'd come down to the same one. The real question, I think, is you don't know who was tracking this person besides you. Who is this guy anyway? And I kind of because I don't recognize him, I assume. So I kind of kind of push him with the toe of my boot.
All I know is he comes from Whitestone, and I was just hired to kill him. Apparently, he's very popular there. And the wrong kind of popularity.
Apparently. Who hired you?
One of my usual contacts. Don't know who the actual buyer is. Somebody just bought his death. But clearly, I wasn't the only one. Or you? Is this you? I mean, that's a great shot, and I've seen you around before.
If this were me, we wouldn't be talking.
I feel the same way. So maybe somebody doesn't like either one of us. Maybe set us up.
So I kind of look, sort of turn my gaze to Ichthish and Maxine. And I'm just like, all right, then what's your story? You know this person?
Never seen him before. I'm just supposed to be scouting out a path. I've already overstepped my bounds, and with those blue coats coming closer, I don't think any of us should really stick around. If you got what's worth getting off this corpse, we need a book.
So I look at Ichthish and I'm like, and you?
No, it wasn't me. Of course it wasn't me. Oh wait, no. So Agatha's just supposed to be some Germanic accent. It wasn't me. I forgot how Trent started it.
Look, you've
My
got
parents.
a Germanic accent.
But is there time to like do another study, or do we got to get out of here? Like, is this the last moment here?
Clock's at 2, right, out of 4. I don't know. Maybe you have like a chance to do 1, then we got to bail. I would assume.
Okay, then Agatha just wants to do a quick study of the woman who's unconscious or fainted. See who she is, because you guys haven't looked at her yet, right?
No.
As far as I know. Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay, so what action would you like to roll for that? If you're taking a closer look simply at her body, that would require study very simply.
Yeah, I'm looking to do a study action then.
Okay, how many dust do you have in study?
Just 1.
Okay, your position is risky. Your effect is limited. I have a devil's bargain for you.
Oh boy.
All right.
Do it.
5 more clocks.
It's just an extension of Lizzie's clock. The clock that will bring the blue coats closer to your location will tick again once, which will make it 3 or 4, which will make them pretty damn close.
And triple the blue coats.
If you don't take it, it doesn't move. If you do, it does. Sounds like you could use the dot.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, let's take the bargain. We're doing it. We're doing
Persuasive
it.
devil.
The devil's bargain, like the devil's ash on the dude's face. That devil, the same devil we're talking about.
Same
Also, we're at
one.
23,621. Let's go. We're almost there.
Nice.
Nice.
So that's
Okay, so-
3d6 then? Is that correct?
That's 2.
It's just
2d6.
2d6. Okay.
But 2d6 is better than 1d6.
It is better than 1d6. Let's see. Ah, another 5. Another 5.
5 is good. So the blue coat's clock is now 3 or 4. You look at this woman. She seems like she's not supposed to be in this part of Duskwall. She doesn't look well-to-do, but she doesn't look struggling either. You can look at her clothes first and foremost and tell she's not fully upper crust, but she is of a class far higher than this district. And it's this at this hour of the night alone, this would be a risk for any individual to just be in this area if they don't already have a weapon, have enough power that they know no one will ever bother to hurt them, or have not come with security. So you have no idea why she's here. You notice as she fainted that the purse that she has with her has spilled open on the floor, and you notice that it has some money in it, a handwritten what looks like a receipt for some idle cosmetic business. You know what look like
It's not Avon, I don't
It
want
just
it.
hit me. I'm like, what?
You notice what looks
One
like
vial demon powder.
a sealed administrative letter from some business in a district east of here, but like you can't really make out what that's about. But it doesn't look like she has much money. She's not armed. She's not dressed like she could take care of herself while she was here. She's wearing platform shoes that look like she was either going to or coming from a party, probably. It doesn't look like she's been hit or that she's covered in any of the powder that hit this person. It does look like she did just faint, but beyond that, you have no idea why she's here. Not only in this particular instance, but why she would be in this district at this hour of the night in the first place.
All right. I'll pocket the sealed envelope, and then
Well, if
we
we're lifting
say-
stuff, I'll pocket the cash then.
wrong place, wrong time. But
Make
it should
something out of this.
Yeah, it should keep the heat off us for a few minutes at least. Give us a little more time.
Is
Wait,
there?
you took the sealed, you said envelope?
Yeah, there was a sealed envelope, was there not? I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. I just want to make sure what
Yeah.
you were grabbing. That's all.
Yeah.
I'll want to look at that.
Is there a way to safely grab any of the powder without having my skin turn to jello? Like, is there a way that I can,
You would need something to put it in. Do you have something to put it in?
I imagine that I have a vial that I probably would use that's probably designed for like extra gunpowder, I would say, that I probably keep. And I probably have a couple of those vials, and those things are designed to protect against. No? You don't think so?
If it's not in your gear, because I mean,
that's
if
a
it
good-
is
that's a
in
good
your
point,
gear,
yeah.
I'll tell you, you could just add it last minute, and that counts for me, so long as you don't become overburdened. But if it's not an element of gear, then it's something that you had to. It's something you have to flash back to get.
I wonder
which
if
is fine.
Yeah, no, I know. I wonder if demolition tools would also account for having things that could protect against explosive powders and stuff like that, right? Because that is part of my gear. Although, nah, I mean, I don't have. Shoot.
I will give you this.
Well, you don't
Demolition.
have. I mean, sorry.
No. I will. As a GM, it is my solemn duty as a GM to be a fan of my players. So I'll give you this. In your demolition tools, there are materials that would house stuff like black powder or gunpowder. If you ever wanted to make a crude gun cap, a crude bullet cap, or a crude bomb. But since it would presently have gunpowder in it, you'd need to empty it out here on the scene in order to scoop up this powder.
Great.
But that means that it traces back to
Yeah,
you.
I know.
and
I was just about to say that.
stock
Yeah,
is
no,
already
no,
3
no,
or
no.
4.
Oh, it's his special blend.
Yeah, you're giving me a devil's bargain without giving me a devil's bargain. Yeah, that's all right. So I guess I won't do that. I just will sort of be very, very careful about being like focusing all my attention and power and let's go, type of thing.
What about her?
And I'll look and I'll be like,
It'd be worth money to return her to the right party.
it also means that we're gonna have one.
Complicates matters too.
Mhm.
But getting tied up with one murder, you want to get tied up with possibly 2?
You want to jump up to kidnapping?
Concerned citizens.
And I kind of look around.
I'm not saying hold her for ransom. I'm saying talk to her, see if we can get a reward from her for her safe return. I'm not saying ransom her out. We already got enough heat on us as it is.
All right. Yeah, I suppose. Let's grab her and take her, but let's move. I think that's a good spot, Brandon, to Unseen, maybe, because we're at 9:15 and Fleo's had to bail. So this might be the time to have Valerie come in and switch systems, because we're also to 23,843. So we're closing in on another system switch. We already have a system switch that we're already got to do.
Is that what you see? Because I see 23,883.
Oh, do you? I haven't. Man, I can't even keep up. All right.
I can't even remember how many systems we still have yet to go. Are we?
We've got enough.
Are we yet to switch again? Or
Well, we do. No, we do. So this would be for the 23.5 that we're about to do. And then once we hit 24, that would be another one. But this is still technically, we're not behind yet much. So yeah, does that make sense though, Brandon? I don't want to just cut into it, but since Fleo's had to bail anyway,
I've got to duck out too.
And John's got to go. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
I became so excited that my internet froze. I'm sorry.
Okay, for a minute you're like, like no. Okay, so we will have so Fleo's will be probably back at a later point, and I guess I'm gonna have to. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, but John is gonna have to step out. John, thank you for all the effort and work today and helping and giving your time, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Did you have fun today? And any thoughts about the close of this Kickstarter?
This was awesome. I am very confident you guys are going to make it. Hopefully the next, I think, hour or 2, which will give you still like an hour left. So you're not going to squeak it down to the last wire. This is fantastic. Thanks to Brandon. Thanks to Dave, everyone who showed up and played, and everyone who's still going to keep playing. Johnny, it's good to see you again as well. And good to meet some of the new players, other players I know of, but don't know on our channel. This has been phenomenal. I had a blast, a lot of fun. glad I could pitch in and hopefully help out. And I'm looking forward to the announcement that you've reached the goal, Greg. So
Yes.
and put this over. So that'd be great. You guys keep going. All right.
So am I. Will do. Thank you, John, very much.
Yeah.
Chat. Love to John, and thanks, John. Talk to you soon.
All right. Good night, folks.
I will remove
Night.
you from here. Okay. And now I'm going to add back in.
Greg, refresh.
Oh, did you get a...
I'm not even gonna tell you.
I still see the same.
Wait for it.
Is that 23,938 you now see?
Yeah.
Yeah, 23,938. Let's go. So we are now... Hi, Valerie. Sorry. We are now
That's
62
$62
away from 24,000. So we are very, very close now to
Which,
that.
again, to qualify, that's $1,062 away from funding.
From funding. We are that close. So we're getting there. Yeah.
And we still have just under 3 hours to go.
That's right.
This can happen right now. And that also means that you get to put me in the unenvious position of figuring out how to play 2 systems for people.
Once we get to 24. Right now we're just doing the other one, which actually leads me to a question, because Johnny and Brandon are going to be our GMs for the remaining sessions. And so the question is, are we going to Shiver or Thirsty Sword Lesbians for Brandon, or are we going to City of Mist and or Tales from the Loop from Johnny? I will fully admit I want Tales from the Loop to be one of them because I adore it, although obviously both of you can do that. But so what do you think, Brandon and Johnny? Like, I'm good with whatever. And again, Valerie, I'll let you introduce yourself again in just a moment. I'm so sorry. We're just trying to coordinate everything.
So,
Transition. Go for it, Brandon. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, in the interest of being selfish, a part of me would really like to transition to Thirsty Sword Lesbians. But seeing as I've already been, at this point, GMing for 4 hours now, I think it's only fair that I play a game now for once.
That makes sense, which means if you're cool with this, Johnny, then we would switch to you. And it doesn't have to be one of those City of Mist Tales from the Loop, but I think either one of those would be highly good from my point of view. So it's whichever you would like to do that you feel about.
If I can make a request.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay, go for it.
A devil's bargain, you mean?
I haven't played the Mists, so I'm eager at any point to get there. Of course, that means that you can save it for last, so we can hold it over the chat head, so they can actually get us to the point where we get to play City of Mists, obviously. But still.
So if it was me making the choice, I love the idea of going from Tales to City of Mist, and here's why. The transition that you gave going from the previous game into Blades in the Dark continues sort of a theme and a motif that I would love to play with, but I'd like to step away from the television a little bit and have something else happen and then go back into the television for City of Mist. And we'll use Tales of the Loop to bridge that, if everybody's okay with that.
That's cool. If it means, so you mean Tales and then City of Mist?
We'll do Tales from the Loop and then
Okay. That sounds good to me. So then let's move. So that means that Valerie is going to go up to, okay, wait a second. Not those names. I want the webcams. Thank you.
I love musical characters. I have no idea what to expect.
So I think you were, but wait a minute though. You were playing Lizzie at one point, and the reason I was like so confused, 'cause I'm like, wait, I'm playing Lizzie. Okay, so that's so we have two choices.
No, I am Lizzie. We've all been Lizzie
we're
today.
all
At
Lizzie.
this point, all of us.
I'm sorry, I haven't been Lizzie yet.
We
I feel
are
left out.
So I guess the question is, do we want to have Valerie go back up to, oh, sweet, 24,113. Let's go. So we are now only $987 away, and we are 240 backers. We are less than $1,000 away, folks. And yes, you're right, Kevin. That Johnny's Tales of the Loop session was amazing. But again, Brandon and Johnny both, when they've done Tales of the Loop sessions, I'm always just like incredibly moved, and like I've said this many times. Anyway, so Valerie, I'll leave this to Valerie. Valerie, would you prefer to play? You could come back up to Lizzie and go back to Lizzie and playing Lizzie in a new form, or if you want to switch to Ikathish, which was Agathish, or Maxine Rolene, who was Roland, I think, when you were playing, I am happy to step away from any of those and move to any of the others, since I feel like I know them all really well at this point, since I've been now on for almost 10 hours. So,
In the interest of pure chaos Muppetry, I'm gonna roll a die.
okay, sounds good.
Okay, so roll 1d3. You can see the order of the characters and I cannot, so I don't remember what the names were. I'm gonna give you a number and you
Okay.
tell me which one is which.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I have rolled a 2.
That would be Juanita / Johnny Garlic. So you'd be playing Johnny Garlic.
Así es.
Okay. Actually, that's true. And of all of us, you will actually have the ability to be able to throw in the Spanish like Carlos did just as easily. So that actually works. Okay, great. So, and you're cool with that, Valerie? That's fine.
I am cool with that.
Okay. So then, Brandon, same to you. Do you want to be Igathish, Maxine? You could also be Lizzie. And we're up to 24,380. I cannot keep up. Wow, this is an incredible surge.
In the
Amazing.
interest of Lizzie being free, it's only fair that I take Liz back.
You take Liz back. Okay. So that means that I will have to make a decision. I've got to make a decision. Leave tonight. I've not play this person. Okay. All right. So you are up now with Lizzie. Okay. Which means I have to be either Igathish or I have to be Maxine.
Roll a die, let chaos reign.
You know what? I'll be Maxine, and I'll tell you why. Because that way, when Fleos comes back, he can just literally, I don't have to move the windows. It's just pure laziness on my part. I'm like, no, I don't have to change the windows around again. So I think we'll do that. So I will be Maxine. Otherwise, I would have rolled the die. But I think in this case, laziness over not wanting to change the windows for a trillionth time is what happened. So, all right.
I just wanna.
Oh yeah.
I just wanna poke folks again, because it's just recently went up again to 24,380. We are only $620 away from funding this Kickstarter. We are only $620 away from bringing a revolution to Corel in our lifetime. This is something that you can do. As the wonderful first book in the Grayshade trilogy already says, you must always choose love. Mind you, the worst people on earth in the book say it, but it still counts. Please, definitely, thank you so very much for doing all the work that you already have. If there is any energy that you still have in this moment, please let people know that we are still streaming and having both a very pleasant and chaotic and very mentally frustrating time switching from system to system. I can't even remember how many systems we still have yet to play. It's how taxing this is on my brain. Please continue to tax my brain further. Let people know that we are still playing. Let people know that the Kickstarter is still live. We still have, presently, just over 2.5 hours left until this either funds or Corel falls into disrepair, as all of the terrible people in that city want to happen. We can ensure that it doesn't. Please, thank you so very much again. And if you have anything in you still to let people know that we are doing this rad thing, please share it with folks.
As you were talking, 24,385, by the way, as you were talking. So we're $5 more. So there you go. Okay, cool. And so Valerie, welcome back. Thank you again for doing the second shift and for jumping in on board with this. And thank you. I've said to everybody, I don't know how many times one can say the word thank you, say the words thank you, but I'm just genuinely so grateful to my friends in this wonderful community. I just honored. So thank you. Okay. So Johnny, whenever you are ready, we're good. Otherwise, I'm happy to vamp and talk about how great this community is some more. We had somebody come in. I did want to say just before you begin, I did have Crimson mention this. Crimson came in, and Crimson, I don't think I've seen you in chat before. I think you came over from back in Grayshade and then coming over to the Twitch channel. And one of the things Crimson mentioned was like, I'm just super excited. I really want this to happen. I want this, and this. And I'm mentioning that because my community and my viewers and the folks that we know here, the Arvanauts, as we've called ourselves for a long time, is just a lovely, wonderful group of people, and I know all of them. What's also moving to me are the people that are coming in that I have never met before and don't know, who come over and then find this really cool. And most of the time, those people stay with us, right? And they become a part of that community, and that's very special to me. And I'm not trying to be to overrate what a single Kickstarter does, but I do want to say that it's again a model of what happens when a group of people come together for common purpose. And this is supporting indie publishing. It is supporting good game design. It is supporting a diverse team of creators, and that all matters. Even in a time of darkness, the book itself is about hope and light from despair and darkness, and so this is a way to do that too. So anyway, just wanted to say that. Now I will shut up. Thank you, Johnny. On you go.
Okay. All right. So in the Discord, if you guys haven't already seen, there is a short 4-page, and really there's only 2 pages really that have any information for a cheat sheet that Jason Alexander put together for Tales from the Loop. It's a really great sort of like jump in, deep dive for all the mechanics. We are only going to use a really small portion of it and try to tell more of a thematic sort of setting story than we are going to tell an actual mechanically correct story. So we're going to default to narrative over mechanics. But if we need it you need to figure out mechanics for whatever reason, that's what that's there for.
Also 24,509 we just hit. So yeah, we can't even so less
Greg,
than $500.
How long do I have with Tales from the Loop?
I don't know. No, you have
Okay.
right now you have up to, I would say you have up to 10 p.m. because it's 9:27 now. I would say you have up to 10 p.m. Eastern. And then that means we have a new system switch after that. So that's it.
Sounds great. All right. So one other thing to actually to sort of just like jump into about this, you will use your D&D character sheets that you do have. If you have them handy, that's great. We'll do a little bit of a translation, but we'll use the basic stats from that, and we'll kind of just fudge them a little bit for the Tales from the Loop sort of system. So, and we'll discuss that as we go. But now let's begin the story. The scene is set. A dark world, a dead body, a prisoner, 4 figures on a screen. The camera watches as they step away from the dead body, escorting the girl, and begin to walk down the alley quite quickly in order to escape from the bluecoats. But our camera pulls back from that, and we see a television screen. And we see on that television screen, this story sort of playing as it slowly fades to black and comes back to a commercial flashing on the screen, characters running around dressed in what would be sort of medieval garb. And we hear a voiceover as the action starts. Grayshade, the story of a man who has served as a harbinger of justice for his God. Now he's on the run and trying to unravel the mystery surrounding his church's betrayal of his faith. Along the way, he connects with an old flame and adopts a child who was once his target for his God's justice. With Linda Hamilton as Ryla, Drew Barrymore as Karen, George Papard as Father Jant, Jan Michael Vincent as Ravel, Billy D. Williams as Chaothenes, and starring Edward James Olmos as Grayshade, the assassin. Tuesdays at 9, only on ABC. Screen cuts. We see a trailer for Back to the Future. As we pull back even farther, we see 3 kids sitting on a couch. We're going to start with Valerie. Valerie, tell us about your kid.
Juanita Garlic. She lives with her abuelos. Her parents were in the military, and unfortunately, they both died separately in different incidents. She's the oldest of the children, and she definitely believes that she's the wisest and the smartest. She may be the wisest by virtue of age, definitely not the smartest, though. She has a tendency to hit people when she's excited. And she has so many stories from her abuela, and she will tell you them at any time.
Excellent. Now, the year is 1985. And in 1985, kids had interesting items. The game of Tales from the Loop offers you the opportunity to pick one of those items to serve as your iconic sort of like your precious, the thing that's most important to you, that gives you confidence and makes you feel inspiration. So tell me, what is your iconic item?
I'm trying to think of what things existed in 1985.
It can be like toys, it can be like, weird sort of, crazy things, or it could be something from your abuela, like her rosary, or like a cookbook or something that just you hold on to you.
It's my abuela's cookbook. It is a very particular cookbook called Cocina Criolla, and it is something that is not in print in the US. And she brought it from Cuba, and it is a prized possession that she sometimes filches from her abuela, and whenever she is caught, she gets a chancletazo.
Excellent. Sitting next to you is Brandon's character. Brandon, tell us about your character.
Lizzie Hagner is kind of a loner. Is capable of making friends, but spends a lot of time not being sure whether most of the other kids in this neighborhood are friend material. Spends most of her time reading, doing some poetry writing, but being very bad at it, as teenagers tend to be. Watching TV with her ailing father, the only family member with whom she still lives. Kind of just wants to keep her head down and not have to think about this place where no one cares about her, no one cares about her dad, nobody cares about anybody who is not doing well in this place. So is kind of struggling with the twin frustrations of I can't trust any of these people, and I would love it very much if I could. So yeah.
And what is Lizzie's iconic item?
Lizzie has a St. Christopher pendant that belongs to her father, but her father gave it to her. It was given to him, unbeknownst to Lizzie, by his wife, her mother, before her mother left. It's the thing that she has because it gives a kind of kinship with dad. Like, dad gave me this, so that means that dad wanted this to protect me, to be a sign of our bond with each other. And that means even if part of me knows that this came from somewhere and I don't know damn where it came from, I am attached to the fact that my dad gave this to me.
Okay. And Maxine, last of the three on the couch. Tell us about you. Tell us about your iconic item, and tell us what your home living room looks like.
So, also age, approximate age.
I'm figuring teenager or preteen.
Okay.
Just under teenager.
Okay. So Maxine has grown up. First of all, kind of a little. She's a little thin. She's sort of a pale face with dark hair that kind of always is constantly in her eyes one way or the other, and she's always kind of, like shaking one way or the other. And she lives with her mom at home, just single mom. She's never actually known her father, although she's heard stories about the kind of person that he was, and she wishes kind of those stories would stop happening because she's never met, obviously, this person. And so doesn't know what the use is of that. She, however, also lives with her younger brother, who is considerably younger than she is, and is probably about 6 or 7, and was adopted by her mom, and did that partly because of Maxine. Because Maxine always wanted someone else. Not that she doesn't love her mom, she does, but always wanted someone else in her life instead of feeling like it was just 2 people. Because the thing that Maxine worries about the most is the loss of everyone else. She doesn't have a lot of people, so what happens if she loses the only ones that are there? And so now they are, now there are 3 of them, and it's her and her brother, whose name is Kaylin. And the iconic item, I guess, that she has, the living room at home, because they have a pretty small place. Living room at home is very neat, but a lot of times her mom falls asleep on the couch, kind of watching TV. After, they've all like hung out and, been with each other and all that. Mom always comes home from work and they cook dinner together and all that stuff. But then, usually her mom kind of watches TV and enjoys watching comedies and things, and always maybe a little bit louder than Maxine would like, because her mom's a little hard of hearing, but then, falls asleep and whatever. So that means that the living room is mostly a TV that's often on, and she always comes in at night and puts the blanket that her mom has there over her, tucks her in as she's fallen asleep on the couch, and then turns the volume of the TV down and then goes to sleep in her own room. And her iconic item is a book. It's a book of The Hobbit, actually. And in The Hobbit, there are all these writings in the margins that came from when her father supposedly read the book and made all of these notes, and like, Gollum, don't trust him, and all these things. Watching it was pretty crazy, and then did all this stuff. So she always feels a little bit when she reads it again, and it's dog-eared and torn up and everything now, but she always feels like, in a way, she's speaking to her father in the only way that she knows how to do. Also $24,839.
As the 3 of you are just sort of sitting there watching the commercials and enjoying the TV show known as Blades in the Dark, found on NBC at 7 p.m.
Good show, yeah.
The sound coming from the television begins to sort of modulate a little bit as the final commercial is kind of going through and just kind of finishing up, and the sound is kind of modulating as the television just sort of switches and transitions, and it's beginning to get really annoying. It's beginning to get harder and harder to hear as we're following the characters in the show Blades in the Dark, but it doesn't sound like the sound is coming from the TV. There's something about it. It's affecting the television, but you're not sure what's going on. What do the 3 of you do?
Whose TV is it?
I believe it's Maxine's, because it's her house.
Mm-hmm.
Juanita will say, "You should hit it."
You got to be... No, it might break it.
Break it or fix it?
Broken
Well,
at me.
If we break it, we won't be able to fix it. So, are you going
It's
to pay
already
for it?
broken.
If we fix it, then we not have to break it. Or something.
So I kind of look at Lizzie like, what?
Like, look at it. It's
Like, tweak the rabbit ears, or like, twiddle the thing. Like, you gotta spin the thing until it works.
All right, hang on just a second.
The knob is just twist it.
And so I stand up a minute. My Firefox just crashed. Sorry, and IRL just crashed. So give me a second. For the love of God.
All right. So as he's trying to fix that, the vibration of the noise, it's like a vibrato kind of a thing happening to the sound and the dialogue, but there's the vibrato sort of sound is also coming from other places, it's like a vibration, but a noise. It's just there's like a subtle, very, very quietly, except for the television. The television is really beginning to just like you're hearing the dialogue, and what you're hearing is and the dialogue is halfway understandable, but only like every other word is making sense. Otherwise, there's this modulation of sound, and it makes it unintelligible.
Maybe we should turn it off and then turn it back on.
And at this point, I'm already looking. I'm like, this isn't the TV. It doesn't even make sounds like that. It can't make sounds like that.
But it's making the sound.
Sometimes my dad's TV makes sounds like that because she has a cable splitter. She steals her cable from the neighbor, and so sometimes the splitter doesn't work well.
And I'm like, so I when I go over there, and I assume I've never heard anything. You do whap the TV on the side, or you blow in the Nintendo cartridge. I assume that I've never heard anything like this sound either, right, Johnny? Like
no,
this
is absolutely new. This is something that just is not.
25014.
Congratulations.
25014. Where's my thing?
My cat is yelling. He's excited.
There we go. I had to get that Witcher. Congratulations. Can we say who it was? Yeah, you can say who it was. We can say it was. Let's go. Yes. I mean, I don't know. You're asking whether they can say. Oh, you're asking that person. Why are you asking me? Never mind. We should. So then, never mind. We should say. I'll let them decide since I don't even know who this is.
Oh my god. Fam? Before we continue, because at this point...
Yeah, sorry, Johnny.
No, not at all. It's time for celebration.
At this point, we owe you several systems anyway, and we already promised you midnight, so we may as well. But I would like to interject to say, especially as someone who cares a great deal about Greg and cares a great deal about Garlic Tofu, who is in the chat, I'm sure having quite an emotional moment at this present moment. Thank you very, very much for doing the thing. I know that this is a very difficult time to be able to look at money. I know that a lot of people are going through it right now. It has been a particularly trying couple of years overall. But seeing this fund, seeing Greg get this at a moment when, for a story that all of us have said in the last couple of weeks is one of the most personally meaningful that he has had the glory of writing and that we have had the glory of reading, to see Emily get this a moment when running a Kickstarter is perhaps one of the most emotionally intense things that you can do in the year of our Lord 2022. Thank you so very much for seeing the value in Grayshade. Thank you so very much for allowing this to happen. My singular concern is you'll get to feel the feelings that I am feeling. Because I read the first book and I want other people to read it. Because it did things for me as a reader, as an individual, that I wanted people to get to experience. And I am very grateful that we get to do that now. And now we just need to put the Honest Thief in the RPG book, if we can still do that in the next 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I do believe that we can.
Oh, we can. We're already at 25,114, so it's 27 is the stretch goal. Yeah, now
So
we're on stretch goals.
Thank you so very much. We are still on the hook for as many games as we can play until midnight, so please continue to torture us. I guess at this point we need to figure out what happens to this TV before we get into City of Mists. Thank you so very much again for believing in the thing, for being the badass community that you are. Because you are, in a lot of ways, reaffirming the hope that this year has broken a lot of people, that with a community this badass, anything is indeed this possible. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I will say more about this when the whole thing is wrapped up. But I'll just quickly say, couldn't have said it better. Brandon, Brandon's work also in hyping this up and pushing this has been unbelievable. So thank you, Brandon. I don't know how long I can thank Emily, because my God, I mean, Emily just absolutely worked her fingers to the bone at every step. And I don't even know what to say, except I'm so glad that she's my friend, and I'm so glad that she has seen this realized, and that their faith in this project has been realized. So thank you. Also thank you to Balsteg, who put so much of the spreadsheet stuff together and a bunch of the stuff up front. And thank you for that. Obviously, thank you to the Alligator Alley guys, for the game design and that game work as well. All the people, including those who worked on the Grayshade book and did the proofreading for that too, like, for example, a certain person in this call whose name might rhyme with Blondie Blitman, maybe, for example. I'm really appreciative to them. All of my friends, and these are all my friends who were here for this major event that we put together, which did exactly what I hoped it would do. It was not just about raising money. It's about bringing the community together in common purpose. When there is as much stuff that doesn't involve celebration, it is a reminder of what happens when people come together to make something good happen. And now you will have 2 books that I will make as damn good as I can make, and as good as the editors can edit together. And I will, you will get a game that is worthy of it, a game worthy of Corel and everything else. And you'll get something which is a story about redemption, because that's kind of what this is about. It's about redeeming an individual. And I think that individual examples lead to larger outcomes. And I think if in an individual example, needing to raise, coming into today, $7,000 and having surpassed $7,000 in a single day is extraordinarily moving. As I say, I'll have more to say later on. I don't want to slow us up, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I love all of you. Thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm just speechless. Yes, please, Garlic, say what you need to say, and then we'll get back into it. And yes, Mur's right that we can just enjoy the role play, but we'll push for stretch goals and all that. But getting this funded, this was a big grind. So thank you.
At this point, I feel like Garlic Tofu should get a brief moment to physically be on screen, even, because
I would do that if I didn't think that the exhaustion means you probably won't want to do that. I mean, listen, of course, but
because
I need to post an announcement anyway, so go ahead.
If you've been in chat on a regular basis in the last couple of weeks, you know that Garlic Tofu has been doing a great deal of work to make this happen. I'm very glad to see that it's finally happening. Everyone on this team deserves this. And I'm very glad that we get to share this with all of you as well, because the book is rad, y'all. I read the thing is cool. So I'm like legitimately very excited. Like, thank you.
I think it's appropriate, by the way, that we're playing Tales in the Loop, because I didn't, in the 80s, the reason I find this game so moving is because I grew up in this time period. So did Johnny. He knows this deal too. And we grew up at a time where you tried to get friends like this, and maybe you got lucky enough to, but it was not a place where a lot of people like me felt safe. And having the opportunity to be with people with whom I do feel joy and safety, and for whom I wrote a book like this, is intensely moving to me. So, this community literally just 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago raised over $7,000 for cancer research. And you turn around and then they raise this. And of course, it's not just this community. I know there are other people, but this was the core of the group that made it possible to do these events. I wish I had this when I was younger. I'm so glad that I have it now. I hope it's an example to the people in chat who don't talk, but just watch, to know that there are people who care about you too. So, yeah. That's important to me. Anyway.
I love how on this channel we are now, 3 for 3, 4 for 4 on Tales from the Loop games that have made Greg cry, and we haven't even played Tales from the Loop.
It's a curse is what it is. It's tears from the loop. That's what it is. Like, just, it helps to have great GMs, but most of all, friends who give a damn. I thank you. Thank you very much. And we hit 25,344. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to make. Go ahead and explain. Do the thing. I'm gonna go make an announcement on this thing, but I'm listening.
If we keep hitting 500s, then it means that we have to find ways to continue cycling through games in the next 2
And I love all that, and it makes me feel so good
us.
to have people just coming in. By the way, like Carlos just came back. Yay! Like, I love people coming back and doing that. And Redlear, it is so nice to hear you say that. To the extent that I'm a wonderful human, it's because of the people that I am surrounded with who are wonderful humans. I would like you all to remember that too. Many people are wonderful people. We focus so much on those who aren't. I really wish we would focus. It's like when you talk about the people that are like, here's shitty examples of prose. I don't want to hear about shitty examples of prose. I want examples of good prose. I want example of good writers. I'm so lucky to have examples of good people. And that's what I would like to fill my time with, is with good people. So you are a good person, and the people who are a part of this community that make this happen are good people. And
if I might add to that as well, especially in internet landscape where it is often very difficult to find places where you can be safe, find places where you can find community with other people, especially on Twitch, which can often be, let's be honest, kind of a hellscape. This is another wonderful opportunity for you to know that when we ask you to share things with other people, we're not asking you it simply because you want to make Greg more popular, although he deserves it, but because we genuinely do think that we have nurtured a space where it is actually very safe and healthy to be. And if you know someone who is looking for that kind of space, it is because you know that because you are here, that we would like for other people to get that kind of opportunity as well. So, especially now that Grayshade has been funded, I look forward to seeing more people discover Grayshade when the book is out, when the other 2 books are out, and the RPG is out. Not just so we can sell copies, but so we can let people know that this is a space where people can, and that they know that the people in chat right now, even beyond this, are people that they can trust whenever something has gone wrong in the world, to be a source of comfort for them or a source of revolution in the world for others. Because y'all are fucking rad. So yeah.
I want to read, if I can, 2 sentences from the book that I will read without context because I don't want to spoil it for people. And I won't even say who says it. But
is this 1 or 2?
It said 2 Grayshade.
Because you owed us 2 the other day.
True. Well, we never. Yeah, but that was. It was. This character says to Grayshade, just because the path you're on has ended doesn't mean you can't make a new one. Just because one god is false does not mean all of them are. And I wrote that with the understanding that this is something for a person who goes through his own dark night of the soul to come out on the other end. But I think it's also important to recognize that I have always rejected the binary notion that, some people succeed and others fail, and therefore we're good so that others are bad. And I've always rejected that. I've always thought there's another way to look at it, which is to say that you can lose faith in something and gain it in something else. And I think many people that have left us did so sadly because they weren't able to see the other path that might have been available to them. And so if this experience for people and this sense of community and love gives people, when they are at their darkest moments, the reminder that there is another way, and that just because one thing is false does not mean all things are, then we will have done our job, regardless of whatever we produce out of this. And we will produce a lot of great stuff. But beyond that, the fact that we did this together, I hope provides an example for all of them. So, yeah. Anyway, just finishing up this announcement. So sorry, Johnny and Valerie, but it's like they're just like, oh, we're just here, and we're like, okay.
How dare you
Say that-
celebrate the culmination of all of your hard work, Gregory? How
Yeah,
dare
seriously,
you?
man.
What?
Not cool.
The very
Being
dare.
happy? That sucks.
What? Happy? In this economy?
In these troubled times. Oh my God.
Please, this is your moment. You should absolutely be reveling in it.
It's almost like this is my channel. Yeah, I know it's my channel, but geez, like, I mean,
I look forward at exactly 12:01 on this channel, changing all of the commands for Grayshade on this channel to /announce we did it ! Thank you so very much.
Also at
Because these are
12:01, I will turn back into a rabbit.
So you were a rabbit when you got here? Wow.
I was, in fact. It just clicked over, so I began this as a bunny.
Fair. Cool.
all right. I think that's all I can say at the moment and be vaguely coherent.
And again, of course, we are still here. I said till the wheels fall off. We still have wheels. Can you see? They're kind of wobbly at the moment, but they're still here. So, if you want us to get to our first stretch goal and put the Honest Thief in the Grayshade RPG, as the person who read the first book and got to see the inside of the Honest Thief and all the people who work there, I think that it deserves to be in the RPG. We can do this. So
We can
true.
also
Yeah.
make these last 2 hours as chaotic as possible by having to
Yes.
switch between 30 different types of games. That's
it is theoretically possible, A, for us to flip through so many systems that we end up playing a game every 6 minutes, and B, for us to flip through so many systems that I just get to go back to Brindlewood Bay.
There was a part of me
Make
that
it
originally,
happen.
well, yeah, I mean, like, originally I was like, if we could just spin this around enough and we get back to D&D, I'm like, then we will have had a phenomenal. I mean, I have to say, this means, chat, that we have raised $7,000 in a day. In a day? I mean, Jesus God, like, again, if you look at the trend, it's like, whoop, there comes the plane, which really, there's a real part of me, and it's ridiculous because it's just an algorithm, but man, do I want to go to the people be like, you're a program that suggests we were trending towards 18,000. That program needs to go fuck itself. I just thought I would tell you that this program of yours can go fuck itself and then leap out a window and fuck itself on the way down while it continues to fuck off down the street. And I'm just saying and I'm saying this against a machine. It's an AI. I'm not, this is not a person.
Yes.
It's nobody's
Besides-
fault, but oh, does it
besides
feel
it
good to be like,
specify-
go fuck yourself when it comes to this trend. And chat knows how often I swear on stream, which is almost never. And I'm doing it because man, does that feel good too.
The site does specify trends are not projections, but I know exactly how heartbreaking it is to have someone tell you that numbers are not going up when you need something to happen.
And Garlic's right that this book originally, the original version of this was with the Ed Greenwood group, and then the Ed Greenwood group folded, had nothing to do with me. And now we're up to 25.5. Holy crap. Let's go. Let's go.
More games, more games.
More games.
Johnny,
and as
you're
I've
on
been
the hook.
doing this,
You're on the hook for a very long session, Mike.
and like
I'm
while doing,
perfectly happy to.
yeah, like dude, I just So anyway, but like, and so having is, I mean, it's a reality now. Like there will be a trilogy. The trilogy will happen. It's not going to not happen. It's not. So Renegade, in which he leaves the city and all the things that he discovers outside of the city, the characters. In fact, I'm going to let you folks know now. I'm going to let everyone in this live stream know now this one thing, which is that in this second book, Grayshade finds an animal companion, a pet. He's more than a pet. He's awesome, and you're gonna love him, I think.
Is it a very small bear?
Who goes? No, it is not a very small bear. It's that. Thank you, Optic Nerve, so much, my friend. Thank you. And so there's that. And then in book 3, you get. Well, I won't even say, but book 3 is Heretic. I'm very proud of my writing by the time we get to book 3, where I really was. I'm proud of this trilogy. This is the best work that I had written, and I have written, and And again, thank you to Emily for the incredible editing work that she's done to make it that way and made so many wonderful adjustments and suggestions. Also, because John was on earlier, John Helfers, who indeed has been a friend for a long time and bought my first novel. And John also was a wonderful editor, and Emily and John really complement themselves well. How many successful Kickstarters? I've actually never failed in a Kickstarter that I was directly involved in, with one exception. And it was the first one I ever did, and it was for Speculate. Because Speculate, Brad Bollier and I were doing it at the time, and it wasn't the right sort of thing, and we didn't know what we were doing, and that's the only one. Every other Kickstarter that I'm directly involved with, by which I mean something of mine is in it, has always succeeded. Which is wonderful and very lucky. Will there be supplement books for the RPG? Let me tell you right now, Crimson, if the response that we've gotten here is as good as what this looks like, if that's what we get for the response, then 100% down the line, there will be the chance to do more things like supplement books if the interest is there. My Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which was originally funded with a Kickstarter, now only has a couple of hundred copies left in print because they've all sold out. That book earned out for me too, by the way. And so they are talking about, I don't want to speak out of school, but there's been discussion about the possibility maybe of a second printing because there was demand for that. Hey, if there's demand for this, there are many supplements I can think of. One, Brandon will know, takes place, actually, and Johnny will know too, takes place not above the city, but perhaps below it. And I won't talk more about that, but there's one group of people, well, you'll see. I don't want to spoil it for people, but yes. And we do have a stretch goal at $27,000. We're only $1,500 from that, and that allows us to flesh out the Honest Thief. So, and it would be nice to get a little bit clearer anyway. The farther we get away from it, the more that there can be no shenanigans. Not that there will be anyway. We're right next to 250 backers as well. And now we're into the 100. I'm so glad we did this too for Garlic Tofu's sake as well, before we hit the minutes to go thing. Because once you hit the 2 hours, it's like 120, 119, 118. And that's like, oh my goodness. So, man, do not count this man out. Well, I don't know what to say except just how thankful and grateful I am. And I honestly, I'll be honest with all of you, and then I swear we'll shut up and we can play. I very seriously had considered what I was going to do career-wise if this fell through completely. That doesn't mean that I was like, I was going to quit. I didn't know that. But I was very much like, I don't know, like I'm going to be turning 50 in September. Like, where am I at with everything? But the experience of going through the campaign and the experience of all the people who came forward to help with it is so intensely moving to me that why would I stop writing for and to and with people like this? It shouldn't have to be this much of a thing where we're like, grinding and trying to get there. But man, it is so inspiring to be part of that. Why would I want to stop stuff like that? So I really said before that there was a lot that was riding on this for me, and a lot that was riding on all of it. And I'm just so, I'm so grateful that people kind of, have affirmed my faith in people, which is nice. I kind of wish my folks were around too. That would have been nice. But my kids are. I don't know if you saw my daughter in the middle of that, like came up and was like, and then went back down, and she brought me my dinner, which today was a bean burrito and 2 carrots.
I did, in fact. I was like, I didn't know what the other thing was. Like, are those just carrots? Are they just carrots?
Wait a minute. Is this the big reveal that Greg is a bunny?
Well, listen, I'm not saying that I have some pellets here, but like,
at this point, we have transitioned through enough worlds that it is perfectly possible that at some point we will become permanently bunnies. I hope not.
You got the players to sort of tear up, basically, Women Wolf. I mean, when Ballsteak said I would have loved to meet them, the other thing is that my father, who would have been, my God, my dad has been gone now since 1998. So, and he was born in 1930, so he would have been 92 this year. My father had a very, in a lot of ways, he won the American Literary Translators Association Prize. It's the equivalent of the Pulitzer Prize for translation. He ran a small poetry press. I've talked to Brandon about that before. But he never really got where he wanted to be career-wise. He always struggled. It was always a struggle for him, and I always felt bad that he could never have it just easy, and his, it wasn't like our relationship was perfect, but I've always felt bad about that. And there was always a lot of weight on my shoulders about being someone who wasn't going to go down that route. And so I'm not saying that this solves all problems, but it's nice to be with people that I care about and people who care about me, and to feel like there's a connection that we've made with all of us that came from something I did originally, that I was one of the genesis points of it. And that's very special to me. So yeah, he's on my mind a little bit tonight. And my mom, for similar reasons. So, and scene. Yeah, I'm Big Boss. I just keep saying, though, and then everyone keeps saying things that are just really nice. Tilted, I love you all back. I love you too. You all know that, I hope, already. I would like to say this. I have a nonfiction book someday I want to put out about how I think this puts the lie to the idea that all the online communities are garbage and they're all toxic, and that all younger people as well. And what nonsense. I have never had more optimism than the people that I've taught with, and I've taught with the younger generations. I've been teaching for almost 30 years. Those are people that constantly affirm my faith in many things. And if this doesn't put the lie to how toxic and dangerous the generalization is, the easy, they're all like that, they're all this way, they're all this thing, you know how they are. If this doesn't put the lie to that, I don't know what does. Because as Emily said, a lot of these people that stepped up were people that stepped up who don't have a lot extra, and who themselves struggle from, sometimes month to month. And the idea that they have something that they feel is bigger than, that they can be a part of something even bigger than themselves, that it brings them some kind of joy. Get the hell out of here with that idea that somehow these people are all selfish and self-absorbed. Nonsense. It's not true. It's not true. So.
Bothering.
Thanks, Reno.
Since you noticed the thing, I want you to say the thing aloud. How many backers and how much money do we have at this moment?
Oh, friends, we are perpetuating. We are going all out on the full chaos Muppetry available to us this night. We are now at 25,509.
250 backers.
250 backers. Yep. It's a nice. Can we get it to? Can somebody donate $60? I'm just not for any particular reason, and I'm just asking.
Oh my word!
How many meme-worthy numbers? Actually, earlier on, you folks didn't notice it, but Hillness was doing this. Like Hillness and Classico are the ringleaders on this stuff. They're always like, they noticed this during ARFCon. You just do the battle of order versus chaos, where you're like, it's an odd number, and they're like, no, even out the number, and I'm like, ha ha ha. But it works. Like, people are just like, I can't stand it. I need to make that 500, and you're like, you mean chaos 502, 501?
No.
501.15.
Somebody, come on.
Because I'm not sure if you noticed as well. A couple of times I would respond to that by going, what would be a whole lot better than just making this odd number an even number? What if we made an even palindrome? Because that kind of stuff actually gets people's attention. People hate odd numbers, apparently.
Sorry, Crimson, I didn't mean to say that with exclamation points. Sorry, I was looking at Dragon Spear. So I just wanted to say, yes, the RPG covers material in book 1. And then Dragon Spear. I did not forget about you, and I was waiting to get to this point. You were also part of this, but I'm talking about the people who kept being create chaos. You create chaos in other ways, Dragon Spear. I do want to say that Dragon Spear is enormously generous, and so many of these people are. Hillness as well. Can I also throw a shout out to the mods? Arudinel has been here the entire goddamn stream. The mods that we've had, Dragon Spear has been for a huge part of it. Garlic Tofu, obviously, has been here for a huge part of it. I know that Turbo Tango, of course, here. Naturally, the Rising Tides has been as part of this. And, of course, Triffid has been here for quite a bit as well. But all of my regular viewers, so many people have been here for 8, 9, 10 hours, and the mods have been here during all that time too. I have the best mods, and the reason I know they're the best is because despite their own personal circumstances, whatever they happen to be in, and I know many of them because they tell us in the Discord or they talk to me, whatever, they always show up for things like this, and I don't know how to describe how grateful I am for that. Somebody did it, 25,569. See, you put it out in the universe, and it happens, but now that number is odd and thus sinful and unclean. And
Somebody has to donate $100 now. That's it. We got to keep it rolling.
25,669. Yeah.
You know what?
There you go.
You know what'd be really good? I mean, and then what would particularly be good at this moment would be, what's a good palindrome at this moment? Something like 25.
Who donated $1? What?
852.
I'm ashamed of you.
You're
very
bad
proud of
and you
that
should feel bad.
You're
Yeah.
I'm very
Very
nice.
proud of that
No,
$1.
thank
That's
you,
true
though. No,
chaos.
but thank you, though. Thank you.
See through chaos's order, looking at the thing that other people want and going,
Yeah.
here's $1.
Like Mer said,
I
like
offer-
that's someone who doesn't like nice things. If you want nice things, then you have to we need to get the pledge for, what is it, 99? It would be 99, right? It would be $99. And then you get to sing the awesome Toto song, 99, as you do 99, and that'll get you to 25,669. So if you want chaos, then you just need to donate, that's
And if you want order, 26,560.
exactly what is order versus chaos in each of these cases. Oh my goodness.
So, but now what we have to do is actually play the game, because now we have to go. We have like 2 hours to go through like 5 systems.
Oh my
I
God. That's true. I guess we got to drop down the minimum. Okay, go ahead, John. So
Time out for John.
I got to say this. Number one, yes, we do need to get back to the game. I would suggest that we get a break real quick and then spend the final 2 hours. And the reason we do that is to also bring back in a gentleman who's waiting for us, I believe.
Is Fleos?
Yes.
Fleos, are you back,
back.
or are you back? Okay. Because then we can
Or
get.
can be, at least.
Well, no, I
Yeah,
mean,
right,
listen, I'm happy
exactly.
to have Fleos back because then we're back to. Guess who's back again? Okay, so you're still in the Zoom, I think, Fleos. So you can.
You just need to turn on your camera.
Yeah, you just turn on your camera. You can reveal yourself.
Hi,
Aha!
everybody. I didn't want to ruin anything or like come in at an awkward time. So
Not an awkward time. You were part of this too, and both in terms of support and your words earlier really also meant a lot to me, Fleos. Thank you. I like I said, it means a lot. I used to be very uncomfortable with people talking about their personal connection to me, not because I was very comfortable to be friends with people, obviously, but I felt always like, well, maybe they don't like my work, maybe they like me, and I've come to realize that that's a ridiculous, silly distinction that doesn't matter, because what they're getting when they read the book is me, and what they're getting with me is what they'll get in the book. I'm not writing something that's not me. So I appreciate very much what you had to say and appreciate everyone's support of all of that. And I no longer have that feeling, and I'm just grateful to have wonderful friends and a community. And before I start crying again, I think we should take this break that we were going to talk about.
Hold on, time out. I have one other request. Everybody's talking about even and odd numbers, and they're talking about palindromes. Can we get a prime number somewhere? I want a prime number.
Oh, Jesus. What's a prime number for here, though? Like, that would be...
I don't know. If somebody be smart enough and figure it out, go Google it or whatever. I'm sure it's not too hard. The 25,000 range, the 26,000. There's got to be a prime number in there somewhere we can play.
Hold on. I'm literally going to look at this.
Wait, it just went up to what? It went up to
25,596 is the prime number. Wait, that's not a prime
Surely.
number.
No, that's not prime.
No, it's not prime, but it is the number we got. We no joke, have a real shot at this 27,000 stretch goal. Wow. I am surprised. I mean, just because this has to be one of the better Kickstarter closes that I've seen in a while. Like, honestly, I just, you know what, Mur? Mur, can I just say, I really am glad that we got a chance. I mean, obviously we've been on panels before and I know you, of course, but I'm really glad that you had the chance to hang out with us so much over the last couple of days and I'm glad. And I've had a chance to lurk in your channel some time, and you should all follow Mur anyway. But I'm hoping that that's something that more of that kind of stuff can happen, and I really appreciate that. And while we're at it, can we give not just the Rising Ties, but can we also give Valerie and the Kids Are Asleep a follow? Because the Kids Are Asleep do a lot of good games. Seriously, all of the games that the Kids Are Asleep do, I like all of them. Like Mass Effect, I'm like, hell yes. Hades is good. Horizon Zero Dawn, I have to get back into playing more, but I really like that too. So like all of the games that are over there, it's good stuff. So I'm already tearing up. Stop it. No, Mur. I mean, listen, Mur's been in the trenches giving really good advice to writers for a long time. Mur also has been doing podcasting stuff. I feel like Mur and I, in a way, have been doing parallel tracks a bit too, because of how long. So you should be checking out. So Mur should put not only your channel, you should also put your podcast. You should also put your stuff, and like take this joy and spread it. Let's go. Like that's what happens. Did we get another? Did we go to 25? Everyone just keeps being like, Arv, no, actually, you're out of date. It's, what did you see? Did they see another? Oh, the prime number.
We're talking about the prime numbers.
Yeah. Jesus. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
I was just like.
We are presently at 2596. The nearest prime number is 25601.
25601. Oh,
Wait,
well,
no, it'd be
see.
really cool. 25652.
Sleep well, Classic, or thank you for all your support as well.
Stop with no.
Okay, you said break, right? Sorry, let's do our break.
Let's do a break and we'll come back fresh.
Let's do our break. We will come back fresh. Okay, we will be right back, chat. Thank you.
Greg can drink something to replace all the tears.
No, so I can do some laps around my office and just be like,
Electrolytes,
"Woo."
Greg. Electrolytes.
Electrolytes. That's a good call.
And a reminder again that a break for us is a break for you as well. So please make sure that your bones are in the right place, and be right back.
We will be
Hydrate
right
or
back.
dehydrate.
By hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love, the first rite of devotion. A dark faith for a darkening city. Justice is balance. Within the towering walls of Corel, all bow to the Order's authority. Grayshade is the supreme executor of the Order's edicts, until he does the most dangerous thing an acolyte of Argoth can do. He begins to ask questions and search for answers. Now, you can join his search. Independent publisher Athos Arts has just published the novel Grayshade, a dark fantasy by award-winning author Gregory A. Wilson. Now the world expands. Alligator Alley Entertainment, publishers of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, is pleased to announce its Kickstarter for the Grayshade universe, supporting 2 major product lines. First, Athos Art's publication of Books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, and second, Alligator Alley's publication of a brand new Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, powered by the 5th edition of the world's greatest role-playing game and designed by writers Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair. This game will give you the chance to explore the streets of Corel for yourselves, with detailed city maps, secret histories, unique starting classes, custom magic systems and mechanics, and more. The acclaimed gaming accessory maker Norse Foundry will be producing a limited edition, individually numbered Founders coin for founding backers based on the Grayshade world, featuring an illustration by artist Tallytoons. Years of work have gone into this project, from concept to design to execution, and we've assembled a team of experts dedicated to launching this new world with some of the best speculative fiction and tabletop role-playing experiences possible. But to truly realize our vision, one final component remains: you. Join Gregory A. Wilson, Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Norse Foundry, and our team of dedicated creatives by supporting the project and spreading the word. Thank you. Together, we will bring the world of the Grey Assassin to full and vibrant life. You must always choose love.
I guess now we're just waiting for Greg, who's eating a burrito and 2 carrots at the speed of light.
To be fair, it was a tiny
Literally,
burrito.
briefly being a rabbit.
It was a very small burrito. I wouldn't have been able to identify it as a burrito if he hadn't said that's what it was. It looks like some sort of space burrito, like it's actually a wafer,
Oh.
but with like a bean paste inside. I don't know.
It's not muted in the.
Oh, I thought we weren't live.
you on. Mic on. For real now. None of you heard anything before. There's no
Siblings.
there's no live mic.
There's no burrito.
There was no burrito. See, there's no
There is
burrito.
no
All that's
stone.
left on my plate is a carrot. Look, that's all that's left. You
The
can see it for
burrito is a
yourself.
lie.
Burrito is a lie. It is good to see everybody. By the way, also very good turnout all day today. We've been floating right around 50, 55, 60, which for 12 hours of tabletop play is pretty damn
Because we've
good.
been averaging 40 for most of that 9 hours, which is like the upper limit of this channel on a regular basis. So thank you all. So especially the folks who typically do not have this hour of the evening that they can be available, who decided to stick around. Thank you so very much.
Yep. So the plan, thank you, Rock God, and appreciate it, man. Good to see you. So from 10:30 to 11, we're going to continue with Tales of the Loop. 11 to 11:30, excuse me, we're going to be doing City of Mist. And then 11:30 to midnight, chat, we will wrap up with D&D again. And I will take back over in the DM's chair. And that'll be 11:30 to midnight. So that's what we're looking at right now. And remember, we have all the way till midnight for funding. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And we are already at 25,596. 27,000 is our next stretch goal. So who knows how far this can go? Let's keep at it. We got 90 minutes, and let's make it happen. I know. We did, however, in fairness, we gave Brindlewood Bay, the longest of any of the systems that we did, except for D&D at the very beginning. So everything else got a lot of attention, got a certain amount of attention, but Brindlewood got the most love. Rightfully so. It was awesome. So, okay. Johnny, back over to you. I'm just going to chew on my carrot here.
Okay. To recap where we were, we had pulled back from the screen of a TV show known as Blades in the Dark. Commercials played across the screen, including one called Grayshade the Assassin, Tuesdays at 9 p.m. on ABC. We had met our 3 characters at the time, and now we're going to go to our 4th character before we continue the action. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Can you tell me how to pronounce that?
Fleos? Dave? No.
No, the character's name.
Sorry,
Dave. How do you pronounce Dave? Is the A silent? Is Dave, like what?
Dave?
It's the
No, the
Canadian
D is
raising.
silent. It's
Hey,
Dave.
you gotta open the nose. No, sorry,
Hey.
Ickafish. Ickafish. Dave. Ickafish is the name of the character.
Ickafish.
Yep.
You were sitting on the couch with these other 3. You were at Maxine's house. You're all watching TV. You've all been just sort of hanging out. I am going to ask you to tell me a little bit about your character. It is 1985. You're preteen or maybe just becoming a teenager. So tell us a little bit about your character. And then I'm going to ask you one more question. And then we'll go back into the action where we've heard this weird vibration happening, including how it's affecting the television. And I believe that Maxine was just getting up to actually take a look at that. So go ahead and tell us about yourself first.
Yeah, so I'm Ickafish. I have an affinity for nature, particularly actually cats. I really like cats a lot. I've in privacy, like with my friends here, I'm actually wearing some cat ears. Normally I wouldn't do that. That's definitely not acceptable in our town, but it's something that's, it's part of who I am. I feel like a cat. And I have my parents are pretty famous around town, and one of my big issues is kind of name dropping sometimes, and I try not to do it. Like, part of me knows that it doesn't win me friends, but at the same time, I'm proud of my parents. I'm proud of who I am, and I'm just kind of a brat because I'm a teenager, and so I do tend to say, well, when my parents know that, my parents are these people, and I'm kind of annoying on that. And I have a big affinity for pie. My favorite is the Boston cream, though I'm also known to go for Boston cream donuts from time to time. It's like the happy medium. Yeah, I think that covers it. Did I miss anything important that you need to know?
So I'm going to ask you one other question. So
Yep.
as a part of the sort of the narrative in the story, each character has described an item which we refer to as your iconic item. And this item really is the kind of thing that you keep on you, or you cherish greatly. Tell us what your iconic item might be. Do you have it with you, that kind of a thing?
My iconic item is my dad's dog tags that I keep around my neck from the war.
Okay.
Chad is asking you what your position is on flan.
A flan stand.
This is very important, I think.
It's a delicious dessert. I don't get near enough of it because we're in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know where we are. Probably not close enough to.
Don't
get
worry,
regular
my
flan.
abuela makes a really good flan.
Oh, okay, perfect. Gonna go visit abuela.
Okay. So, Maxine, as we were just seeing you get up to deal with the vibration, the TV show has returned. You know, the scene has cut to a bar, essentially a tavern setting, and there's definitely some hubbub as the four characters are meeting, you know, in this. But you're hearing parts of the conversation, and then the vibrations, you know, happen again. You hear another wave of them, and it's like, oh, and you know, I was hearing them, and you know, then we've got to go back and do this, and the waves, and you notice as you step up. And you're moving towards the television, the picture is slightly vibrating as well, but it's not dramatic yet, but it definitely looks different.
Is the TV vibrating or just the picture?
The picture is vibrating. The sound, you hear like a vibrato sort of a sound, but it's really distorting the audio. But you're also hearing this sort of like weird vibrations, you know, rattling sort of a thing happening, but nothing seems to be shaking. There's no visible sort of like, you know, a tremor going on with the television.
Right. And I can't feel it in my body either. I'm just hearing it, or like.
You can't feel it at all. You just hear it and you see a slight effect on the television picture.
Okay. So then I go over and I kind of, and I'm like, you know, like bonk it on the side, right? Just.
When you bonk it, the picture just sort of just like shimmers, and you see like this sort of yellow sort of like shading or filter sort of come across it, and the sound just sort of goes really, really distorted, and then it clears up again.
And goes back to completely normal?
And goes back to completely normal.
And the vibration stopped? Or the vibrating sound stopped?
No.
Oh.
Only on the television. Everything else.
Great. I do. So I still hear the sound then?
Yes.
Oh, all right. So then I kind of like, I turn around, I'm like, did some of you, like, did you not, if you're not careful about the toilet, it just keeps running. Like, did any of you like remember you got to jiggle the handle on it? And I like go over to the bathroom and I look in and I see that it's not. And I'm like, well, I mean, we don't have we have neighbors, but they don't live now. Like, and I kind of am like, and for a minute, I'm like thinking about it. And then I'm like, what time of night, about what time is it right now? What time of night?
I would say that it's probably 5 o'clock.
Okay. So then I go over and I knock on my brother's door. And my brother just comes over and he's like, my brother's opens the door, and he's tall. He's getting taller. He's going to be taller than me probably when all's said and done. And he's like, "Hi, sister." I'm like, he always calls me sister. I'm like, "Hi, is any of your toys in here?" He's like, "No." I mean, are you playing with them? No. And so I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. And I just kind of close the door and go away again. And I just shrug. I'm like, I don't know what this is. Do you hear that? I ask all of my friends.
Do we hear it?
Yes. For the rest of you, you are hearing the vibration. You were paying attention to the television when Maxine sort of like slapped it. And the vibrations, the vibrato sort of stopped and the sound, and the picture sort of cleared up. But as Maxine had stepped away, you began to see sort of a yellow sort of fuzziness taking over on the picture, and there's a slight sort of vibration beginning again as she walks back in the room.
I'm feeling it. What is it? What's wrong with your house?
I don't know. It doesn't.
Do you steal cable? Do you steal cable too, or?
Too? What do you mean? You steal cable?
You pay for cable?
You pay for cable?
Well,
You all have cable?
I mean, it's not very good cable, and I don't know. My mom does it. What? Well, anyway, my house wasn't like this till you were all sitting here, and so it's not my fault. I
So
don't
what
know
you're
my
saying,
house.
we cursed your house?
No, I don't know. Like, just it's weird. All right, I don't know.
Because if we can curse your house, then something's already still wrong with your house.
I can get some prayer candles from my abuela.
I don't know. Would that make it worse?
No, prayer candles make everything better.
I mean, you could also burn the house down, but still.
My friend's got a Ouija board. Another friend. Oh,
The sound is getting more distorted again.
Okay,
and
that's
the picture is
really...
really beginning to take on
Maybe you should
more of a yellow hue.
turn it off.
So I kind of go over and I'm like, sort of gingerly turn the power switch. So it does that, it's supposed to do that.
Right. It does that.
Right.
And that the tube, because it is a tube television, it shrinks, like the colors shrink and you see the light and then it just kind of fades.
Yeah.
You still hear the sound sort of wobbling still out, in the environment, but you don't see it or hear it coming from the television.
Is it a plane? Is there a plane?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like one of those warthogs.
Oh,
A10 warthog.
A10
No?
warthog.
I don't. Let's look outside. I'm going outside.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would get up and kind of follow because I want people to stop blaming my house. So
I get up and follow also because if somebody hurts themselves, I'm gonna have to do something.
Okay, real quickly, Maxine, tell me about your neighborhood. Tell me where your house is.
So we live in an area where the houses are really small, and it's a mix of houses that have been there for a very long time, like very old houses that happen to be small, and people that have to, there are a lot of renters in our neighborhood. So a lot of people rent because they can't afford to buy the stuff elsewhere. And so they rent in these small little places. It's not terribly run down. Like I actually kind of like the neighborhood, and there's nothing super special about it, but most people, they kind of know me when I go outside and they sort of wave, but not in a creepy way. And so, I'll also live, so there's a bunch of like houses all the way down our street, obviously, but we live right near this little cul-de-sac at the very end. And we're off one, sort of almost at the very end of that cul-de-sac is where we are. And there are two other houses in the cul-de-sac, and then the houses just go up the road, line the road on the way up. So there's only 3 houses on our cul-de-sac, and they're all pretty small.
Okay. So as the 4 of you step outside, you hear the sound again, but it's not local. There are noises coming from various directions, and they all sound the same, but you're hearing them like sort of the Doppler effect of it, that they're at a distance. Give me, if you are curious, give me either a heart or mind roll. And how we're going to do this is, if you look at the D&D character sheets, we're going to take either intelligence and wisdom as mind, or intelligence or constitution as mind, or we're going to take charisma or wisdom as heart. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take the number and we're going to divide it by 3. Okay. And just round up.
Add them together and divide by 3.
Well, yeah, add them together and then so take the highest one and then divide it by 3 and then round up, and that's the amount of dice that you're going to roll in this situation.
I think that's so 14 intelligence, so 4, and that rounds up to. Does that round up to 5? As I'm not looking at math.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 4 and 2
right?
thirds.
So it would be 5.
Yeah.
So I'm rolling 5 dice. Is that?
Yes. Go ahead and roll as 5 dice.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I should know this, but 5, is it 6-sided? What is the?
Yeah, they're 6-sided dice.
That's what I thought. Okay, 5. 6,
Are we all rolling or only Greg?
All of you can roll on this.
2, 3, 4, 5. 5 6-sided dice. Yee.
Wow. Okay.
I don't think that's very good. Although
you are doing okay, but as a group, you're all. I mean, you're doing reasonably well as the group. So 2 of you got 6s at least.
one
so
of,
what
one of
I'm
you
going
did
to say.
not. Let's be clear.
Well, so what I'm going to say is then, as you are looking around, you begin to notice that the vibrations are localized to the street lamps. And the reason that catches your eye is because the vibrating is also being perceptible visually, because the light is flickering on the street lamp, because they've just come on. The sun is starting to creep down the sky, heading, setting into the west. And the street lights are starting to come on. And what you're seeing is a fluctuation between yellow and white light. And the fluctuation is vibrating between the two color schemes, or the two colors, based on the way that the sort of the frequency of the vibration. And you're hearing the noise just slightly.
Does it seem louder out here than it did inside?
No, it's weirdly localized, but it's like I said, there's like a Doppler effect going on, because you can hear it at a distance, but you can't. It's not like a cacophony of sound.
But we can tell the direction, like the distance that it's coming from, like the.
You are here right now. What you are seeing and perceiving is you are seeing it from the street lamps.
Right.
You can hear slightly less perceptible sounds, vibrations, and you think, but you're not quite sure, that they are coming from your neighbors' houses.
All of them?
Some of the sounds, like you can, like you're hearing. What you're hearing is a variety of sounds.
Right. No, I meant all of my neighbors' houses. Like all of the houses are doing this sound.
Yes. So the 2 houses that are close to your house on the cul-de-sac are also emanating a sound that you can perceive. You're not sure about the next 2 houses up the street from the cul-de-sac.
Okay. So it's not my house. See?
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah,
not.
but it's like everybody's house. This is weird.
Yeah.
And are the waves coming like in any specific direction, or is it just like?
So the light, it's not. So you're not actually perceiving waves. You're just perceiving light fluctuations, and you're hearing the sounds, and they're very localized to the source of it. But based on what you're seeing, it's something that's, you get a sense that it's like based on where things are connected to, maybe the power grid, or are receiving an electrical charge of some kind.
Is everybody's cable jacked up?
I don't think this is the cable.
Looks more like the power.
Yeah, maybe.
One of the lights on the cul-de-sac, one of the street lamps, starts to get slightly brighter as it's vibrating, flashing back and forth.
I don't think it's supposed to do that. I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to do that, actually.
Maybe, I mean, should I get my mom, or?
What's your mom gonna do?
Well, I don't know. Like, tell someone, right? I mean, I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you? And I turned to Agathish. I'm like, what do you want to do?
I want to stand under the light that's getting brighter. See what happens.
Yo, I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, maybe not under the light. Let's get close.
No one wants to do that. That's...
Okay, fine. I'll stay. Lizzie, what are you doing?
While everybody is having this conversation, I step aside, pick up a stone off the floor, and throw it at the nearest streetlight.
Wow.
Oh, I would have done a shoe. That's what my abuela always does.
What's the ultimate goal of that, Lizzie?
To destroy the light.
I want to know if I can break the light. I want to know what happens if I do.
All right. Give me a body roll, and we're going to do this the same way that we did the other stats, but you're going to use either strength or dexterity, depending upon which is higher. So take the stat, divide it by 3, roll those dice, make sure you round up.
That's 4d6.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
4, 5.
So in this particular case, we're going to, the way that the system works is much like the Bailey's in the Dark system. 6 is a success. There's, 4 and 5 is sort of like a partial kind of a thing. And then 1, 2, and 3 is, but the number of successes are really important here. So you've got a partial going on with the 2 5s. In doing that, what we're going to do is I want you to describe to me how it hits the lamp, the street lamp, and then I will describe to you what happens.
I mean, I was trying to hit the light itself, so I feel like partially means I get like just at the edge of it, such that I hit the metal over covering just above the actual lens of the light itself, so I don't really break any glass, but I do hit it, and it does like it is very obvious that I did strike something, even if I probably didn't break glass.
Okay, so you didn't break the glass on the street lamp, but you did crack the lens such that what happens is that the light stops vibrating between the yellow and the white, or the sort of like this yellowish hue and the white hue, and you only see it shine yellow except for where the crack is, and there's a little bit of white, but the yellow light is getting more and more intense, and that one seems to be vibrating. You definitely get a sense that something is wrong with that lamp, and because the vibrating is increasing, and you can begin to see a slight shake or shimmer to the actual structure itself.
I think because we all heard Lizzie do this, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I think you should not, you should kind of move, you should not stand there. It's doing something weird. You should not.
Oh, Mamma Mia, Papa Mia.
You should
Is
get
that
away.
a real thing people say?
Yes.
I think her abuela says it. She seems to say a lot of things.
Yeah, your
Hey,
says a lot of things.
Are you saying my abuela talks too much? It's
No,
true, but
no,
you don't
no,
have to
no.
say it.
Okay, well,
And
I
while
like your
they're,
abuela.
while they're still having that conversation as well, I take 2 steps back, find another stone, and try to aim specifically for that
Lizzie,
one light.
What are you
Lizzie,
doing,
no!
Lizzie? Stop. What were you doing that?
I'm gonna give you an extra die on this particular roll because I love the sheer sort of tenacity of this particular situation. So please roll again.
6. It's like you destroy the lamp. You obliterate the electrical company. Okay.
Ooh, I got 1 6.
You got 1 6. Now tell me what your intent. What was your actual intent here?
I want to hit the part of the light that is glowing white exactly on. Just to see what happens to the light or the stone or the lamp or anything else.
Okay. Well, you do. And here's what happens when that hits. The lens on the bottom of the sort of the overhang of the street lamp shatters. And when it shatters in what looks to be like sort of a golden like hue that just sort of falls away and sort of melts. And there is this bright, intense white light that is coming out of it. But as it does that, there is like this release of energy. And you can feel it, you can see it. It's a perceptible golden wave that just kind of like broadcasts out from it. And then it goes dark. But what you do notice, as the wave passes over other things that were vibrating, their energy is getting stronger. The fluctuations between white and gold and yellow are getting stronger. The vibrations are getting stronger. The other street lamps are really beginning to vibrate. And you see that there are other things going on along the street as, front porch lights are beginning to come on as it's getting darker. And they are starting to do a subtle sort of like energy glow kind of a thing, fluctuating between back and forth between yellow and white. And you can begin to hear the sounds coming from up the street. The 2 houses that are next to you, however, their vibrations are getting a lot stronger. And through the open door of Maxine's house, you can hear, and the TV comes back on. and the TV show Blades in the Dark is still on in the background. What do you do?
I think your cul-de-sac's cursed.
You're the one who broke the light.
Yeah. Why are you always blaming where I am?
But I didn't break the TV. Something's happening, guys. I think we need to get out of here.
I
You
mean,
can't just leave our
So-
family.
yeah, I have to bring my mom and my brother.
Yeah,
Where are we gonna go?
I don't know. Don't they
I
have
don't know.
shelters? They
My
have
abuela
shelters.
can't drive anymore. It's illegal.
Well, you're maybe your abuela's in trouble too. We need to go to a shelter somewhere. They have shelters, right? We just go there and we bring the families, and then whatever this weird thing is with the lights, they can do it. That's the thing that makes sense to do instead of trying to break lights.
Maybe it's
Look, if-
aliens.
My Opa taught me how to drive. It's fine. I can, if we need to, I can drive. We just need to steal someone's car. Well,
What?
we
How are
just
we
need to
going to
borrow
steal
the
a
keys.
car? We're not.
We
gonna,
just need to borrow the
we're not-
keys.
You're not going to.
My abuelo has a Volvo.
Okay, great. So,
You're going to steal her Volvo? So I just am
no,
like,
no, we're gonna
She-
borrow it.
She's not driving it.
yeah, but
We can't leave her behind though.
Of course not. Who's gonna cook for me?
Okay, do we just start
Fair.
knocking on everybody's doors because something weird's happening? I don't know if anyone else notices, and this seems really dangerous.
well, I'm going back in to get my mom then, and my brother. And I start walking back towards my house.
Maxine, as you walk back inside the door of the house, you see that the television immediately switches from the TV show, what was just about to end, and it says breaking news. Power fluctuations have begun to happen all around the town. The sources are unknown, but various reports calling into the Action News team have discovered that vibrations carried by sound and fluctuations in the light are all as an epidemic across the city. People are being advised to turn the power off to prevent these fluctuations from actually occurring. Some televisions have exploded. This has been a breaking news. We'll get you more updates as soon as possible. Now, on to our next show. Click. And the show goes to a commercial.
Okay, so I go over and I turn off the TV again because I'm pretty sure I already turned it off. So I turn it off again and I'm like, and good night also to Effect Life, Turbo Tango, and Hillness. Thank you, everyone. So I go back and I go out of I'm like, hey guys, they just said it was happening all over the town and some people's TVs are blowing up and there's all this stuff.
Well, get
that's
away from there
happening.
then.
Well, it's on. They were just talking on the TV. It was the news. I
Oh
have
my
to
god,
get-
if my abuela's TV blows up, she is gonna go postal. She watches her novelas every day at the same time. She will lose it.
Well, so I'm like just so I go back in and so I guess I want to know if I go over and knock on my mom's, because normally actually my mom I guess isn't home from work yet. Now that I think of it, because it's 5:00. So I would say, but I would get my brother. So I would go in and be like, all right, Kaylin, you have to come with me. And he's like, why, sister? I'm like, no, just. And so he comes because he's my brother and he's great. And so I bring him with me and I just holding his hand, I come out and I'm like, all right, so where we got to go? Who lives closest to me? Is it Juanita or who lives closest?
Sure, okay. Juanita.
Look, we should go and make sure your abuela's okay, and then everyone else's family. Do you all want to go check on your families or something, or should we go to each of them? Or
Okay, but we should go together because you know what happens when people get separated in horror movies? They all get.
yeah, that's why people
It's
don't
true.
throw things in horror movies, do they? And I look at
I mean, they
Lizzie.
do, but then
But right, exactly.
Somebody needs to find something out. Besides, if we're gonna get our families out, then we need a car because I can't get my dad out of the house without one.
And I'm like,
Behind you, as you're standing in the doorway, behind you, the TV crackles back on. Previously on, and the montage begins to play, but the noises are vibrating. Vibrato is very, very strong. As you look back at the television, it is growing incredibly bright. The energy is sort of, beginning to drown out the colors and the picture itself. The energy is going just incredibly just sort of vibrant, and the sound is getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
Let's go.
It's the TV's getting really. This is bad. Like,
Yo, I saw Poltergeist. This is not right. We gotta go.
Do we need to unplug it?
I was thinking that too. Maybe we should unplug it.
Nah. If this place was built on an Indian burial ground, we are out of gas, friends. We gotta get out of here.
So I guess at this point I'm just like, if everyone is like starts moving, I will move with them. I'm not going to go back otherwise. But we did like.
Okay. We don't have a young priest and an old priest, but we have my abuela, and she can pray the rosary. Let's go to my house.
All right, so we follow, and I leave the bright TV.
As you are walking away from the house,
it implodes.
You hear the same sound coming from other houses all around you. The televisions are getting louder. The vibrations are beginning to fluctuate. The streetlights, they're beginning to get chaotic and crazy. They're just
let's go a little faster, guys.
Let's hurry this up. And my brother at this point is probably, sister, is it okay? I'm like, it's fine. Just so, yeah. So we start moving. I imagine at some point we're just like booking it, probably, right? At a certain point.
We're going to cut through a montage of you running through the neighborhoods, kind of hearing all this going on, with people coming outside going, what the heck is going on? You're seeing kids that are just, crying on the street as parents are talking, and they're having little, sewing circles of conversation. But you finally get to your abuela's house. What do we find inside?
Okay, so my abuela's house is decorated extremely Florida style. The wallpaper is like gold bamboo, and the floors are terrazzo. The floors are terrazzo. There is a Florida room, which is where the TV lives, along with some like wicker furniture, which I find extremely uncomfortable, but my abuela doesn't care because she mostly sits in her rocking chair.
Is she in her rocking chair right now?
Absolutely. And not in the front living room, which is the living room that has the plastic on it. And you do not sit there. You don't touch the plastic. You don't look at the plastic. The plastic does not exist for you.
Don't move the
It's
plastic.
not for you. Go to the Florida room.
Okay.
She's knitting, by the way, right now.
How is she responding to the weird vibrating sound coming from the television as it's sort of like fluctuating and like pulsing with a picture that you can no longer see?
So I'm gonna spare you all Spanish, because I could definitely just go in Spanish, but I respect that I'm the Spanish speaker here. So in Spanish, my abuela says, I am so glad you came back. The TV is broken. Fix it. And I'm like, it's not the TV. So everybody's TV is broken and they're all doing the same thing. It's probably the cable.
I don't.
Or it's haunted. Do you have your prayer candles, and where's the rosary? Do we have any holy water? Do you still have the holy water that you got from the Pope?
Of holy water from the Pope?
Wow.
JP2, baby.
You should have told us that before. Maybe like, I don't know. I'm worried.
I don't know how to use holy water. Do you put it on yourself? Do you put it on the floor? I don't know.
I think you put it on a sprinkly thing. You put it on a sprinkle stick. That's what I've seen.
I don't know. My abuela watches the mass on TV, and I usually don't watch.
Oh, Juanita's abuela, did you know that Maxine's family pays for cable? Did you know you could do that?
Look.
Abuela looks very sad at you, like, ay, pobrecito, you don't have friends.
Because you're supposed to pay what? And then I'm like struggling between my mom has taught me, be polite to, your elders and all that. And I like Juanita's abuela, but I'm just kind of like, there's a part of me that's just like, how can you, stealing's wrong though. And, but I don't know how to say that. And I'm just like, so I just look awkwardly.
Okay.
Holding my brother's hand.
You're only stealing from the man.
The abuela is looking for someone to fix her television. She brings that subject back up. She just wants it fixed because she wants to continue with her knitting and watching her shows. Does anybody do anything about that?
Okay, I go find the holy water, which I'm pretty sure is in her bed, like her nightstand drawer, because she keeps a Bible there and her rosary and the holy water and a prayer card with a picture of John Paul II.
And what do you do with that holy water?
I throw it at the TV.
Wait, so let's be clear.
I'm throwing
Are you-
water at an electronic device, correct? Wait, my wisdom is really high. This is a bad idea.
Aspirate it.
Okay. Okay, I'm
Just
gonna
because your
sprinkle it
wisdom
in a
is high doesn't mean you can't make bad decisions.
Yes.
That's true.
Okay. Okay, I'm actually collecting. So I'm gonna get the holy water. I'm gonna get the rosary. I'm gonna get the prayer candles, and I'm gonna get the matches. The prayer candles are actually on her like dresser, so I have to. There's a bunch of them with lots of different saints on them. There's the one with Mary. There's the one with San Lazaro. There's it's just a bunch of different prayer candles, and I kind of get them all together. They clink because they're glass, and I carry them carefully. And so I set them up in like a triangle or a circle. I don't know how many I have, 4 maybe, around the TV, and I light them all. And then I basically like make a circle with holy water around the TV also between the candles. And my abuela is probably deeply confused by what's going on because I'm literally making it all up.
Let's
me
unplug
a
it.
wisdom.
We should unplug it before you get anything else on it.
It didn't matter. We turned it off before. It doesn't care.
I'm just gonna unplug it. I'm just gonna
All
unplug
right.
it.
Fine. Okay, I'm gonna make a what check here? It is
I was gonna have you make a heart check.
Is it heart or tech? Yeah.
Holy
So
water check.
It would be a tech check if you're pulling the plug. It would be a heart check because
No.
you're using religious paraphernalia in the hopes of inviting the spirit of whatever's going on to change.
That's a
I
tech
don't know
check?
who the saint of technology is, but they better get the ass down here.
San
'cause this
Isidro.
is a-
San Isidro is the saint of technology.
In the
Perfecto. Okay.
How do you-
in the 1980s, it would have been probably like, I don't know.
Actually, I'm not sure that's right.
Richard.
All right, here we go. 66. Oh, 2 successes.
Wow.
I don't know what that
Okay.
means for this impromptu exorcism of the TV.
I was gonna say it works and we win. Yes, high five.
So you're doing all of this. You're using sort of your faith or your spirit or whatever, to sort of embody or imbue the sort of the sequence, the situation. And you whatever you're doing along with your, abuela's will, all of a sudden the TV just goes back to normal. You hear the sounds coming from everywhere else, but the vibrations have stopped. The TV has come back on, and you get one of those, those dramas that grandmas tend to watch, right? And they, it comes back on, and the drama continues, and she looks completely content. To which I'm then going to ask, and Dave, I forget the name of your character, but do you pull the plug?
If it's working properly, I will not pull the plug. I'll go to pull it and see that things seem to be working and stop.
Okay. So you don't. So I'm just to be clear, you're not doing it then.
If the ritual has seemed to have worked before I had the chance to pull the plug, I will not pull the plug.
Okay. So that you're reaching out, and the TV sort of shifts, and you hear the sound, and it kind of goes back, and your abuela is very, very happy, and everything seems to go normal just for the TV, but everything else around you is going on, and we see some dancing in the background there. Greg, is there something you want to talk about?
Love you, honey. She was excited.
So-
she was not sure we were going to get there about 10, 11 days ago, but
All right. So the vibration has stopped, but the news on the television sort of switches over, and it immediately goes into Spanish news for the local area. So please, Valerie, tell us what the channel says.
Okay, so the Spanish news at this point is talking about pretty much the same stuff that the other news is talking about. That there's all this mysterious activity with strange sounds and electricity, and they're not sure what is going on or what officials are doing, and blah, blah, blah. And the weather person cuts in talking about, weird weather phenomena, but they seem to have actually no idea what they're talking about anyway. And my abuela is now mad again because she doesn't want to watch the news. She wants to watch her stories. Like, what is this? So I don't know if she wants me to change the channel or not, probably. In which case I would try, and I don't know if it would help.
And so you do change the channel. The vibrations that you're hearing from everywhere else still have not permeated the television, but you switch over to a different an English-speaking channel. Interestingly enough, the channel that was showing the TV show that was after Blades in the Dark. And you see the action, and it's superhero action, and there's something going on, and they're in the middle of a huge fight. And then the vibrations begin. And the glow begins to come back. And the energy begins to permeate.
Okay, I'm gonna run back and yank out the plug now.
Give me a body roll.
Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. There we go. Ooh, 46.
Oh, there you go. You bodied that TV.
All right. You yank it out, sparks fly, energy flows, TV goes dark. And sound just kind of dissipates. The vibration goes. But the abuela, she's really upset. You just took her TV away from her. She's really, really upset. And she starts,
I'm sorry, abuela, I'm sorry. I wanted to check.
¿Quién te mandó a hacer esto, por favor,
Lo
mijo?
siento, abuela. Sorry, abuela. I'm gonna just plug it back in. I plug it back in. Just see if turning it off and on again helps.
as you plug it back in, the sound comes back. The vibrations come back, the energy comes back, but it's glowing and the sound is just intense and it's overwhelming. And we get a flash and a wave. And then we're playing a different game.
Hey.
Ah.
Oh man, Tales in the Loop is just
Sometimes you shouldn't do what Abuela wants. I'm sorry. She's not always right.
She has a strong personality, though. It's hard.
I love the idea that there was actually a prayer card with John Paul II's picture on it too.
You think she didn't have one?
No, I believe it completely. That and the plastic on the seats, I was there. I was all there. City of Mist. Hells yes. So we have chat. Let's just reset for a minute. We have 40 minutes to go. 41 minutes to go. 25,591 could still get to that 27 stretch goal, which would allow us to flesh out the Honest Thief, which would be lovely. So you still have a chance to get in on that and get in on these rewards and all this kind of stuff. We have 41 minutes to go. So if you have not done so, if you're like, now's the time, like, I wait for the, wait, okay, now go. Now's your time to do this. So you can jump on board with that with ! Grayshade KS. Otherwise, we're going to be doing City of Mist. And depending on how long it goes, I'm not going to push this too far because I will admit that if we get to midnight, I might turn into a pumpkin. I have been on here for 11 hours and 15 minutes, so I don't know how I'm going to feel about doing D&D. We'll see. I'll see how I feel. But regardless, we're definitely going to do some City of Mist action. And I guess we don't have to move anywhere because we're all just in the same spots. We're in the same position. But it's been a long time since I played City of Mist. You're going to have to help out, Johnny, because I don't remember that. I mean, I remember us doing it, but I think the last time I played with you was during the Icarus thing. I think it was on it. So.
All right, so I will set the scene after a quick sort of introduction to the system. The system's very simple. It is another one of the Powered by the Apocalypse systems. We're going to roll 2d6. I'm going to have each of you think about what is known as a mythos in the game. Your logos is you basically the person that you are or could be, your normal everyday person. Your mythos is based on something interesting, fantastical. Could be a concept, could be an idea, could be a character. One of my favorite examples has been, that people have played a satyr, looking at you, Tren, or or Peter Pan, right? So just pick something as an interesting concept, and I'm going to ask you questions about it as a part of the game. But for, we're just going to jump right into it to get to the story.
Okay.
All right. So one other question real quick. Does anybody have an idea for a fight that was going on the television? There was a TV show going on. Give us a fight that they were having. Tell me something that sounds interesting for these characters that you're going to be inhabiting very quickly. What they're doing, what the conflict of the episode is in fight form.
It was a kung fu film, and it was two apparent rivals fighting in a dojo.
In a dojo. Okay. All right. We open on the scene of this fight in the dojo. The characters that you were are frozen beyond the other side of the screen. The energy has flashed over and you have moved into this new setting. Fists are getting thrown, kicks are getting thrown. There are people jumping through the air. There's a guy with a sword. He's swinging his sword around as he's moving, and it's one of those swords that's very sort of thin and flexible, and so you can hear it sort of wavering in the as it moves, and it makes a sort of a whistling sort of like bellish sound as it kind of goes through. We're going to start with Valerie. Valerie, tell us what your character is doing and who they're fighting in this fight.
Whew. Okay. Trying to channel Juanita Garlic here. My character is fighting. My my character is fighting a smaller opponent, but she's doing it in a way that appears to. Wait, are we like full confrontational fight going on here, or?
Oh yeah, you're in the middle of the battle here.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna do something else.
If you've got a different idea, roll with it, and I'll play with it.
Yeah,
Go for it.
no, it's okay. Okay, so she is trying to control the action a bit, trying to keep people off of her friends' backs, and so she is basically just sort of at the closer to the periphery, trying to just engage anyone that seems to be going for one of her friends.
Okay. So then tell me a little bit about sort of the character that this could be. What is there a particular idea that inhabits this person that you are, this character in this game, in this movie? Is there an idea? Is it like just a concept, or is it somebody in particular?
Okay. She is the dojo's cook. She is their in-house chef. She's responsible for making their meals morning, noon, and night. Sometimes she makes desserts as a treat. Every once in a while when she gets ingredients for it, and she likes to experiment on things to try to make people better, stronger, faster, but it doesn't always work out. She's also the medic, and so when people hurt themselves, they come to her, and she is great at bandages, and she knows that honey is very useful for wounds.
Okay, all right. So in City of Mist, there are these, you use tags instead of attributes of any kind to kind of to describe that the way your abilities work. Tell me some aspect of that would fit into the action that you're taking here.
I think that the aspect that fits is she is a helper. That is really kind of the main focus for her.
Make it a descriptive word, or like an adjective or something that's really sort of descriptive about that.
Yeah, this is hard. She is, so is it like, when you say adjective, like a quality, like?
A quality could even be a verb where you're describing an actually particular action.
She is defensive.
Okay.
Does that work?
All right. So you're on the periphery, you're of this fight. There is this person who's coming in at you, and they're throwing punches left and right. You're moving with them and dodging them left and right, but they're going to give you an opportunity to take an opening. You can either go after them, or you can move somewhere else into the fight. But you have clearly been identified as a particular challenge, and that they need to take you they need to take you out of the system, the system. And so they're coming at you. So you can either do something defensive, or you can do something that's sort of like engaging full force kind of a thing.
Okay, then definitely going to do kind of like a submission hold, going to redirect, going to take them down to the mat quickly.
Okay, so what you just described as we're doing all of this, there are moves through the game, and if you can look out there real quick, you can find this sheet. I can actually link it too.
I was going to say, I haven't seen this at all.
It's called Change the Game.
Okay.
So I'm going to have you take, a +1 for the descriptive word that you've used, plus roll me 2d6. So 2d6 plus 1, and let's see what actually happens.
Alrighty. That's a 5.
Ooh, okay. So you move in for this hold. Describe what it looks like when you actually go in and grab this particular person, and then I will describe what the result is based on that.
Yeah, if they're trying to throw a punch at me, then basically I do the thing where I kind of knock it and then try to hook the arm around them and use my leg to sweep behind them and take them down to the mat.
Sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg, always.
Okay. As you come in and you begin to do that, they actually move back into you, forcing you onto your back, and then coming around and having you sort of pinned down for just a second as they begin to kind of move into a different style of attack since they've got you prone. We're going to cut to Brandon. Brandon, your character has just seen Valerie's character being, at the periphery of the fight and being just put into a prone situation. Tell us about your character and what they're going to do about that situation.
So, Lizzie, I think, is kind of new to this entire situation. Like, has been in scuffles like this intermittently for the last couple of weeks or months, but is perhaps the least experienced of this crew. So every once in a while, a fight still totally disorients me because I'm like, really? Do we really need to do this? I am not built for this. I don't like getting hurt. Getting hurt is not fun or cool or pleasant. But I know that I have to respond, so I'm very grudgingly responding. So I think one of the things that I want to do in this moment is like get in between Garlic and this combatant before things get worse. Even if it means I need to take a blow to the face, because unfortunately the only thing that I think I'm good at in a fight is getting hit.
Okay, so describe to me what what is it special about Lizzie? What is it that inhabits her that is unique?
So the thing that I think I want to play with most interestingly in this moment is in every culture in the world there is a mythic image of a wise old woman. Sometimes she's a witch or a hag. Sometimes she's your grandmother or your neighbor. But there is always this image of this. Sometimes she's your abuela. But sometimes there's always this image of this old woman who, because of her age and her wisdom and her access to a kind of power, is capable of knowing many things and being a steward to all of the people who are suffering harm. And that's particularly interesting to Lizzie because Lizzie is actually quite young and is totally baffled by the fact that every once in a while she becomes old. But it also means that she every once in a while will just kind of randomly inhabit one of those old figures. So sometimes she's just um the crone version of the tripod mother, and sometimes she's the Baba Yaga, or um sometimes she's like literally a witch. This is the part where I say that sometimes she's a Sukuya, but I don't want to explain Trinidadian folklore to you in a half an hour. So just rely on the idea that every once in a while her body just kind of responds to stimuli by just becoming the old woman that is necessary in this moment.
And tell me something about this this wise woman energy, this wise feminine energy, this thing that can be perceived in many different perspectives, in many different lights. But tell me something about this energy that is coming up into you, an adjective, a verb, something that talks about what she's going to do, how she's going to help Valerie's character.
Well, the adjective that comes to mind is fierce. Like, your grandmother. You know that even when she's being kind and nurturing, she is when she needs to be. For instance, when she needs to defend you, her grandchild, she suddenly stops being old and starts being feral. Like, you've seen your grandmother defend you against somebody who did some bullshit. We all know exactly what I mean when I describe the thing. So I do think a lot of that, like, transcending just like the mere image of being scolding or cruel into you do not hurt these people.
Okay, so if you know the moves,
Also, the
tell me
kids
what
are
move.
asleep. Yes.
Tell me what move you want to use here. Or it sounds like to me, if I was playing what you got going on here, it sounds like this fierceness is going to make the move. It's called hit with all you got.
Yeah, that was I opened the player moves, and that's where my eye immediately gravitated.
All right. Tell us the action part of that. Describe what happens, and then make a roll. And we're going to do it 2d6 plus 1 because of the fierce attribute that you described, or the fierce tag.
Cool. You know what I think would be absolutely hilarious? That
Please.
Lizzie was like still in her like mid-20s, running up towards Johnny, and then somewhere mid-movement, without noticing that it's happening, because she doesn't notice when it's happening, she started turning into a witch, and the momentum of running as a result with the cauldron that I did not notice that I was holding in my hand was enough for me when I came to a stop to just hit this person square in the side of the head with this cauldron. Or at least
Roll
attempt.
It. Roll it. That sounds beautiful. Roll it.
Right, so that's 2d6.
Plus 1. Actually, make it a plus 2 because the description of the cauldron as a part of it is perfect.
Plus 2. 6.
All right.
Just short.
You swing and describe what happens as you don't miss so much as the impact of your energy and your might and the cauldron do not land in the way you were expecting. Tell me how it not fumbles but doesn't land appropriately, and then I'll describe what happens next.
Well, I think that a part of it as a result is because I'm not noticing how much momentum I am gaining because I didn't notice I had this cauldron in my hand. I'm actually moving past this person now and just keep sliding across past both of them and further away from the fight.
Okay. as you continue to move past, your momentum carries you towards the wall, the padded wall side of the dojo. And for a moment, you're just kind of like, you bump into it and you kind of turn, and you're kind of dazed for just a second. And you see that the punch that's coming towards, I'm sorry, Valerie, your character's name, coming towards Juanita.
Juanita, yeah.
Yeah. So coming towards Juanita is just like coming down and impending on you. And we're going to cut to actually Maxine. What's Maxine doing in this situation? And does she notice what's going on with Lizzie and Juanita?
I think she probably does notice, because she's trying to focus her attention on a number of people. And she's already a little bit worried that they might be a little out. They are already outnumbered, and she's trying to kind of even the odds. Maxine's thing is, she is particularly gifted, and she learned this when she was young. So Maxine is a musician, and in particular loves to play drums. And there was a certain stage where she was playing drums, and the vibration of the sound of the drums kind of resonated in her body, and then she kind of blew the drum kit up. And so she was like, and she was really scared about it. And she's learned that over time that she actually is able to control the way her body acts. And basically the cells in her body vibrate such that she can create sonic waves from her body. She can create them to theoretically, eliminate wide numbers of people around her. She could theoretically, if she got angry enough, maybe take down a building. And she can, and this is the thing that scares her the most, be focused enough where she could just vibrate a person's brain to death. And so figuring this out, and figuring out how to handle this has been a big part of what she does. And so what she's learned, I think, from her friends is, one, she can be with other people who are also extraordinary people, so she doesn't have to feel worried that she's going to hurt them as easily by accident. And two, she might be able to, they've helped her sort of learn how to control and focus some of this. So I figure that what I've just done in this fight is I've basically slammed both fists to the ground, and Incredible Hulk style, right? The waves have kind of sort of emanated out and just wiped out like 10 people off their feet, lying on their back, and unmoving. And so she's trying to do that to clear a path as she sees the things unfolding with Lizzie and Juanita.
That's a pretty epic sort of description. What move do you think fits into that?
So I think I was looking at this. So I guess the question is, so here's what I'd say. If I'm really freaked out about them, then I think what I probably would do is take the risk of sort of because I've had control of my powers since I was younger and I started meeting people who helped me, like my friends here. So I've never actually seen what it's like to kind of unleash them again. So I'm thinking that maybe Stop Holding Back is a power that might work here, where I basically, because I've got like 50 people between me and them, and I just want to be like, get everybody from Princess Bride, everybody move, like just everybody get out of the way so I can clear a space and get to my friends.
The fact that you're using Stop Holding Back means I would like you to roll 2d6.
Okay.
Plus just the one, plus the +1 for the description, but I'm going to give you a +2 for using an unconventional move. This is game. This is like character changing. This is like character defining changes going on here. So I'm wanting.
Well, we got
you
20
to
minutes.
Succeed.
So I was like, let's get the.
Well, I'm wanting you to succeed, but I'm also wanting you to. Yeah.
Okay, so 2d6 + 3.
Yes.
Okay. There's a 6.
All right.
2 and a 3. 11.
She's not done this before, right?
Not in this way. She could have done stuff like this on a smaller scale, but since she has gotten older and thus more powerful, she hasn't let her power out to this degree. So this is kind of like a, I mean, she's not just like, lost her mind, but she really is definitely, she's doing something more extreme than she normally would because she's very worried about her friends.
Okay, so to me, in reading the stop holding back, this looks like it's significant, or is maybe even no return. And that's given everything else, that's the gravity of what we're actually going to see here.
Okay.
Like the strength of what is the result that happens to Maxine in this particular case. So I'm going to let you ultimately tell me what you think, but then I'm going to ask you for a description about what happens to Maxine as I narrate what the result of it is.
Okay. So you want me to tell you, first of all, the effect it has on her?
Well, I want you to tell me the level, but I'm going to describe the result, because the result is incredible. And then you're going to tell me about the change that happens from Maxine that everybody else is going to see, even, and maybe it's just you, but like, I need a narrative description about the evolution of the character, because that's what's going to happen here. I mean, we've only just met the character, but it's an evolution moment, basically.
Right. I don't think no return is quite it, because I feel like, joking about 20 minutes aside, I don't think that, I think this is the first time she's done it. So I don't think she'd go 0 to 100 million, without a clutch. Like I think, so I feel like, but it is significant for sure. This is like, 1/3 of the way through the movie. It's 3/4 of the way through the movie is where we get the final, type of thing.
All right. As you slam down, the waves just kind of like, sort of push out everywhere. Your focus is on, really just, you're looking to actually free Juanita and clear the path for you to get there.
Right.
But the path is there. The area is so littered with so many of these opposing forces that are coming to fight at this particular dojo, at the dojo that Juanita serves as the cook adds, that they all sort of fall back. Like they fall back a little bit and they're just kind of thrown. But the energy was so focused towards Juanita. She bumps as the energy just kind of presses over the person who's coming with their fist down at her, and it slams this person in the wall and knocks them out completely. And everyone else is prone, giving us a moment to visually take in the situation. And we're going to cut to Dave, your character. Tell us how they respond in this situation.
Right. So Ikathish, I don't know if Ikathish is allowed to be like a cat person or not. If not, then it'll just be
you're welcome to be that cat person still.
Okay. Ikathish is a cat
crazy.
person.
Okay.
A cat person with very, very sharp claws. And so seeing this insanity, I guess, where is Ikathish located with respect to
where's the
what?
Where that's up to you. That's up to you in relation to everything else. Basically, what's just happened is Maxine has, saved Juanita, caused the playing field to be leveled for just a second, giving the four of you an opportunity to take advantage of whatever's next.
Perfect. Okay. Then I was going to say hit with all you've got, but if there's kind of a gap, maybe it's time to change the game to kind of follow up on this attack.
Okay, how do you want to change the game, given that your feline, energy, your feline sort of like physique or whatever? How is that changing? What are you going to do to affect the situation? Talk to me about that before, like we actually make the roll.
So with everyone kind of on their back leg now, Ikathish is going to sprint by, cats with crazy amount of energy when they kind of run around and circle back and forth, all these sorts of different targets. Just going to start running around the room and just slash everyone that they possibly can while they're in this defensive position.
It's like the 10,000 cuts Final Fantasy VII summon, just like,
Exactly.
Interesting. All right. So give us a change the game. Roll it and give us one additional, give us a +1 because of the description of your approach to this. Basically, the death by 1,000 cuts.
All right. So that's 2d6 +1 then?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right,
Five
a 10.
A 10.
Narrate us through as you are making your way around the room, just beginning to just kind of do this. And you're going to continue on doing this as the next step in the action happens. But describe what it looks like. Like give us that action movie moment.
So first thing, Maxine does her thing, and then a little smile appears on Ikathish's face, and you see the claws come out, and in slow motion, Ikathish begins to run and claws across the one person's face. He's like, oh, continues on the momentum with the off claw, slashes across someone's chest. Ah, third one comes up with like an upper slice and a downward slice, and then it goes to normal speed. And we see how quickly Ikathish is going around this room. Just one person gets kicked off with the back claws, leaving these like Wolverine style marks almost in the chest, and Ikathish pushes off towards a person in front and goes with a double slash across the face, and so on and so forth.
As you're doing that, we cut back to Maxine. Sorry, we cut back to Juanita. You have been able to recover from the particular situation, taking in what's actually going on. You're watching as Dave's character just kind of moves around the room. Tell us what you do next. There's still bodies. There's still fighters all around you, essentially attackers all around you, but they're stunned for the moment. This is your dojo. This is your battleground. You know this place. What are you doing here?
Since I have no idea why anyone's fighting, I feel like potentially I'm gonna do a convince, and I'm gonna try to be like, what is going on here? Stop this! What is wrong with all of you?
Roll me whatever what you see as a convinced. Roll me a 2d6. If you've got something in mind that you think is gonna to sell it, give me an adjective or a verb, and we'll add a +1.
I would say I don't know about an adjective or verb, but I think she's going to be kind of like, I'm supposed to be cooking dinner right now. You are all it's going to burn. Do you not want to eat tonight?
All right, give us the +1.
Okay.
And let's do the roll.
Let's see. Okay, 2d6. That's a 7.
All right. The action definitely just takes a pause, and everybody kind of turns, that's not dealing with the claw marks on their body or being halfway sort of knocked out as they fell across the room. And they kind of look at you, and they kind of look around. And then from the entrance of the dojo, you hear a chuckle. It's got a little bit of Jabba the Hutt going on to it, because it's kind of like a deep thing, but there's also sort of this sort of like timbre to it that evolves, and so it's like fluctuating a little bit. And as they move, or as you hear the sound sort of moving forward from the darkness, a shadow sort of comes out, dressed all in red with a golden sort of hood that just, or not like a hat that just kind of looks like a Pope's hat, but it's like very tall. And you see long black hair and long, really long beard and long mustache with long sort of like tails. And the face is incredibly white. And you realize that it is the ghost lord Lopan. He has shown up, and he says, "Why, they are mine. They are my responsibility, and I have come to take your dojo. I want it all." And he begins to laugh, sort of half, sort of like cackle, half, crazy. And we cut to the last game system.
Well, about the last game system, I'm pretty tired, y'all. I think what probably we should do is we got ourselves up to midnight. So I think we can. We had 10 minutes. We did it. Yeah. So we're gonna. I'm gonna see in this last 9 minutes together. But that was really cool. And Lo Pan, the Big Trouble in Little China reference. I had not heard.
She gave
about
it to
that
me
before.
in the dojo.
Yeah. No. It was really great. And that was straight up just like, and I remembered City of Mist vaguely as having like this noirish thing. I forgot that it's got this sort of, it can have that big, just like combat oriented, type of thing. So I forgot that was that. That was pretty slick. So, I don't, I'm not entirely what to say about, stuff with all of you, except that, I am, as I said, intensely grateful for all of you having been here. And so I'm going to, I guess I should say to the players and give the players a chance to say good night to chat, and then I'll wrap up at the very end. But so I guess working up of the column, Dave, I appreciate it. Fleos, you were here for many hours, and I appreciate. And you were in, let's see, 1, 2, 3. 4 systems. You were in you did this one. I
started with the Warren.
You started the Warren. Oh, that's right. Warren. Then we went to, for God's sake. What was the one that we did with the Warren?
Brandon came in and did,
God, what did I do? 12 hours just
Right,
collided
right.
in my
Blades
brain.
Was Blades after Warren, or
I don't
was
think
it Blades?
No,
No,
Blades
it was
came after
Brindlewood, then Blades.
Was it Brindlewood first, maybe?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was.
Did I do Brindlewood first?
Yeah, because you went
Yes,
to
it
the
was
Warren.
because
You
I was
did,
captured as the
Because the
rabbit,
body,
and then I was like,
That's
"Oh,
right.
the old lady's gonna start by having a heart attack."
That's right,
Or something
that's
like
right.
that.
The
it's
Warren,
D&D,
Brindlewood.
the Warren, Brindlewood. Then we did
Yeah, we do D&D, the Warren, Brindlewood. We did Blades in the Dark. We
Blades in the
did
Dark.
Tales in the Loop and City of Mist. 6 systems.
All right, so I did everything except D&D. Huh.
That's 5 systems. So good Lord. So first of all, thank you for devoting so much of your Friday to this, and for your obviously your generous support as well of the Kickstarter and all that, and your kind words, as I said. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. How'd you feel about everything in the end? And that sort of thing. And where might the fine people be able to look and find you next?
Well, first of all, congratulations. Like, this was amazing. Really down to the wire, and but I'm so glad that it happened, and that everyone here made it happen. And thanks so much for inviting me to be part of this, because it was a lot of fun. I've only really ever played D&D, and so I'm very used to combat heavy tabletop role playing, and so I was completely out of my element with all of this very much like narrative based role playing.
Yeah,
but it was fun to stretch today, and so I really appreciate the opportunity, and getting to dabble in all these different systems so quickly was a wonderful little smorgasbord. So
it's a buffet, if you will, of
a buffet. Exactly, a perfect buffet. So assuming all goes well, I should be actually on my channel in about 10 hours, twitch.tv/Fleos, and I will be finishing up the old Apogee game, Rise of the Triad.
Nice.
I should have actually finished that up last time, but there was a game-breaking bug where the final boss, I somehow rolled his health over 0 or something like that, and so he ended up having infinite health.
Oh my God.
So I was trying to destroy him for like half an hour. I'm like, what went wrong? And I just gave up, and then loaded the save and found out that he's invincible. Something weird happened. So I'm going to finish that up, then move on to another Apogee platformer, Alien Carnage, which is kind of a mediocre game, but it's part of my Apogee quest to play through all of the Apogee/3D Realms games from their golden era of 85 to 96 or so, 97, I think. So yeah, that's me. And then I'll be back on GOGCOM on Monday playing System Shock 2. And I'm not sure when we're doing D&D with GOG.
A week from
Is
Tuesday.
it a week from Tuesday?
A week from Tuesday, and you'll be back with us for that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where you can see me. Thanks.
Good stuff. Thank you so much again. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Moving right on up the line, Valerie, you were, I think no, you and Fleos were the two who did the double shifts, who left and then came back. And again, that's using up a ton of your Friday. And then you also got to be there. What was like, Greg be emotional time with all of that. So I'm really thankful to you for being so supportive of the project and for spending so much of your time here. So again, Valerie, thank you. And how generally did you feel about everything in the end, and where will the fine people be able to see you on the internets with either writing or other things?
This was so immensely fun, and I am very excited that I got to play two wildly different characters.
It's true.
And one of them in very different ways, it felt like. So I had a wonderful time. I feel like we should do this again sometime.
Absolutely.
Dun dun dun. And yeah, I guess you can find me online. I'm Valerie Valdez on Twitter. That is with an S if you're listening later.
That's good stuff. Thank you again, Valerie. And last but certainly not least, before I get to Johnny, well, let me get to Brandon. I'm going to see, because Brandon, I have so much to say about, because the fact that Brandon was part of hyping this all up. But I'm going to go in the same order. Brandon, what can I say? As I've said multiple times, I'm just so thankful that you have that you're such a good friend, but also that just you've been able to support the project the way you have, and that you were involved in it the way you were, and incredibly grateful for the hype machine. I think Emily would agree with this, that during the stage where, definitely Emily was at a state, and me too, where we were just sort of like, oh my God, we are tired. Like, you were right there to pick up the hype machine, which was really important. And so I'm really, really thankful for that. And of course, so thankful to have you as part of the RPG team, and as part of obviously the book team with other books that are coming and all that kind of stuff. So it was really great to be able to do this. And then to top it all off, spending all of the amount of hours in game mastering and playing and everything that you did today on top of that. So again, so thankful for all of that. So thank you. How did you feel about stuff today with everything, and where will the fine folks be able to find you on the internet or elsewhere?
I am very happy for you. The thing happened. I am very excited. The back of my eyes are turning into powder right now. I'm not going to turn into a pumpkin when this stream is done. I'm going to turn into dried pumpkin powder. I'm on my second Monster Energy drink as we speak.
Oh man.
But I am still so very excited as a result to have been able to give you this energy, because I mean, as you said, it can be very demoralizing to see like struggling at a point, and it can be also very demoralizing, for instance, to realize that Kickstarter actually starts counting by the seconds when you reach 1.5 minutes.
I know.
This is very intense,
right,
my guy.
Right.
But especially because, and you and I know this very well, that Garlic Tofu and the Athos Arts team have done other Kickstarter stuff that, for all kinds of complex, not anybody's fault reasons, didn't turn out the way that they did. That could be very demoralizing. So I was more than happy to like grab the dynamo and start cranking when y'all were out of energy, because somebody needs to have the energy. So I have given you, like, in Dragon Ball, when Goku asked everyone to lend them the energy for the Spirit Bomb, that was just me with my hands up for 7 hours today, and I'm very excited that as a result we got to do the thing.
Yeah.
Because this is really dope. Again, I am very happy to be a part of the team. I'm very happy to be a part of your life, both as a friend and as a collaborator. But the book speaks for itself when you read it, and I hope that you all get your hands on it. I really do think that it's important for people to read Grayshade, and I was going to support it regardless. So with all of that being said, I am probably going to be on my own channel, twitch.tv/The Rising Tides, very, very soon, to continue having feelings about the thing. And now Kickstarter is giving
confetti. And now cool. It's locked in. It is now troll proof, and it is there. 253 backers, 25,681.50. It did in fact happen, and it cannot be taken away. So
Fantastic.
Thank you all so very, very much for helping Greg do the thing. I am happy to be a part of this community. I'm happy to be able to see y'all make this happen. Again, as the book says, you must always choose love, and I'm so glad that you all chose to give your love to this campaign. On Saturday, at whatever point on Saturday that I wake up, I am probably going to be on twitch.tv/risingtides to geek out about this again and talk about the very baffling experience of attempting to run 2 RPGs in an hour and a half. But you will all see me on twitch.tv/ArvanElleron on Sunday.
Yep.
With our good friend Valerie Valdez, alongside Iori Kusano, who you saw earlier this evening, Michael Arundel, who you saw earlier this evening, and Yoi Gawain Lin for more Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. I'm very excited to get into that. I am presently in my feelings I cannot think. Monster has replaced all of the synapses in my brain. I'm just very happy for you, Greg. This is rad.
Thanks, man.
I'm glad that you get this. I'm glad that everybody else gets to experience the first Grayshade novel. I'm glad to be a part of this community. You guys rock.
Thank you, Brandon. And yeah, it's appropriate, I think, that it came to an end while Brandon was talking, because I think Brandon in so many ways captured so much of what we were trying to do in this project. So I'm really grateful, and I'm looking forward to meeting Brandon in the flesh, in person, next month for Gen Con as a special guest. And yes, I also want to say, because I know Yori's in chat too, that people doing this across time zones and whatever, I actually asked this in the, I don't know, I think it was this Strange Friends chat or one of the Discord green rooms, where I was just kind of like, hey, so I have this thing coming up and it's kind of important, and I was hoping, I didn't know if anyone could, and immediately, Mike and Brendan had already said yes separately, and immediately Valerie and Yuri were like, absolutely, we're happy to do it, and it's exciting and all that, and we're just super enthusiastic. So so thank you to them, and again, Brandon, thank you so much to you. Just very happy to be able to keep working with you on different stuff, but really appreciate the support and the help and the encouragement and going through meetings and dealing with all this stuff. It was a lot, and I really appreciate that you were on board. So thank you. You will see more with Brandon coming up on Sunday. Last but certainly not least here, Johnny, again, this is the second time good luck charm. Whenever you're involved in a Kickstarter that I'm doing, like an event like this, it always works out. So I need to remember that. But I really appreciate it. And I also wanted to say separately from everything else that I will leave myself, I'll put myself to the side, but such good GM work today from Brandon and Johnny. It's so difficult to do this where you're putting stuff together and you're doing it in a, first of all, you've got the time pressure and you're like, I've got to do this new system and everything. And then for a lot of people who are like, I've never done any of all of that. Oh, thank you, Yuri, same. I thought it was going to be this, or I thought it was going to be that, or I thought it was going to be the other thing. And it was so great to be able to actually experience these games. Like Brindlewood Bay was a blast. And I continue to love, now maybe it was just because it was happening there's time, but Tales from the Loop is just so powerful. But I think partly, Johnny, you just always do such a wonderful job in setting up just it's slightly off, it's slightly troubling, and I'm telling you, it just encapsulates the 80s. It is exactly what it was like growing up at that time. It just felt weird in a lot of ways, and that's what Stranger Things captures. But I think Stranger Things almost leans into it so much that I love the sort of more subtle nature of Tales from the Loop. So anyway, you do a wonderful job with it. So it was great to see the game mastering of it with both that and City of Mist, and just being willing to roll with the punches because you were in the late shift and everything. So I'm very grateful. So thank you, Johnny, for that, for the work you did with the proofreading as well on Grayshade, but just thank you in general for the support. And of course, we're going to see you back here for Mysterious Peaks tomorrow, so that's going to be good times too. But again, thank you. How'd you feel about everything tonight and all that, and where else might the fine folks find you?
So first, congratulations
Thank you.
to you, to Brandon, to Emily, to the entire team. I think it's fantastic. I really enjoyed reading Grayshade, sorry. But the thing that I wanted most was the RPG, and the fact that the RPG is now going to happen makes me even happier to the whole situation, because as I'm reading it, I'm wanting to inhabit this world in some way. I'm wanting to visit the marketplace. I'm wanting to visit that square where all of these, the setting is just perfect. And that unmentionable thing that you don't want to talk about that could be a supplement.
Yeah.
I want to hang out with those people.
Yeah.
I definitely need that.
Same.
So, it was great. I loved playing with everybody tonight. It's great meeting everybody. I really enjoyed the time. Looking forward to more experiences. Yeah, exactly. And tomorrow night we'll be doing the session 0, which is going to be a lot of fun. So you're not going to see me anywhere else just yet. But tomorrow night I'll probably have an announcement about that.
Cool.
And so I will have something new to talk about, and we'll talk about it then. But until then, tomorrow night, and we'll have a good time, and you'll see me here next. And so again, Greg, congratulations. It's well deserved.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to all the folks. I also want to thank all of the players who are here from the very beginning with these 4 wonderful people, along with Iori, along with Mike, along with Pyron Jade, along with John Helfers, along with Carlos. I want to really make sure I don't forget absolutely anybody. Let me see. Along with Tren, and is that, let me see. Johnny, Brandon, Valerie, Fleos, Tren, Pyron, Iori, Carlos, John. Am I missing one person? Why do
Mike.
And I said Mike before. Okay, I got it all. I just overlapped it 3 times. Yes, so and Mike too. Thank you to everybody. Again, all good friends and all wonderful players. And one of the reasons this also worked is you got to see wonderful players in these systems too. So that was really great. So thank you all to all of those people so much. And I'm going to let these wonderful folks go and get to bed and get to rest. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much to this crew. And thank you to Johnny. Thank you to Brandon so much. Thank you to Valerie. Thank you to Fleos again so much for all the support. Thank you, everybody. And Chad, can we get some love for these amazing players? And my friends, thank you. Thank you so much. Bye for now. And the meeting is finally ended. The Zoom meeting that was going for 12 hours. My good God. And I see actually we had 254 backers. So someone got in under the line and under the wire there and pledged. So we ended up with 25,841.50. That's great. And last of all, like, you know what, Chat? I'm just, what an amazing journey is, right? I'm just so incredibly grateful that we were able to make it happen. And, I understand that we did just get over the line, but again, we did this during a time, I'm going to expand that to bring this project to life. We did this at a time when a lot of Kickstarters were struggling. We did this at a time when a lot of game Kickstarters in particular were struggling, and there were some that had a lot of difficulty in getting things done. And so this was a kind of global issue that a lot of Kickstarters had with the tabletop and the game stuff. But we made it happen. And the good thing now is that having this stuff funded and having it out there means that it's now an established property, right? And once you have an established property, then people can take, that and they can go forward with it. They can play games with it. They can, now that once they have the system, they will have the games with it. They'll be able to make further, games of their own, and that increases interest in the world. I would like to think that the publication of Renegade and Heretic, to go along with the publication of this book, is going to be something that's really going to stand out, and that's going to make a difference. So that is really great for that world. Tren's audiobook, of course, is going to be phenomenal. I'm really glad, too, that we now get to a chance where Tren's audiobook is funded. I'm really glad as well that this is something which also is somewhat helpful, I hope, to Athos, not just in terms of their reputation, but actually in getting some money in the coffers as well, because I know what a struggle it has been for all small presses and independent presses. And I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to have these things. You can't, quite separate from my friendship with these lovely people, seriously wonderful people. You can't have an industry where all of the different options, they all just sort of merge and fall apart, and then you just end up with, you need independent publishing, you need small presses, you need these ones who are willing to take these steps. And so I'm really happy for them. Also, of course, I want to thank Alligator Alley, as I mentioned, for being part of this project too, with Eric and Chris and Rich. And I'm looking forward to be able to work with them as we get this book out. Also, of course, thank Norse Foundry. And we do have some coins that we'll be able to produce for people. So I'm really glad about that, and for Tari's illustration with them too. And I am grateful for all of the people who did sort of the prep and promotion work. I also want to thank Kickstarter itself, because we talked about this before. Kickstarter gave us a Project We Love tag even before we launched. Kickstarter gave us some very helpful advice, and we also got some excellent feedback from friends in the industry too. So thank you to those people. And we implemented a lot of that actual feedback, and I think it helped. But Kickstarter really helped us out, and we really are grateful to them that they saw the value of this project. And one of the other reasons I'm glad we succeeded is when Kickstarter helps someone out and we fund, that also really helps, because it means that they then go, it's worth supporting people like this because they can actually get this stuff funded and get it done. So I'm just really, really happy about that. I know they're going to be using BackerKit as well, and other companies and stores and places like that will be able to do things. That'll be great too. But so I'm very, very grateful to all of them. And again, my personal thanks to, I mentioned my thanks to Brandon, my personal thanks as well, not just to Athos, my thanks to Emily. I'm, so thankful to have Emily as a friend, as I said, and so thankful to have Emily as a wonderfully gifted editor, and as someone who really cares about people, cares about her work, is finally starting to get recognized for that work with the Editor Guest of Honor and the Just Bard Award, etc. So I'm really grateful, and thank you, Emily, so much. And last, of course, I want to thank all of you, all of my wonderful viewers, all of my wonderful chat. We've got 40 people in here. We had basically between 40 and 50 the whole time. We've been streaming for 12 hours. I think this may actually be a record. I know that we've done it during ArvCon, but I've never myself been here, and I've been on all 12 hours. So, we really put it together. And once again, the Arvanauts have proven why they are the best community on Twitch, because you folks provided the hype and the grounding, the sort of, people would come and be like, wow, this is a really active, busy, loving community. And I'm like, yeah, they are. So I'm just so grateful to all of you for being a part of this and being part of our, being part of the family. I really am grateful. I know how all of you individually, many of you have told me, as I say, either on stream or elsewhere, whatever, that, when things are tough, and that this community has been a place where you can feel like you can reach out and have others reach out to you, and you can get help. And I love you right back, Iori. Thank you. I love the community right back. I'm thankful to my mods. I'm thankful to everyone who donated and pledged. I'll come back to them. But I'm so thankful to this community for making the effort that you've made, and for, putting your trust in me, but also putting your trust in each other, and pulling together to achieve common purpose. I hope, again, that this is an example to all of you that can be used to inspire as you go forth and do stuff, and as you help others in your community and you get others to help you, that we are all together on this, right? We are all part of this human family together, and it's really important that we try to understand each other in that way and pull together in that way, and do not believe the cynical lie that we are a bunch of, we're just a bunch of people who just cast each other and we're all a rock and an island and what. Nonsense. We are social creatures that pull together, and this is another example of that. So thank you. And last of all, of course, thank you to the backers of the Kickstarter. Thank you to the 254 of you who pledged $25,841.50. Thank you to the 254 backers who pledged, upped their pledge, shared, commented, spread the word, all that stuff that I was talking about. I am very much looking forward to not having to constantly say, spread the word and back the Kickstarter for a while. I'm looking forward to not having to do that, and being able to just sort of focus now on getting the work and having it fulfilled. But thank you to the backers, because that just made such a difference that we had people who are willing to back us. And in the end, in case you're curious, in the end, we raised, I love that little confetti thing at the end, by the way, we raised in our final day We raised, yep, 103%. Our last day was our biggest day, 7,359. And if you count the 250 that came in afterwards, that means that we raised basically $7,609, $7,609 we raised in one day with 59 backers, which was easily the biggest backer day and easily the biggest day that we had overall. That's a hell of a surge, but we pulled it out. We pulled it out, and it was thanks to you folks that happened. So, yeah, it was crazy. If you look at it, it literally is like the front of it, and then it's just, like up a little bit, flat, up a little bit, flat, and then bam at the very end. And would I prefer that we not always wait until the last day? Yes. Yes, I would. But no, I'm just so glad. Could not be more grateful, as Garlic says, that we were able to, that people were able to fund this and get it together. So, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think we are going to do a raid today. I'm going to just join you for about 3 seconds, and then I got to go I got to go unwind and decompress, and we all need some rest and all that kind of stuff. I will, however, be back to you folks Saturday night for a fairly chill session 0 of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. I'll show off some new overlays we have then, but the actual full Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks first session, beyond our session 0, that'll be happening later in the month, and that should have our new intro video and music and all that kind of stuff. So, and then, of course, Sunday, we've got more Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire with Speculate, so that's going to be great. But we are going to do a raid, and I will go over, because I want to give some of this positivity and send some of that positivity to other people, and to be able to to send that across, because it is actually only a little bit after midnight, which is not super late for us. It just happens to be, the after 12 hours or plus of being here with it. So, but everyone who needs to get rest just needs to get rest. I think that's really important. But I want to thank you all for being here. As far as the channel is concerned, you know the drill with that. For those of you who came for the first time and you're like, wow, what do you do here? The answer is we do a lot of stuff like this, not 12 hours worth, but we do a lot of tabletop role playing on here. We also play some video games, a lot of RPGs and stuff like that. The Patreon fueled chat shows, the game of the month. We do some voice work with our vocalists. We do some special events. We obviously raise money for charity, for cancer research every year. And so a lot of different stuff. And we occasionally raise $25,841.50 to fund a major Kickstarter. So there's that too. But so in any case, if you want to know more, because we got a number of follows as well during this campaign, then please make sure you stop by with us again. Please follow the channel if you haven't. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, our Discord with !ArvCord, our Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvaneleron.com, financially !ArvShop and !ArvTrayon. I am grateful to people who have been able to keep supporting me on my Patreon and by subbing to the channel even during this, because that's made it possible to do all the other things. So those kind of monthly expenses remain, and I'm really grateful that everyone was able to stay on board with that. In a couple of weeks, whatever, in a week or so, I'll bring up again. I'll talk about, hey, you can support by doing this. But right now, I've just been focused on the Kickstarter, and you all came through in spades, as I say. So thank you so much for that. But again, you can sub to the channel, support the Patreon at !ArvTrayon. On the publishing side, again, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, the award-winning of both. If you want to know more about that, you can check that too. Also, and that's true, the Patreon for Athos Arts, that's right, I need to remember Athos Arts also has a Patreon, and that also is really valuable because they produce wonderful work. As I hope you've been able to tell from the stuff they've done, Athos really does great stuff. So yes, please do support that Patreon. So where was I? So Icarus, Library, my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book, which is rapidly running out of its first printing. So that's pretty cool. Of course, it'll be available on digital. That's long, but as far as physical copies, though, we're running out of that printing, which is nice to see. And we'll hopefully get a second printing down the line. We'll see. And then I'll come back to Grayshade. And then, of course, we've got as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, exclamation point Ukraine, Ukraine, because while we are doing this across, in Eastern Europe, there continues to be a battle, a war that is being fought illegitimately and wrongly and devastatingly against a sovereign country. And exclamation point Ukraine is one way that you can try to fight back and help the people who are fighting back as well in a very small way. It's part of that same spirit of togetherness that I hope we're able to do throughout. But of course, most of all tonight, I am grateful, as I said, for the Grayshade support. So I want to thank you for all of that. The way that we do raids is very simple here. And as I say, we are going to do that because I want to spread the positivity, and I want to spread the joy and all that kind of stuff. Oh my goodness, get J-Rab with a tier 1 sub to Cinder XP. Wait, what is this here? We had like a gift bomb just now? 5 tier 1 subs from J-Rab. Well, thank you, J-Rab. Welcome back to VizJ, to Major Makoto, to Wobbin, to Wonderdog, to Chrono Travis, to Cinder XP. Thank you all for all the gift subs. Wow, what a nice way to finish up after I was just talking about all these amazing things you did. Thank you, J-Rab. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. So raids are real simple. You are going to do... I love that celebration music right now. I think that really fits, actually. So... Thank you, Jay. Yeah, it was great. It really went well. I'm super excited too. The Argonauts have landed. Twitch, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. Thank you as well. If you are a sub, thank you, and you can raid with that. With the Argonauts have landed, Twitch raid, and then you get Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany What, Arvany Hype, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys. You can do that, and that is always appreciated when you are brought over auto-magically. And actually, let me just double check and make sure I know who we're going to raid. I think I do know who it's going to be. Yes. Yeah, I know exactly who it's going to be. So, I want to thank, as always, my wonderful mods. Thank you to Coven of Lenara. Thank you to Dragonspear. Thank you to Garlic Tofu, who I've already thanked a million times, but as a mod, thank you as well, Garlic. Thank you to It's Law for the resub. Thank you to J-Rab again for those gift subs just now. Thank you to Rock God, as always. Thank you to Triffity Mats, as always. Thank you to Turbo Tango, not just for being a great mod, but for all the work on the GMing today. Thank you, and the support. Thank you as well to, of course, the Rising Tides. Again, how many times can I say it? So good. Freaking so good. Oh, yeah, if we need to vote on the next game, it wasn't 3 weeks ago, I don't think, but yeah, you're right that, actually, let me just double check that quickly. When's the Google Calendar for this? Hang on a second. Let me see. Yeah, the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month. Oh, that's happening on the 19th. Well, okay. So thank you for reminding me, Dragon, because you're right. I completely forgot about that. We did nominate it, though. Yeah, it was when you started the poll. God, was it that long? What even is time? I don't even... Well, anyway, so here it is, and it's basically Morphite or the Turing Test. I barely remembered that that's the case. Wow. So yeah, get your votes in, chat. Which one of these would you like to see me play? We're going to be doing that on Tuesday. I completely forgot that it was that soon. So yeah, please do vote for that. Right at that link, you can do that. So just do that right there. Please go ahead and get that vote in. And as soon as I'm done naming off these names, we'll see who it actually is, and I will play one of those. So again, thank you to, let's see. So thank you all those wonderful people that I already mentioned. Thank you as well to my subscribers and Patreon supporters, Coven, Dragon, Garlic, Law, Jay, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Turbo Tango. Thank you to Rising Tides. Thank you to Nonstop, Tilted Gaming, Wispy Song, Ballstag. Again, thank you, Ballstag, for everything. Crit Twitch, Gaia Shield, Mrs. Dunsel, Red Lear, Trendane. Thank you to Trend for everything. And of course, Waymond Wolf. Thank you as well to all the gift subs that just happened. And thank you to all my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Zero Supa, 420, Alexis, Asubkasa, Big Boss, Black Fury, Brahms. Thank you, Brahms, again for the support early on, too. Thank you to Chrono Travis, Sinor, Dr. Death Knight, Elysian, Fleos. Again, thank you so much for everything. Thank you to Koala Man. Again, thank you to Yori. Thank you to Kasano Yori. Really appreciate everything, Yori. Thank you. Thank you to Lana Ray. Thank you to Live Suing, as always. Thank you to MetaViews, to Nbel, Orthodox. Thank you to Soy Cuberville, Sophia Fox, Ted Doze. Thank you to The Kids Are Asleep. Sleep. Thank you again, Valerie, so much. Thank you to TNS Mephiston, you Christensen, Video Store Cowboy. Thank you again, Johnny, so much. Thank you to you, Mickle. Thank you to Yeezy Jesus Penis. Thank you to Zach Clay for everything. And thank you to Mighty Murr, who was here as well. Thank you to everyone who watched. And thank you all so much. Grayshade, the trilogy, Grey Assassin trilogy is a reality. The 5e RPG is a reality. We'll see where everything goes from here. But the fact that those will exist is just so huge. So thank you again from the bottom of my heart. And I am going to, that's it. It looks like the game is the Turing Test. So there it is. The Turing Test will be what I will play. Thank you for the reminder, Dragon. I'll be playing that on Tuesday. But right now, I'm going to go. We're going to do the raid, and then I'm going to go chill out, and then I'm going to sleep. And I will be back tomorrow night for Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. Thank you, everyone, as Abuela chases us out. And for one final time, as it has been said multiple times, you must always choose love. I love you all. Thank you so much. And be good to each other.